N? Is someone challenging the Nine Heavens Road?
And they succeeded. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the reappearance of the Rainbow Road. Feng Ruoqing also had a stunned look. She also did not expect that Long Tang could really clear the Nine Heavens Road.
It's Long Tang. I didn't think that he would really succeed.
Yi Yuan curled his mouth. Didn't everyone say that the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone? Looks like it's nothing more than this. At any rate, Yi Yuan did not experience overwhelming difficulty. But since other people also successfully cleared it, then the legend of the Nine Heavens Road was somewhat untrue. But Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "You're wrong. The Nine Heavens Road is truly difficult to the extreme. Even if I go and challenge it with my current realm, it would be very tough to retreat unscathed. Long Tang being able to clear it can only mean that his potential is enormous."
Yi Yuan recalled the terror of that final sword and immediately approved of Feng Ruoqing's statement.
He could withstand that sword, but that did not mean that others could also endure that sword. If the array was at full blast, Feng Ruoqing would really perish if she entered it.
All right, the endless trials are about to begin. Let's head over first.
Earth rank and Heaven rank students were already assembled in the central square. The square was densely packed. There were most likely several thousand people.
Because the strength of Black rank and Yellow rank students were too poor, they were not required to participate in the endless trials. They would only become cannon fodder if they go anyway.
The aim of the academy organizing this endless trials was to train students, not to send them to die. The crowd of students clearly also saw the wondrous view of the Rainbow Road reappearing. Each one of them was struck dumb by shock. The legendary Nine Heavens Road was actually cleared consecutively. After the astonishment, it made the thoughts of many who proclaimed themselves geniuses to waver. Zhuobugue looked at that tiny figure on the Nine Heavens Road with indescribable shock. He actually made it through.
Could it be that he and I are already no longer of the same world? Zhuobugue murmured to himself. Zhuobugue sucked in a deep breath and could not resist looking for Yi Yuan's figure among the crowd. It was the person who changed Long Tang and made him undergo a transformation.
Just what kind of magic powers did Yi Yuan have? Why couldn't he feel it? This search really made him see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing were chatting and laughing as they made their way over, filling the bystanders with jealousy. Zhuobugue did not mind that. But no matter how he sensed, he could not feel that so-called magic power on Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Brother Long is truly talented.
He made it past the Nine Heavens Road as expected.
He is fully deserving of the number 1 in the academy. This was a loyal Long Tang fan. Is your brain rotten? It's already been 4 days since senior apprentice Brother Long challenged the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan only used the greater part of a day to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. The two of them are simply incomparable. Okay? Furthermore, Yi Yuan made it past the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. His potential is limitless. So what? In terms of strength, Yi Yuan is far off. Senior apprentice Brother Long can defeat him with just one hand.
Also, as long as one passed the Nine Heavens Road, they would have the status of the high-sex core disciple.
Not going to argue with a brain-dead fan like you. Senior apprentice Brother Long's lead is only temporary. Yi Yuan will surpass him before long.
Yi Yuan and Long Tang, as the number 1 person of the new and old generation, both also having cleared the Nine Heavens Road, possessed a large group of loyal fans each. On the stage of the square, Zhang Songtao was also ecstatic to see Long Tang clear the Nine Heavens Road.
Haha. Truly invigorating.
2 geniuses who made it past the Nine Heavens Road actually appeared consecutively in my state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy. We can stand up with our heads high.
Let's see if those bunch of grandsons dare to show off in front of me when I see them in the future.
Hu Chongqing also stroked his beard lightly as he said with a smile, truly unexpected.
Heaven is protecting my state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy. To have 2 peerless geniuses appear consecutively. Su Yubai had seen Yi Yuan long ago. He snickered coldly while looking at him. Wasn't it just clearing the Nine Heavens Road? What was there to be cocky about?
To actually use the status of the high-sex core disciple to suppress your father.
Now Long Tang cleared the Nine Heavens Road as well. Let's see what you have to be arrogant about. So Yubai already made the decision to rope in Long Tang at all costs.
This kind of people would definitely become a powerhouse of their generation. With him covering the Su family, they would be as stable as MT Tai for the next few centuries.
And Yi Yuan would surely become a quietly fallen comet after this endless trials, becoming a bygone. Long Tang came. The clothes on him already became strips of rags. His aura was also somewhat disorderly, making him appear somewhat ragged. There was a sharp contrast with Yi Yuan calmly clearing the Nine Heavens Road. It was obvious from his condition that the Nine Heavens Road was not so fun. Long Tang definitely experienced terrifying attacks on the Nine Heavens Road. However, while Long Tang's aura was disorderly, his entire person was displaying his edge fully. Complete polar opposites from his usual self. This point was very similar to Yi Yuan.
Ha ha ha. What a fine Long Tang. Truly remarkable. Indeed worthy of being number one on the martial roll. The way I see it, your potential is even greater than Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan. Su Yubai went up to greet him with a hearty laugh.
Su Yubai's words incurred many people's disgust. They also saw his intention to rope him in, but nobody dared to say anything. There was a vast difference between whether Long Tang passed the Nine Heavens Road or not. If he made it past the Nine Heavens Road, Long Tang's future accomplishments would absolutely increase multiple folds. If he failed to make it past the Nine Heavens Road, then he would at most be an expert in the state of Qin. It obviously would not be worth it for Su Yubai to pull him in then. Long Tang did not show much of a reaction towards Su Yubai's solicitation. He just bowed slightly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Su's praise. Long Tang doesn't deserve this."
Worthy.
What's there to be undeserving about? You, Long Tang, have always been the absolute number one in the academy. Now, you even cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Who would dare say that you are undeserving? Su Yubai said smilingly. If it was somebody else, they would more or less have to expound on the disciplinary hall's first elder's solicitation. But Long Tang shook his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother Mo is a senior who already left the Dan Wu Academy. It isn't good to compare with him. As for Yi Yuan, I am vastly inferior to him.
If I did not clear the Nine Heavens Road, I could perhaps still numb myself. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I know just how gifted Yi Yuan is."
This title of number one, Long Tang dare not accept. Following Long Tang's words, Su Yubai's face grew increasingly darker. Long Tang's words were undoubtedly giving him, Su Yubai, a slap in front of thousands of people. How awkward was this for the lofty disciplinary hall's first elder? But Long Tang ignored Su Yubai's complexion and circled around Su Yubai to come in front of Zhang Songtao. He was the highest figure hosting this endless trials. "Dean Zhang, Long Tang came here for two matters. The first is to request not to take part in the endless trials this time. Long Tang has just passed the Nine Heavens Road and have some gains. I wish to enter closed-door seclusion for a period of time. I hope that Dean Zhang will allow it." Long Tang's current condition was clearly unsuitable for participating in the endless trials. Zhang Songtao naturally would not be so unreasonable. He nodded and said, Enter closed seclusion and comprehend your gains well. Forget about the endless trials. What's the second matter?" "The second matter is to express thanks to a person.
Without him, I couldn't have cleared the Nine Heavens Road."
"Oh, there's such a thing? Who has such capabilities to actually aid you in passing the Nine Heavens Road?" Zhang Songtao exclaimed in surprise. Long Tang's word aroused everybody's curiosity. But nobody knew the answer except for Zhuobuguwei. Long Tang turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd beneath the stage. Everyone looked in all directions trying to find the person which Long Tang spoke of. Just who is it? To actually be able to help senior apprentice brother Long pass through the Nine Heavens Road. A heavenly Tao oath has to be sworn every time before entering the Nine Heavens Road. Who would divulge information on the Nine Heavens Road? Who knows? I reckon that senior apprentice brother Long hooked up with some senior apprentice sister?
The power of love is the mightiest. It was this conviction supporting him as he charged through the Nine Heavens Road, right?
You don't say. There might really be that possibility.
It's just who knows which family's girl have that honor. In my view, only senior apprentice sister Feng can match with senior apprentice brother Long in the entire academy. It's not her, right?
I won't believe it even if you beat me to death.
Teacher Feng has already been acquired by Yi Yuan. If senior apprentice sister Feng and senior apprentice brother Long become a pair, how will they let us live?
The students started whispering to each other with their rich imagination. Soon, the topic digressed to Feng Ruoqing and her niece.
Martial artists' auditory abilities were excellent. Some words were inevitably transmitted into their ears, making Feng Ruoqing blush to the tips of her ears.
Who knew since when she was already acquired by Yi Yuan? Even she was unaware of it. In front of the public, Feng Ruoqing forever had that ice-cold look.
Hearing the crowd's discussion in intangible killing, she spread out. Except that there were too many people talking. She could not possibly kill them all, right?
Long Tang swiftly found Yi Yuan in the crowd. He paid attention to Yi Yuan for a very long time already and was naturally familiar with his aura. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Without your guidance, I couldn't possibly have passed the 9 Heavens Road. Long Tang extended his heartfelt thanks.
Long Tang's words instantly caused an uproar.
What?
It was actually Yi Yuan?
How's that possible?
It seemed like they didn't even know each other, right?
Yeah. Also, Yi Yuan is only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. What can he teach senior apprentice brother Long?
He couldn't have divulged the secrets of the 9 Heavens Road, right? But Yi Yuan is still living well right now.
It couldn't be that senior apprentice brother Long cleared it himself like that after watching Yi Yuan challenge the 9 Heavens Road. Right? That's too sinister.
Everybody felt doubt and bafflement towards Long Tang's words. Even if Long Tang's talent was beneath Yi Yuan's current strength was still weak. What could he help Long Tang with?
Furthermore, those familiar with Long Tang knew that he and Yi Yuan were not even acquainted. When did Yi Yuan even help him?
Su Yubai's face promptly darkened after hearing Long Tang's words.
This Long Tang simply did not know how to appreciate favors. To actually praise Yi Yuan in front of so many people, even if he did not accept the olive branch he cast. Did he not know that Yi Yuan and the Su family were mortal enemies?
Was each one of them rushing to oppose the Su family? If a tiger did not demonstrate its might, did they really treat me, Su Yubai, like a sick cat?
You all are geniuses, yes, but a genius who can't mature will only be a speck of dust in history. Who would remember you all?
Yi Yuan was also mischievously guessing who gave Long Tang pointers just now. Who would have expected Long Tang to actually name him, leaving him somewhat caught unaware?
Hey! Are you mistaken, senior apprentice brother Long?
When have I ever guided you? This is the first time we've met, okay? Yi Yuan was rather bewildered. Long Tang suddenly beamed, smiling very happily. Those familiar with Long Tang knew that he rarely smiled. Today was really without precedent.
You've said wrongly, Yi Yuan. Today is indeed the first time you've met me, but I've already seen you many times before. Virtually every time you fought in the academy, I've been observing you. All the way until you charged bravely into the 9 Heavens Road.
Finally, I was enlightened and found the path which belongs to me.
Hence, even though you don't know that I've changed because of you, I still have to thank you. Long Tang proclaimed loudly.
Oh, so that's the case. Haha, then congratulations to you. There isn't a need to thank me. It would be great if you can help me finish off that old fellow behind you. Yi Yuan pointed to Su Yubai behind Long Tang and said with a smile.
Su Yubai's face darkened even more severely with Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually dare to request Long Tang to kill him in front of so many people. Utterly preposterous.
Just keep being smug, brat.
I've already laid down an inescapable net for you in the endless forest. Just go without worry.
Long Tang did not turn back. He knew who Yi Yuan was pointing to. Her. I'm still not Elder Su's match right now. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you fulfill this wish of yours. However, 1 year is probably a little tight for me. But it should be sufficient for you. It's still more refreshing to personally do this sort of thing like revenge. The first half of Long Tang's words sounded like complimenting, but the second half was simply looking down upon Su Yubai.
And the meaning of his words was actually acknowledging the truth that Yi Yuan was even more talented than him. Long Tang. Do you know the consequences of insulting the Academy's elder? Su Yubai was enraged. Long Tang's back faced Su Yubai. He did not plan on responding from the start. Towards Su Yubai's conduct, Long Tang also despised him greatly, which was why he said those words. TSK, TSK, TSK. Elder Su is getting on in years. You're really quite forgetful. Senior apprentice brother Long cleared the 9 Heavens Road, so his status is already equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple. His status in the Tranquil Cloud Sect is already higher than yours.
So what if he insults you a little? Yi Yuan derided him. Good. Good. You all want to rebel, right? Just wait. Don't think that you can be carefree after making it through the 9 Heavens Road by luck. Su Yubai's flames of wrath could already burn the skies. Better save it, Elder Su. We're about to take part in the endless trials now. You'd better not delay everyone's time. Yi Yuan completely ignored Su Yubai's threat. Zhang Songtao, who was hosting the endless trials, could no longer watch on. Speaking up, he said, all right. Yi Yuan, Long Tang, don't mess around anymore. Although you two already have the status of the High Sect's core disciple, you are still in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, yes? I know that both parties have some grudges, so temporarily put aside this matter. The matter at hand is still to undergo the endless trials. Both parties, give me face and stop arguing. Zhang Songtao's words were clearly partial towards Su Yubai, but Yi Yuan was indifferent. Either way, Su Yubai's face was already swept clean by him. He did not suffer a loss. Rather, it was Long Tang who seemed like he had not finished talking. He asked Yi Yuan, although this request is rather abrupt, I still wish to be able to fight with you before heading for the Tranquil Cloud Sect. I wonder what's your opinion? Even though this was the first time Yi Yuan came into contact with Long Tang, he still had quite a good impression. Long Tang was clearly someone who was forthright and determined. A pretty decent opponent. Furthermore, Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll. Yi Yuan wanted to charge back to the divine realm, so Long Tang was in its true sense his first barrier. He had to pass it. This battle was perhaps destined a long time ago. All right, even if senior apprentice brother Long doesn't come and find me, I would also go and look for you. This battle I will definitely go, Yi Yuan said heroically. Team up with me, senior apprentice sister Feng. My 7-star sword art is already trained to the great success stage. I won't drag you down. Why not we go together, senior apprentice sister Feng? If we encounter high-tier demonic beasts, I will sacrifice my life to let you escape. Together, senior apprentice sister Feng? All the treasures our team gets will belong to you. I only want the items the mission requires. After the rather unpleasant assembly ended, the majority of the teams left the Dan Wu Academy. Along the way, many powerful and outstanding young men gathered in front of Feng Zhiro, hoping to team up with her. Feng Zhiro's charm was truly not fake. Just in this short while, there were already no less than 10 male students who requested to team with her, and their strengths were all at the 2nd-level spirit condensation realm and above. One had to acknowledge that Feng Zhiro's cold and icy appearance could greatly stimulate men's desire to conquer. The colder she was to these male students, the more stimulated these males rushed up to her. Even when Feng Zhiro rejected those male students, they still circled around not far from her. Yi Yuan kept following neither too far away nor too near. But now, he joined in, asking with a smile, why not take me, senior apprentice sister Feng? You see, my strength is meager. The two of us teaming up can fully display your unparalleled majesty. Everyone shot a scornful look at Yi Yuan. Your strength is meager? Your combat prowess can already rank in the top 50 of the martial roll. Can bullshit even reach such a level? Furthermore, don't women all wish to be protected by men? Your kind of degrading request for protection will surely be despised by senior apprentice sister Feng. Speaking of which, this was already not the first time Yi Yuan hid behind a woman's back. The previous time Su Yubai ambushed, didn't Yi Yuan also hide behind teacher Feng? Could Yi Yuan be a typical case of bullying the weak but fearing the strong? How could senior apprentice sister Feng possibly like such a man? Moreover, who in the academy currently was unaware that Yi Yuan already picked up teacher Feng now? Now, he even came to tease Feng Zhiro. Could it be that he wanted to simultaneously collect aunt and niece? Did he not want to retain his face? Even if senior apprentice sister could not find any man, it was also impossible to share a husband with her own aunt, right? Right at this moment, Feng Zhiro suddenly stopped and turned around to stare icily at Yi Yuan. A bone-chilling intent spread out. Just when everyone thought that Feng Zhiro was about to explode, she spat out 4 words coldly, "Make way in front." Everybody fell to the ground. Just what in the world happened? This world is too insane. Senior apprentice Sister Feng actually agreed. Could it be that senior apprentice Sister Feng was a thorough cold elder sister who enjoyed this sort of play? If they knew earlier, they would also have pretended to have a pitiful appearance to satisfy senior apprentice Sister Feng's protective desires. Haha. Heard that? Senior apprentice Sister Feng has already agreed to pair up with me. Everyone, stop circling around her already. You all are also aware that once senior apprentice Sister Feng flares up, ordinary people can't take it. Better not find trouble for yourselves. If you are hurt because of this, don't blame me for not warning you all. Yi Yuan told everyone with a smile. Finishing, Yi Yuan really led the way to open up the path. There were naturally some who still refused to give up. In the end, after Feng Zhiro drew her sword and nearly sliced off an ear, did everyone leave unwillingly. At this moment, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro already arrived at the borders of the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest was filled with dangers. Hence, when students underwent the Endless Trials, they frequently entered in 3s or in pairs. The duration of the Endless Trials was half a month. The mission for Heaven rank students was to submit 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts' inner cores and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. This mission did not seem hard to complete. They just had to kill 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts, harvest 10 stalks of medicinal herbs, and that was it. But in fact, it was not so simple. The strength of the demonic beasts tended to be immensely powerful, often a level greater than the strength of martial artists of the same level. Furthermore, many demonic beasts lived in groups. Once they get caught, it was virtually impossible to survive. Also, some medicinal herbs often had its accompanying beast to guard it. One could suffer the attack of a demonic beast at any time while harvesting herbs. Hence, forming teams to complete the mission was obviously the best option. Senior apprentice sister, aren't you tired at all of showing that icy face all day? Seeing nobody around, Yi Yuan turned towards Feng Zhiro. None of your business. I want to. Feng Zhiro snapped. Although she still maintained that frosty look, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like throwing a tantrum. It was entirely different from that kind of distancing people 1,000 miles away sort of iciness just now. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "You got to marry eventually, gorgeous. How are you going to find your Mr. Right like this?" Feng Zhiro said, "All of you stinky men. Every one of you just thinks about dirty stuff. None of you are good. Why do I have to show a good attitude to you all? You're overturning an entire ship of people with one blow. Let's not talk about whether men are good or not first. This Tao of men and woman is a natural great Tao. A gentleman pursues a fair maiden. There's nothing inappropriate about this. Right? I also didn't say that I can't find a Tao companion. What are you anxious about? Don't tell me that you are so anxious because you fell for this young lady like those stinky men." Feng Zhiro's words unconsciously detached Yi Yuan away from the rest. Most likely, even she did not realize it herself. Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Senior apprentice sister might be beautiful, but I'd better keep a respectful distance away from that personality of drawing your sword at the slightest provocation. I don't wish to find a Tao companion who might just stab me one day. That would be such an unjust death." Feng Zhiro gnashed her teeth and said, "You're so vapid. Do you have to keep harping on that one thing forever?" Just like Feng Ruoqing, Feng Zhiro had always been rather confident in her own charm. But in front of Yi Yuan, she had never found that sort of superiority. Not only did Yi Yuan not humor her and indulge her like the other students, but he also avoided her like the plague. Feng Zhiro had never experienced this sort of frustration before. Moreover, she could sense that Yi Yuan's words just now was not deliberately weighed out, but rather he really did not want to have any association with herself. In reality, Yi Yuan had never schemed after anything of hers. In fact, he helped her and her aunt a lot. Feng Zhiro was prideful and haughty. All she thought about was pursuing the extremities of the martial Tao. If she could no longer advance in this lifetime, it would be even worse than killing her. Not only did Yi Yuan notice the problem with her body, he even gave her a cultivation law. This cultivation law named water-defying incantation was simply custom-made for her. Feng Jiro advanced at a tremendous pace when training this cultivation law. Without any accidents, she only required 3 months to catch up to her former cultivation law's progress. Although Feng Jiro never expressed anything towards this, she was actually still very grateful to Yi Yuan in her heart. Yi Yuan involuntarily laughed when he saw her look. Haha. Fine, fine. Actually, it's not that I'm anxious about your affairs, but it's teacher Feng who is more concerned. Feng Jiro asked doubtfully. My aunt? What's the matter? Yi Yuan repeated what Feng Ruoqing said in the morning and said smilingly. Your aunt is also really strange. She's clearly still a young lass, yet she's worried about your matters. Hearing this incident, Feng Jiro surprisingly did not express any opinion. Instead, she pulled a long face and said, Quickly go. Continue to open up the path. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Open what path? We can just openly walk in. As he was talking, Yi Yuan fished out 2 medicinal pills and handed Feng Jiro one. Feng Jiro looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands. A stinky odor wafted over. She could not resist pinching her nose and pushing away Yi Yuan's hand, asking with a frown, What medicinal pill is this? So smelly. Tier 2 breath-concealing pill. Tier 3 demonic beasts and below will be incapable of detecting our aura. This will save us a lot of trouble, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Jiro shook her head repeatedly and said, I don't want to, stinks to death. Eat it yourself if you want to. Yi Yuan smiled and did not insist on it. He swallowed one and kept the other one away. Right now, the two had already entered the boundaries of the endless forest and did not stop for long. They headed straight into the deeper areas. Hey, what place are we going to? Feng Jiro asked from behind. Going to the Crimson Summit Ridge first. Yi Yuan answered without even turning back. Crimson Summit Ridge. Are you mad? That's the habitat of the long-armed stone ape. There's at least tens of thousands of long-armed stone apes. There might even be a Tier 3 ape king. Are you going to seek death? Feng Jiro exclaimed in shock. Long-armed stone ape was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Once surrounded by a group of long-armed stone apes, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. Go if you want to. I also didn't make you come along. Earlier, it was just to help you out of your situation. Do you really think I'm counting on you to protect me? Yi Yuan did not spare any face for Feng Jiro. Feng Jiro flew into a rage when she heard this. Yi Yuan, who do you think you are? Just your puny bit of strength isn't even fit to carry shoes for this young lady. Isn't it just a one-way route to hell if you go to the Crimson Summit Ridge? Gorgeous. Don't flatter yourself. I don't want to carry shoes for you. Also, just because you're strong, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely be fine. My strength is not as great as yours, but I also won't do something just to die in vain. Understood. I'm not going anymore. I want to see just how you're going to come out from the Crimson Summit Ridge. Feng Jiro stomped her feet angrily and then stopped. Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back. He kept moving forward with gusto without the slightest intention of stopping. Feng Jiro and Yi Yuan had mingled for some time already. They more or less understood a little of the other party's temper and personality. Regardless whether it was the great life and death battle with Lin Tiancheng or challenging the Nine Heavens Road later on, Yi Yuan never did anything he was not confident in. And even though this Yi Yuan's strength was not great, his various means were inexhaustible. She had never seen him suffer a loss. Not that she had never seen Yi Yuan be at a disadvantage before. The only time she saw it seemed to be from her hands. That one sword nearly cost him his life. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure about to disappear from her line of sight, Feng Jiro gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and displayed her movement technique to catch up. This fellow completely doesn't know to give in to girls a little. Such a blockhead. Maddening this princess to death. Feng Jiro said huffily. Yi Yuan's pace was not quick. In a blink of an eye, Feng Jiro caught up. Without waiting for Yi Yuan to speak, Feng Jiro said irately, Don't think too much into it, Yi Yuan. I just don't want to be scolded by Auntie when I get back. That's why I'm continuing to protect you. If you die in the endless forest, she will definitely not spare me when I return. Yi Yuan's back faced Feng Jiro as he simply smiled and kept mum. If he could, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to go to Crimson Summit Ridge either. But one of the core ingredients of the essence yang pill, crimson soul grass, just happened to be growing in the habitat of the long-armed stone apes. He had no choice but to go. The long-armed stone ape was a demonic social beast. Furthermore, their strength was very great. Even crystal formation realm martial artists did not dare to freely intrude. No wonder Feng Jiro's reaction was so big. After 4 hours, inside a dense forest, a faint blue pretty figure suddenly swung a sword and killed a demonic beast opposite her. The pretty figure landed on the ground panting daintily and her fragrant sweat dripping. This was already the third Tier 2 demonic beast that Feng Jiro killed. Apart from these Tier 2 beasts, she even killed no less than 10 Tier 1 demonic beasts. After killing so demonic beasts, Feng Jiro's essence energy consumption was naturally enormous. While at the side, Yi Yuan remained composed as he looked at Feng Jiro, who was dripping fragrant sweat without the slightest intention to come over and help. Do you still have humanity, Yi Yuan? I came to help you, but you've been standing idly by all this while. Feng Jiro currently wished that she could split Yi Yuan with one sword. As for Feng Jiro's sword, Yi Yuan was not too concerned. Although he was not Feng Jiro's match at the moment, it was no longer possible for Feng Jiro to try and kill him with a sword like last time. My great missus, it's you who are noble and refused to eat the breath-concealing pill. Now, you are blaming me for attracting demonic beasts? I have a lot of places I want to go. How would I have the energy to keep wasting time along the way like this? Let's not talk about whether you will encounter powerful demonic beasts if you slaughter your way over or not. Just the exhaustion will wear you out dead tired. Yi Yuan said grumpily. The endless forest was infinitely vast. The distance to the Crimson Summit Ridge from the borders was 1,000 miles. To human martial artists, it was already a very deep place. Even though Yi Yuan had a map of the outer regions of the Endless Forest and could do a detour to avoid some danger zones, it would take too much time. He could afford to dawdle, but Lure could not, so he could only walk in a straight line. Consuming the breath-concealing pill could minimize trouble to the limits. Yet Feng Jiro refused to eat it. Yi Yuan also knew Feng Jiro's temper. Advising her was useless. Only by letting her suffer some hardship would she change her mind. Indeed, now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Jiro suddenly had a revelation. No wonder along the way, demonic beasts did not attack Yi Yuan and just pounced towards her vigorously, as if they did not see Yi Yuan. So this was actually the reason. Feng Jiro knew Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, so she naturally would not doubt his medicinal pills. It was just whenever she thought of that unbearable stench, Feng Jiro would just shrink back. Seeing Feng Jiro's expression change several times, Yi Yuan fished out that medicinal pill again and said, "Senior apprentice sister, if you plan on following me forward, just swallow this medicinal pill in one breath. Otherwise, we can only part here. You're also aware that I came to the Endless Forest this time because of important matters. Time is very precious. If we continue like this, you will only become my burden." Although she really did not want to admit it, it was just as Yi Yuan said. She would only become Yi Yuan's burden if this continued. Feng Jiro was extremely competitive. She could not accept the fact of becoming a baggage that needed to be carried around. Thinking up to here, Feng Jiro reached out to snatch the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, and swallowed it with her eyes shut. The pill entered her mouth, and Feng Jiro realized that it was not as nasty as she imagined it to be. In fact, it carried a faint trace of fragrance in the mouth which overflowed her entire body. Looking at that smile of Yi Yuan's like his scheme had succeeded, Feng Jiro's temper flared up out of nowhere. She pointed her sword at Yi Yuan and said furiously, "Did you make fun of me on purpose? I'll kill you." Yi Yuan hurried, dodged, and laughed out loud. "My great missus, can you be reasonable? Do you think that if I tell you right from the start, you would believe it?" Hearing that, Feng Jiro was stunned. What Yi Yuan said was really true. Each person knew their temper the best. Even if Yi Yuan explained just how delicious that medicinal pill was from the beginning, there was no way she would have consumed it. Feng Jiro consumed the breath-concealing pill. There was no harassment from demonic beasts along the way, so the pair's advancement speed increased significantly. After half a day, the two people walked almost half of the journey. But Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you walking?" Feng Jiro asked. "There's good stuff." Finishing, Yi Yuan pranced forth and arrived in front of a cave.
Feng Zhiro was also very curious as she tagged along. Feng Zhiro was about to ask again when Yi Yuan gestured with his hand to keep silent. He transmitted his voice. There should be a type of herb in this cave called the Goodwall flower. However, this flower tends to have iron paw flying bears guarding it. Feng Zhiro asked puzzledly, "Why do you know again?" 1. Some precious herbs not only have associated beasts but also have associated plants. This stretch of blue sandalwood forest is the Goodwall flower's accompanying plant. The blue sandalwood can secrete a type of liquid into the soil, and this liquid is precisely the Goodwall flower's nourishment. Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiro was dumbstruck. She felt that Yi Yuan was simply omniscient and omnipotent. Just merely passing by a stretch of blue sandalwood forest and he actually discovered the highly rare Goodwall flower. As an alchemist, Feng Zhiro naturally heard of the Goodwall flower. It was a very rare tier 2 medicinal herb, except that the herbal essentials did not describe the Goodwall flower in detail. Clearly, the author Li Shizhen himself was unclear of the source and use of this flower. 2. Something which an alchemy sovereign did not even understand, yet Yi Yuan could enumerate it like his family's treasures. Just what kind of heaven-defying existence was that teacher behind him? Ignoring that teacher, Yi Yuan himself was only 15 years old. What kind of genius could learn so many things when they were 15? However, Feng Zhiro would only keep her astonishment a secret. Her mouth was condescending, and she said, "You know a lot, huh? In a while, if we can't find these Goodwall flowers, let's see what you have to say." Yi Yuan smiled and did not clarify. He transmitted his voice to her. "Later, you lure the iron paw flying bear away. I'll go and retrieve the herb." Feng Zhiro immediately frowned heavily when she heard that, and even forget to transmit her voice as she responded indignantly. "Are you mistaken, Yi Yuan? You are a grown man, yet you keep making women do dangerous things. Go if you want. I'm not going." Yi Yuan gave an innocent look and said, "You came to protect me, senior apprentice sister. Can you bear to watch me go and die?" An iron paw flying bear is a tier 2 demonic beast with high speed and great strength. If I go, it's equal to casting away my life. I don't care. Either way, I'm not going. Feng Zhiro's willfulness acted up. Roar. Right then, a huge roar sounded out. The pair's arguing sounds startled the iron paw flying bear inside the cave. A colossal figure gradually appeared from the pitch-black cave with a body full of fur. It was precisely an adult iron paw flying bear. "Damn! We alerted the iron paw flying bear. Quickly run!" Feng Zhiro shrieked and turned around to run away. After running a few steps, Feng Zhiro suddenly realized that something was wrong. Turning back, she found out that Yi Yuan did not even move. "What are you standing stupidly there for, Yi Yuan? Quickly run. We aren't a match for the iron paw flying bear," Feng Zhiro yelled. Iron paw flying bears had very explosive tempers. Seeing Yi Yuan stand there without moving at all, it swiftly locked onto him. Whoosh! The iron paw flying bear roared again and pounced at Yi Yuan with lightning speed. But Yi Yuan remained motionless right there like he was scared silly. Feng Zhiro did not expect that this sort of situation would occur. The iron paw flying bear's attack power was very strong. If its palm landed fully, how could Yi Yuan survive? Although Feng Zhiro liked to bicker with Yi Yuan, it did not mean that she could really watch Yi Yuan die like that. In a blink of an eye, the iron paw flying bear already crossed several dozen meters. That titanic bear paw already smacked down towards Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth and shot towards Yi Yuan with her movement technique at full blast. Ding! The iron paw flying bear and Feng Zhiro's sword had intimate contact and actually released intense metal scratching sounds with sparks. The iron paw flying bear's bear paw was brushed away, but Feng Zhiro retreated several steps in succession. A surge of blood swelled in her chest. The name of Iron Paw, the iron paw flying bear, was well-deserved. The strength of a pair of bear paws was actually comparable to magic artifacts. Feng Zhiro's sword was naturally a rare high-rank magic artifact, but it was actually unable to leave any injury on the bear paw. Right then, Yi Yuan turned around to look at Feng Zhiro. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to senior apprentice sister Feng for saving me. Since you're already matched up, then I'll have to trouble you to lure it away." You actually made use of me." Feng Zhiro was exasperated. Only now did she react to being tricked by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not unable to evade, but he deliberately did not dodge just to wait for her to come back and save him. Now was clearly not the time to chat. The iron paw flying bear already arrived in front of their eyes. Wanting to run away now was useless. Since it was named Iron Paw Flying Bear, it could be seen that it was big but not clumsy. It had extremely swift movements.
The Iron Paw Flying Bear seemed to be enraged. It howled again but disregarded Yi Yuan and pounced towards Feng Zhiro.
Feng Zhiro swept a cold glance at Yi Yuan and said, "I'll settle the score with you later." Humph. Finishing, Feng Zhiro carried her sword and turned around, speeding out far away.
Yi Yuan chuckled and yelled at Feng Zhiro's back, "Be careful, senior apprentice sister Feng."
After that, Yi Yuan walked over to the cave without hurrying at all.
The Iron Paw Flying Bear had an enormous build. The cave it chose was naturally very spacious.
The cave was not deep. Yi Yuan entered the cave and quickly found the Goodwall flower. In fact, there were a total of several hundred stalks. Haha! With these Goodwall flowers, I can nurture at least several hundred crystal formation realm powerhouses. Such luxury! Yi Yuan also did not expect that this cave had so many Goodwall flowers inside.
The reason why Yi Yuan was unwilling to give up on these Goodwall flowers was primarily because of the promise he made to Huyan Yang previously.
Back then, Feng Ruoqing guessed some parts, but she did not think that Yi Yuan could honor that promise so quickly.
The big gift Yi Yuan wanted to give Huyan Yang back then was to help him enter the crystal formation realm.
Do not look at how 9th level spirit condensation realm was just that teeny bit away from crystal formation realm. That little bit was so near, yet poles apart.
To the vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists, the endpoint of their martial path was the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm was absolutely like a 1,000-man army and 10,000 horses crossing a single log bridge. It was extremely difficult. One had to know that it had already been over a dozen years since Su Yubai was stuck at half-step crystal formation realm. Yet, he was unable to take that step. The difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm could be imagined.
According to Yi Yuan's observations, Huyan Yang had the hope of breaking through to the crystal formation realm. It was just hard to determine the time. With his help, Huyan Yang could shorten this step by at least 30 years. Yi Yuan would naturally be using medicinal pills to aid Huyan Yang. The medicinal pill to help martial artists break through into the crystal formation realm was called the crystal formation pill. An ordinary high-grade crystal formation pill could increase the success rate of condensing crystal by 30%. With Yi Yuan's standards, as long as he broke through to the crystal formation realm, it would naturally be not just that. And a Goodwall flower was one of the core ingredients for the crystal formation pill. With these crystal formation pills, Yi Yuan could even create an army of crystal formation realm martial artists.
Such a force could virtually sweep across the tranquil cloud 10 nations.
Placing these Goodwall flowers inside his storage ring, Yi Yuan continued to search the deeper parts of the cave.
As an alchemist, Yi Yuan was very familiar with the living habits of all sorts of demonic beasts.
The Iron Paw Flying Bear was not just the accompanying beast for the Goodwall flower. It also retained some habits of bears, for example, their love for eating honey. Some honey was extremely precious. Yi Yuan just wanted to try his luck by going in. This cave was very tidy. Clearly, that Iron Paw Flying Bear cherished this place greatly.
Before long, Yi Yuan saw a stone mound. The stone mound was slightly larger than that Iron Paw Flying Bear. It was clear that this was where it rested.
Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings and went over to examine a lump of honey and could not help being thrilled. It's actually silver sword bee honey, and there's so much. I really struck gold. Looks like that big stupid bear couldn't bear to eat it and hoarded it here. Didn't think that I would profit from this. Heh, with this thing I can also justify to Feng Zhiro that lasts later. Otherwise, she would definitely split me in half. Silver Sword Bee was similarly a Tier 2 demonic beast. Furthermore, its attack power was very strong, and its sting was highly toxic. The average person dared not approach it. Looks like that stupid great bear's skin is really thick. To actually finish off a Silver Sword Bee's beehive. Truly impressive. Silver Sword Bee's honey was extremely hard to come by. The effects of just directly consuming it was not inferior to a transcendent-grade essence chi pill. After Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, his cultivation would similarly require large quantities of medicinal pills. The medicinal pill commonly used in the endless world when cultivating at the spirit condensation realm was called essence drop pill. Yi Yuan obviously would not use such a low-level medicinal pill. He was prepared to refine a medicinal pill called jade water pill. Its effect was more than a level stronger than the essence drop pill. And the silver sword bee's honey was precisely one of the core ingredients to refine the jade water pill. The medicinal pill that could be refined from so much silver sword bee honey was roughly enough to let Yi Yuan break through to the 4th or 5th level spirit condensation realm. And the silver sword bee honey had another use, which was whitening and beautifying. With Yi Yuan's methods, after refining several beauty-retaining pills to bribe Feng Zhiro, that last most likely would not find trouble with him anymore. Which woman did not wish to be forever young? After collecting finished these silver sword bee honey, Yi Yuan did not stay on and prepared to leave the cave straight away. If Feng Zhiro could not hold on and that great stupid bear came back early trapping him inside, that would not be good. Yi Yuan swiftly went to the cave entrance and was just about to exit the cave when a premonition suddenly struck. For streaks of cold light came from 4 different directions, sneak attacking Yi Yuan directly. The strength of these 4 people were all at the spirit condensation realm. The 4 light beams virtually locked down Yi Yuan from all angles for the purpose of taking his life. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Yi Yuan had no time to think too much and could not be bothered with his image. He directly dropped and rolled inside the cave, barely evading these 4 attacks. Even so, a blade still struck Yi Yuan's calf. Big brother, turns out it's just a 9th level essence chi realm brat. Made us wait so seriously. Don't underestimate this brat. A 9th level essence chi realm could actually dodge our ambush. His strength can't be downplay.
What are you scared of him for?
We, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, are spirit condensation realm experts. You're even at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, big brother. This brat also has the exit blocked by us. Don't tell me he can fly away.
The ambushos did not continue the pursuit but blocked the exit, sealing off the only way out. Yi Yuan crawled up from the ground and felt a burning pain in his calf.
Yi Yuan was familiar with poison and knew that the blade was coated with poison. He involuntarily frowned and fished out a detoxification pill he refined from his storage ring and ate it. Only then did it suppress the toxin. The Southern Ridge 4 heroes saw Yi Yuan's actions but did not stop him. They just looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. One of them said, "It's useless, brat. This toxin was something we, Southern Ridge 4 heroes, begged from the 5 poison immortal. Even if Tier 2 demonic beasts were struck by it, it would die from the poison half a day later, let alone a puny 9th level essence chi realm like you. Ordinary detoxification pills completely can't resolve this poison." Yi Yuan ignored him, faced the boss-like martial artist, and answered with a question. "You guys are demonic beast hunters?" Seeing how these few people's equipments were shabby and their age was rather old, they were clearly not the Dan Wu Academy students. So that just left demonic beast hunters.
This place was roughly 500 miles away from the boundaries, precisely the place where spirit condensation realm demonic beast hunters frequent.
In the endless trials, not only would one suffer attacks from students and demonic beast hunters were likewise a source of danger.
They originally worked with their lives on the edge of a blade, while the students in the Dan Wu Academy were all proud children of heaven who enjoy countless cultivation resources.
Under this comparison, there were naturally many demonic beast hunters who felt unfair. And among them, a percentage of them would choose to lay hands on students.
In past endless trials, the number of students who died at the hands of demonic beast hunters was not small.
That's right. If I guess correctly, you should be a student from the Dan Wu Academy, right?
Looks like it's the time for the Dan Wu Academy's endless trials once again, the boss said.
Why did you guys ambush me? Yi Yuan asked again.
The boss sniggered and pointed to where the good wallflowers originally were and said, "Naturally, for the precious herbs on you."
This place should have many medicinal herbs, right?
Looks like it was taken by you. Hand it over and we will give you a painless end. Hearing the boss's words, Yi Yuan could not resist laughing. You guys won't even let me off if I hand over the herbs? Heh, sorry. Who asked you to be from the Dan Wu Academy? If I let you off after you exit the endless forest, how will we, the Southern Ridge Four Heroes, survive? Then what are you bullshitting for? Just directly make a move to snatch it and be done with it, Yi Yuan said sullenly. That boss chortled. He continued talking with an attitude like everything was within his grasp. Talking naturally has its purpose. Do you know what poison we smeared on the blade? This poison is called 100-breath collapse. That's to say that within 100 breaths, the poison will flare up and you'll have no way of resisting, and definitely die within half a day. From when you were poisoned till now, it's been almost 90 breaths. 10, 9, 8, 1 down. This 100-breath collapse proved effective every time the Southern Ridge Four Heroes used it. Even if a gargantuan-build demonic beast were inflicted by this toxin, it would also collapse onto the ground within 100 breaths. Yi Yuan was only a 9th-level Essence Chi realm. He naturally could not escape this end. But when he finished the 10 breaths and said the word down, Yi Yuan remained standing there without any intention of collapsing. Did I count wrong? There's still several breaths of time, Boss said in bewilderment when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan looked at the Southern Ridge Four Heroes boss and could not resist sighing. Are you for real? Playing poison with this little lord? You are still a little too unskilled. When this little lord was playing with poison, I'm afraid your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only Tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yi Hang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge Four Heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face. These words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Dan Wu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Dan Wu Academy. And Yi Yuan was clearly just 9th-level Essence Chi realm. Which old monster's strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yi Yuan was purely diverting him. Hehe, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone, you can escape from the four of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yi Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finishing, an azure tasseled sword suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hand with an intimidating chilling chi. It was precisely the Songhua sword. The instant that Songhua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge Four Heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Songhua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations. The Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other three people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Ha 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 ha. To think that I, Qinjiqiu, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Qinjiqiu was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Qinjiqiu already started to picture the scene of wielding the Songhua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yi Yuan looked at Qinjiqiu, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere he said, Is that so? But there's only one spirit artifact.
Yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it? Once Yi Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes' face changed. Humph. Trying to sow discord between us 4 brothers. You're still too inexperienced. Brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry. Chen Jiechio had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yi Yuan's intentions. And he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yi Yuan said that, Chen Jiechio also quietly planned out how to settle the ownership of this spirit artifact. After snatching over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other 3 people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge for heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chen Jiechio braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really? But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after snatching the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing. Her. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes. Having his inner thoughts seen through, Chen Jiechio could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Aiya, becoming angry from shame? You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth, what are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relationship can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk. Chen Jiechio gave a pained expression. The other 3 people exchanged glances but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect. Heh, it's not that your feelings aren't deep, it's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relationship was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now, there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other 3 people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge 4 heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in nobody dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, Old Second finally said, Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first. Then each swears a heavenly Tao oath. When Old Second said that, Chen Jiechio's heart immediately sunk. Clearly, his killing intent was roused. However, Chen Jiechio was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chen Jiechio laughed and said, Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush. Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chen Jiechio already had the intent to kill. Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chen Jiechio's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved. Old Second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it?
Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Xianxia's face. Old Second nodded and said, "The spirit artifact is an important artifact. Can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the four of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world. And finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die." When that was said, the other three also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Xianxia's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only Tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yi Hang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing the spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet. To his face, these words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Dan Wu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Dan Wu Academy. And Yi Yuan was clearly just 9th level Essence Qi realm. Which old monster's strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yi Yuan was purely diverting him. Hehe, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone, you can escape from the four of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yi Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, "Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try." Finishing, an azure tasseled sword suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hand with an intimidating chilling chi. It was precisely the Songhua sword. The instant that Songhua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge 4 heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Songhua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have the sort of undulations, the Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other three people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Ha 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 ha. To think that I, Xianxia, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat. Didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Xianxia was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Xianxia already started to picture the scene of wielding the Songhua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yi Yuan looked at Xianxia and with a smile that was obviously not sincere he said, "Is that so? But there's only one spirit artifact, yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it?" Once Yi Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes' face changed. "Humph! Trying to sow discord between us 4 brothers. You're still too inexperienced. Brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry." Xianxia had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yi Yuan's intentions. And he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yi Yuan said that, Xianxia also quietly planned out how to settle the ownership of the spirit artifact. After snatching over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other 3 people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge 4 heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Xianxia braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really?
But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after snatching the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing. Her. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes. Having his inner thoughts seen through, Chun Jiechio could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat.
Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent we'll fall for it?
Brothers, kill this brat first. Aiya, becoming angry from shame? You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of?
However, kill you first before talking.
Old second, old third, old fourth, what are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relationship can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk. Chun Jiechio gave a pained expression. The other three people exchanged glances but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect.
Heh, it's not that your feelings aren't deep, it's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relationship was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right?
The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other three people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life.
These Southern Ridge 4 heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes.
To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in nobody dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality.
In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before?
At this time, Old Second finally said, Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first. Then each swears a heavenly Tao oath. When Old Second said that, Chun Jiechio's heart immediately sunk. Clearly, his killing intent was roused. However, Chun Jiechio was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chun Jiechio laughed and said, Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush.
Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth.
Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chun Jiechio already had the intent to kill.
Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chun Jiechio's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved.
Old Second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right?
Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it? Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chun Jiechio's face.
Old Second nodded and said, The spirit artifact is an important artifact. Can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the 4 of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world, and finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die.
When that was said, the other 3 also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement.
But right then, the essence energy in Chun Jiechio's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. As for the problem of the ownership of this spirit artifact, I feel that we can use a year for the duration. Boss, your strength is the greatest, so you get half a year. The remaining half a year will be split among the 3 of us. Each of us gets 2 months. The more Old Second talked, the more excited he got. He felt that his allocation plan was very reasonable. It could dispel the boss's discontent and also let himself use a spirit artifact for a period of time.
Oh, your idea is pretty good. I concur, Chun Jiechio nodded and said.
Then what do the rest of the brothers think? Old Second asked again. Old Third and Old Fourth naturally did not have any objections.
Old Second opened his mouth again. He said, since that's the case, then let's decide it like this. But to avoid everyone reneging in the future, we'd better set a heavenly Tao oath.
Ah!
Old Second had not finished talking when he flew out.
He spewed fresh blood frenziedly in midair and landed feebly on the ground. There was air going in but no breathing out. Clearly, he was done for. This change happened too suddenly. Old Third and Old Fourth did not even manage to react yet. Chun Jiechio did not hesitate. After ambushing Old Second, the attack he prepared long ago was launched at Old Third. A chilling light flashed past, and a blade severed Old Third's arm with extreme speed.
Old Third's reaction was also fast. He slightly tilted his body. Otherwise, this move would have split him into two.
Arg! Old Third cried out wretchedly and hastily revolved his essence energy to try and stop the bleeding from the wound. Old Fourth looked at Chun Jiechio in horror and reproached furiously, "What's the meaning of this, boss?"
The moment the sneak attack succeeded, Chun Jiechio finally felt relieved. Among them, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes' Old Fourth's strength was the weakest, being only at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Dealing with him was not hard. What he feared most were Old Second and Old Third joining hands. That would more or less be quite troublesome. If they fought until both sides were injured over here, would it not benefit that brat by the side?
Heh, no other meaning. My intention. Don't tell me that, Old Fourth, you still can't tell. Chun Jiechio said with a spurious smile. Old Fourth's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You're really vicious, boss. Us brothers have already been together for 10 years, right? You actually laid hands against life and death brothers for a spirit artifact." Chun Jiechio sneered and said, "Life and death brothers?
Don't think I don't know your dirty deeds.
These few years your wings have grown hard. How many spoils of battle have you all pocketed? When have I not closed an eye to it?
Every time we encounter a strong enemy, you run faster than a rabbit, Old Fourth.
Who helped you all to fall back? Now that we finally came across a spirit artifact, you actually still want a portion of the soup from me. What's the fucking point of placing this spirit artifact in your hands? Even so, you shouldn't have murdered.
We have so many years of sentiment between us brothers. What matter can't be discussed?" Old Fourth appeared to be enraged.
"Discuss my ass.
Think your father, I still don't know your temperaments?
If it was some other thing, then forget it. But this is a spirit artifact."
A spirit artifact which even a crystal formation realm old freak find hard to get.
How could you all possibly watch me use it alone?
Hence, it's better to kill off cleanly. The spirit artifact is mine, Chun Jiechio's.
The more Chun Jiechio spoke, the more agitated he got. Old Fourth's expression changed several times. But in the end, he still submitted, imploring, "Big brother,
my strength is the weakest among us 4 brothers. I won't even think about owning a spirit artifact. Now that second brother and third brother. One is dead and the other is injured, I'm even less of a threat. Can you let me off?
I can swear a heavenly Tao oath that I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of you owning a spirit artifact." Old Fourth said it very sincerely in a manner like he stood aloof from worldly desires, which made Chun Jiechio calm down.
After ruminating it for a short while, Chun Jiechio nodded and said, "Fine.
Swear an oath."
Hearing that, Old Fourth was overjoyed and he hurriedly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Old Fourth no longer hesitated and directly raised his finger pointing to the skies, swearing, "I swear an oath in the name of Heavenly Tao, I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of big brother obtaining a spirit artifact, otherwise."
Old Fourth's Heaven Tao oath was recited halfway when a change occurred once more.
Chun Jiechio's blade howled towards Old Fourth with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears.
Old Fourth really thought that the boss let him off. How could he have thought that he was so ruthless and had long had the heart to kill for certain?
Virtually without defending, that blade light pierced Old Fourth's heart. Up until now, Old Second and Old Fourth died. Old Third still had half his life left. The wound was poisoned. Old Third would die for sure in half a day.
Finishing all these, Chun Jiechio looked in Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Congratulations to you. Your inciting discord succeeded. There's only me alone left among us 4 brothers."
Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, "Your Southern Ridge Dead Dogs brotherhood really runs deep. When I was watching just now, it touched me so much that I'm almost tearing. Xianxia could not be bothered with Yi Yuan's sarcasm and said, I thought that you would take advantage of the chaos just now to run away. Didn't think that you could actually hold back. Haven't you been guarding against me? If I were to escape, it would be perfect for you. Give me a lightning blow. Isn't that so? Yi Yuan said. Xianxia was somewhat puzzled as he said, didn't think that your strength can't cut it, brat, but your observation is rather meticulous. A talent. But if that wasn't the case, you also couldn't have incited us brothers to kill ourselves. Xianxia, this person was very insidious and cunning. He even calculated against his own brothers, let alone Yi Yuan. Although he was dealing with the other 3 people just now, he always paid attention to Yi Yuan's movements. As long as Yi Yuan dared to move, he would surely give Yi Yuan a lightning-like blow. Haha, thanks for the praise. Yi Yuan laughed and said, having already finished off the other 3 people, Xianxia was not anxious right now. Instead, he started chatting with Yi Yuan. Seeing that you already have 9th level Essence Qi Realm cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid that your status in the Danwu Academy isn't low, right? And yet, a genius like you have to plummet here today. This is really regretful. His mouth said regretful, but Xianxia's expression was very excited. Obtaining a spirit artifact and even nipping a genius in his bud, no matter how he thought, it was an extremely refreshing thing. Yi Yuan looked at Xianxia pitifully and said with a smile, I'm asking, if you were for real, why haven't you have a single bit of awareness? And hoping for a joke to become aware doesn't seem to be very realistic. I also don't know who gave you your confidence to make you feel certain of finishing me off. Xianxia was stunned when he heard that and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. A 9th level Essence Qi Realm brat actually dares to be so brazen. It's really typical of the people from the academy. I know that your academy students are all really impressive and can leap ranks in battle. If you were a spirit condensation realm martial artist, then I really dare not talk to you like this. But sadly, you're only a 9th level Essence Qi realm. Xianxia was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The way he saw it, wouldn't dealing with a 9th level Essence Qi realm be a complete crush on the latter? Even if he was a genius. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Do you know why I sowed discord to make you all kill each other? Do you think that I only wanted to seize the chance to escape? You're wrong. Gravely mistaken. Oh? Mistaken? I want to hear just how I'm mistaken. Xianxia felt that Yi Yuan was very humorous. A 9th level Essence Qi realm racked his brain to make them brothers kill each other not for escaping. Could it be that it was for killing them all? But the reality was so. In truth, when I first took out that Songhua sword, I just wanted to test the bonds between you brothers. But I didn't think that the result would give me such a shock and amazing effect. The reason why I spent so much effort to foment you all was that I wasn't confident in killing all of you simultaneously. It's still best for lesser people to know about the matter concerning the spirit artifact. Yi Yuan smiled and said, ha, truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you mean that the 4 of us combined aren't your match? Xianxia felt like he had heard a hilarious joke. Yi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. It's exactly so. You truly have no idea of death or danger. Do you think that by having a spirit artifact you can cross a major realm and fight me? I do want to test whether a Danwu Academy's genius student has real ability or is just a fool who can only brag. Xianxia was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. Having frequently walked along the borders of life and death, Xianxia's strength was very formidable. Forget about Essence Qi realm martial artists, even among 3rd level spirit condensation realms, he belonged to the strong type. Of course, compared to the sort of strength among the Danwu Academy's martial roles experts, it was still lacking too much. Don't worry. You'll see it right away. The instant his words fell, Yi Yuan's entire aura transformed as if his entire being turned into a sharp sword. As if sensing the sword intent coming off of Yi Yuan's body, the Songhua sword actually started to tremor in Yi Yuan's hand. The reason why spirit artifacts were called spirit artifacts was that they possessed spirituality. This sort of spirituality was not that they developed consciousness, but that they could produce a certain degree of resonance with the martial artist. This sort of resonance could increase the martial artist's strength. It was precisely because of this that spirit artifacts were stronger than magic artifacts and precious artifacts. Seeing Yi Yuan's transformation, color instantly faded from Qin Jiechou's face, and what replaced it was solemnness. No matter how he thought, he could not have expected that a mere 9th-level essence Qi realm could release such a formidable sword intent. Qin Jiechou finally understood why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to escape. He did not even need to run. Such a powerful sword intent truly had the might to threaten him. This is my first time executing Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art. You're the first person to see it. You should feel honored. Yi Yuan held his sword and pointed to Qin Jiechou as he spoke. On the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan fused together the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art and his own Falling Flower Floating Zero sword, the two sword intents, and named it Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art might be strong, but it required sword moves to display. With intent but no moves, a rootless weed. With moves but lacking intent, flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's outlook was extremely high. He deeply understood the logic that what suited oneself was the best. Hence, he did not think to go to the Tranquil Cloud sect to learn the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art sword moves, but chose to create his own style. Creating styles was not something fun to do. Learning other people's things was already tremendously challenging, let alone creating one. Those who could self-create styles were undoubtedly all peerless prodigies. Only Yi Yuan dared to play like this. But due to time constraints, Yi Yuan only completed the embryonic form of the first move. Humph! No matter how powerful your sword intent is, without the support of essence energy, how much power can it have? I don't believe that you, a 9th-level essence Qi realm, can really kill me. Qin Jiechou snorted coldly. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade. Kill. Qin Jiechou decided to take the initiative. The moment he made a move, it was a killing blow. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade was the skill Qin Jiechou became famous for. He had been developing this martial art for nearly 10 years. One could say that he mastered it to perfection. When the blade slashed out, a weeping sound suddenly cried out akin to ghost wailing and wolves howling. It actually had the effect of absorbing souls. This martial technique was extremely powerful. The average martial artists would succumb to it the instant they got careless. But sadly, Qin Jiechou met Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water on the Nine Heavens Road. This sort of soul-absorbing had no effect at all to him. And right then, Yi Yuan's sword stance was already completed. Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art. First stance. 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and transformed into 9 silhouettes. 9 Yi Yuans struck with their swords simultaneously and unleashed 9 streaks of azure-colored sword beams. The 9 streaks of sword beams were released later, but arrived first, enveloping Qin Jiechou completely. Qin Jiechou was greatly alarmed. How could he be bothered to hack Yi Yuan anymore? He swiftly drew his blade to defend. Ding! 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 A series of metal striking sounded out. Qin Jiechou was in a flurry before barely blocking the sword beams. Qin Jiechou was well-deserved for being a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm expert. These 9 streaks of sword beams were executed using the Xianxia sword. Its might was extremely formidable. He actually blocked the majority of it. However, there was still a streak of sword beam which breached his defensive circle and punched through his left arm without mercy. Ah! Qin Jiechou cried out miserably and clutched his left arm agonizingly. The flesh on his left arm was minced. Clearly, it was already crippled. Qin Jiechou was worthy of being a veteran. After suffering a hit, he shot towards the outer areas with extreme speed without saying anything. He was actually fleeing. Evidently, he was already completely certain that he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. Escaping with his life was of paramount importance. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not give him that chance. Practically the instant he turned around to escape, Yi Yuan kept away the Xianxia sword and pointed with his left finger. Absolute Yang finger. This was already the Great Circle Stage Absolute Yang finger. Its killing might was absolutely astounding. Qin Jiechou also did not expect Yi Yuan to react so quickly. This finger's speed was incredibly fast. There was simply no time to defend. Poochie. With that sound,
An intangible force directly pierced through Chun Jiechio's calf. Arg! Chun Jiechio gave another wretch-sounding cry and then collapsed on the ground.
I already said that none of you will escape. How can I give you the chance to flee? Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and said calmly.
Chun Jiechio disregarded the pain from his arm and leg and quickly scrambled over to kneel in front of Yi Yuan. He cried out miserably, "Mercy, little brother.
I Chun Jiechio have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai.
I've offended little brother. I deserve to die.
I deserve death.
As long as little brother spare my life, I'm willing to work like a bull and a horse for you." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I think that you brothers have all committed countless crimes, right?
Killing you all counts as executing justice on behalf of heaven. A bull or a horse like you, I dare not accept. Go in peace."
Finishing, he directly removed Chun Jiechio's head without giving him the slightest chance. Yi Yuan did not have any pity at all towards these sort of human dregs. Recalling the scene when he displayed the 9-sword stance just now, Yi Yuan frowned and murmured to himself, "The 9-sword stance can still be perfected. The might of this 9 streaks of sword beams is unbalanced. Unleashing the sword was also unharmonious. There's still some time lag." Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with that strike just now. Right then, a feeble voice was heard. "Why, young hero, I beg you.
Save me."
Yi Yuan looked over, and it turned out to be Old Third of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes.
His arm was hacked off by Chun Jiechio and the blade carried deadly poison. Right now, the poison already spreading throughout his body. The antidote had always been under Chun Jiechio's charge, which was why he left Old Third alone. Southern Ridge Old Third had no time to be astonished by Yi Yuan's prowess. But he recalled Yi Yuan ate a detoxification pill and the result was that the 100 breaths collapse was utterly useless. Only Yi Yuan could save him now. Yi Yuan gave Southern Ridge Old Third a pitiful look and said, "Disasters from the heaven can be withstood, but the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Since you all thought of robbing others, you should have been mentally prepared to be killed.
Furthermore, to be able to die at the hands of your own brothers, you can die in peace."
Earlier, Yi Yuan was watching coldly from the sidelines and had long seen that none of the 4 people were good.
Yi Yuan was not some fresh rookie, so he obviously would not make this kind of low-level mistake.
Seeing Yi Yuan about to leave, Southern Ridge Old Third panicked and quickly called out, "Young hero, I
have important intelligence. I
only ask that young hero save my life."
Yi Yuan could not be bothered with that fellow. He collected the storage rings left behind by those people. Even though he did not hope to find good stuff from these guys, at any rate, it was his loot. "Young hero, I really have important intelligence. A few days ago, we passed by the Lotus Moon Gorge and discovered that the demonic beasts around the canyon were causing a commotion and rushing towards the depths of the canyon. There must be some natural treasure being born, too." Southern Ridge Old Third feared that Yi Yuan would really leave, so he simply said it out. But Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it. "With such a natural treasure, why didn't you guys go?"
How can a natural treasure, which caused a collective upheaval of demonic beasts, be ordinary?
"I'm afraid that you baiting me to go to the Lotus Moon Gorge isn't something as simple as saving you. Right?"
When did I, why young hero?" Facing Yi Yuan's compelling gaze, Southern Ridge Old Third faltered.
He did not think that Yi Yuan had such a mature mind at such a young age. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fine then, to let you die in peace. I promise that I'll definitely go to the Lotus Moon Gorge. Since you still want to play mind games with me on your deathbed, then don't blame me." Finishing, Yi Yuan smacked his palm down on the top of Southern Ridge Old Third's head.
"Why young hero, mercy?"
Following a blood-curdling scream, Southern Ridge Old Third died. Although the Southern Ridge Old Third revealing this news was his dying throes, one had to admit that he coincidentally struck Yi Yuan's weak point.
As an alchemist, Yi Yuan truly did not have any immunity towards natural treasures. He would not give up until he went to see it. After settling the business here, a blue-clothed figure fluttered over. Who could it be but Feng Jiro?
When Feng Jiro came close, she stabbed towards Yi Yuan with her sword wordlessly.
Yi Yuan hurriedly dodged and cried out, "Senior apprentice sister, I have something to say."
"Say your head. Have a taste of my sword first." How could Feng Zhiro listen? With a wave of her hand, she struck with her sword again.
Although Feng Zhiro's sword looked vicious, in truth she did not use killing moves.
Ever since nearly killing Yi Yuan previously, Feng Zhiro more or less learned her lesson. And the current Yi Yuan was no longer someone she could casually flatten with a sword. Of course, Yi Yuan naturally could not retaliate. He was in the wrong in the first place. Senior apprentice sister, I did that all for you.
Ah! While he was talking, another sword struck. Yi Yuan cried out and swiftly evaded.
For me?
Sounds really nice.
Do you know how much effort I spent to shake off that big stupid bear? Enough crap. Eat my sword. Feng Zhiro was played by Yi Yuan and even had no choice but to help him draw away the iron paw flying bear. Her heart had so much pent-up anger. You stop first, all right, senior apprentice sister?
Aya, hear me explain things carefully, Yi Yuan said while dodging.
What's there to explain? Stand still for me and eat my sword first before we talk. How could Feng Zhiro be willing to give in?
The two people, one chasing and the other fleeing. In a blink of an eye, over a dozen sword strikes were unleashed, but Yi Yuan just refused to stop.
Yi Yuan was also chased until he became irritated. He suddenly halted and shut his eyes to let Feng Zhiro freely stab over. Feng Zhiro also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly play this move. She instantly jumped in fright. If the sword landed, how could Yi Yuan survive? Yi Yuan had given a lot of help to them aunt and niece. Feng Zhiro did not say it, but her heart was still rather grateful. Chasing down Yi Yuan was just to vent her anger, not to really hurt him. Yi Yuan's action came too suddenly. Feng Zhiro simply could not react. Withdrawing her sword at this time was already too late. But Feng Zhiro was a 4th-level spirit condensation realm expert at any rate. Her control towards the sword already reached an extremely powerful level, and she managed to change the trajectory of the sword mid-path.
The sword barely shaved by Yi Yuan's ear with immense trepidation. But right then Yi Yuan's face and Feng Zhiro's face was practically plastered together.
Yi Yuan had his eyes shut, and Feng Zhiro's exhalations smelled like orchids, unintentionally affecting Yi Yuan's mind. Feng Zhiro's pretty face went red first before taking a step back and yelling, "Are you mad, Yi Yuan? Do you know how dangerous that was just now?" Yi Yuan opened his eyes and suddenly cracked a smile. If not like this, senior apprentice sister won't give up.
I know senior apprentice sister cares for me and definitely won't kill me.
Don't give me that. Don't think I dare not kill you. Feng Zhiro raised her sword again, but threatening again at this time appeared to be so weak and frail. Yi Yuan chuckled and pushed the sword aside. Senior apprentice sister, if you want to kill me, you have to at least let me finish what I have to say first. Feng Zhiro kept away her sword and snorted. Fine. I'll hear just what you have to say. But if you don't give a justifiable reason, you can walk the rest of the way yourself. Finishing, Feng Zhiro was so peeved that she turned around.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Is senior apprentice sister still satisfied?
With this explanation,
when Feng Zhiro heard those words, the anger on her face swiftly faded and what took its place was curiosity.
She turned around and curiously asked, What 100 years of youth?
Say clearly.
Yi Yuan laughed and explained the function of the silver sword bee's honey. Feng Zhiro instantly became elated when she heard that. Clutching Yi Yuan, she asked, Is what you said true? That whatever beauty-retaining pill can really maintain my appearance for 100 years without aging? Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100 years is just the beginning. If I perform above my usual standards and refine out a transcendent-grade beauty-retaining pill, then 150 years is not an issue. Furthermore, not only can the beauty-retaining pill let you maintain your current appearance, it can even moisturize your skin, making it fairer than snow. Really? Then doesn't that mean that I'll look even better than now? Where was there still any demeanor of a proud daughter of heaven presently on her?
Feng Zhiro looked just like a little girl ignorant of worldly affairs.
However, she could not be blamed for this. As long as one was a woman, regardless of how unparalleled her martial arts was or what a peerless beauty she was, they would still place a heavy emphasis on their appearance.
Feng Zhiro was only a mortal country's little princess. In the future, she would surely grow old. Growing old like that was the most frightening thing for every woman. It was even more terrifying than dying. Hence, they would risk their lives to try and delay the coming of that day. Somewhere several hundred miles away from Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro, for spirit condensation realm martial artists were currently sieging a powerful lion-type demonic beast. Damn fellow! Chong 1, attack its eyes. Chong 2, Chong 3, let's go and hold it back. A youth commanded the other three people. Yes, young master. The trio acknowledged in unison. This lion-type demonic beast was exceptionally powerful. It was already at the peak middle stage tier 2. It was already not far away from breaking through to the late stage tier 2. The four people actually appeared to be straining to deal with this demonic beast together. Following that youth's command, the other three people coordinated abnormally well, akin to one entity. Chong 1 leaped and landed on the head of the lion-type demonic beast. The demonic beast naturally would not give this fellow free rein to threaten it. It raised its paw wanting to grab at Chang 1. How could the other three give him this chance? Attacks akin to rain falling struck towards the lion-type demonic beast's abdomen. After all, these were three middle-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists. No matter how strong this demonic beast's defense was, it dared not let this sort of attack go unchecked. With no alternatives, that demonic beast retracted its paw and went from attacking to defending. But at this time, Chong 1 grabbed hold of the opportunity and pulverized that demonic beast's eye into mincemeat. Seeing the situation, the four people were euphoric. A series of attacks raided on the demonic beast again, directly sending it flying out. That demonic beast received heavy injuries. Not only did it not retreat, but it also went berserk. Roar! The lion-type demonic beast gave a heavy roar and attacked the four people frenziedly. Be careful. This is its death throes. Don't fight it head-on. Let's hit and run to slowly expend its strength. It can't hold on much longer, the youth instructed. Yes, young master. In reality, these three people were veterans. They also knew what to do without the young man's instructions. Before long, that lion-type demonic beast collapsed on the ground. The four people let out a long sigh of relief. When the demonic beast died, the four slumped on the ground, panting non-stop. They all suffered injuries which were not light. Damn it! Being delayed by this demonic beast. We are getting further away from Yi Yuan. The young man swallowed a medicinal pill as he gnashed in teeth in hatred. This youth was precisely Sui Shan, who was planning to kill off Yi Yuan during the endless trials. While the other three were the Su family's retainers, the Chang trio brothers. There were many people when they just entered the forest, so they naturally could not make a move on Yi Yuan then. But who would have thought that Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro walked faster and faster? They were actually unable to catch up. It was not that their speed was slow, but because there were demonic beasts continuously harassing them along the way. This demonic beast just now was the most powerful one they have encountered. Just the delay cost them a whole 2 hours. Relax, young master. My enchanted shadow bug has been following them this whole time. We'll catch up to them eventually. Chong 1 said. Sui Shan was aware of Chong 1's tracking capabilities. It was just that he was feeling very annoyed. I'm just wondering why the demonic beasts only attack us when Yi Yuan also walked through here. Maybe it's also because we're unlucky, Chong 1 said uncertainly. Even with Chang 1's rich experience, he could not think of a reason. Luck? Isn't their luck way too good? We tracked all the way here, and the places they walked through didn't show any traces of fighting at all. That's to say that they didn't even go through a single battle while we have been through over a dozen big and small fights. The more Suishan said, the angrier he got. Finally, a punch smashed heavily on the ground, sending dirt flying. Truly quite sinister. The road the two of them walked is basically a straight line, as if they were running straight towards someplace. But in the endless forest, nobody had ever dared to journey like that. There are plenty of high-rank Tier 2 demonic beasts territories along the way. If they accidentally startled them, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Chong 1 also felt very depressed. That's right. Don't tell me that those demonic beasts are all blind and deaf and simply couldn't sense them at all? At this rate, we will be exhausted to death by these demonic beasts before finding them, Sui Shan said with fervent hatred.
Initially, he thought that killing Yi Yuan in the Endless Forest was a very simple matter. He did not think that it would be riddled with troubles now. The further in they went, the stronger the demonic beasts got.
Continuing in a straight line like this was definitely out of the question. They must avoid the territories of those powerful demonic beasts and go forward in a roundabout manner. But this way, when could they manage to find Yi Yuan and co? Before coming, Su Yubai already told him that the Endless Forest was the best as well as the final chance to eliminate Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan left the Endless Forest, the Su family would welcome never-ending troubles. Changwon also realized that the matter was rather troublesome now. Before coming out this time, the family head had already issued the death command. They must kill Yi Yuan. If the mission was not completed, then carry their own heads back. The family head had never issued such a command before. One could see just how great Yi Yuan's threat to the Su family was.
Changwon sucked in a deep breath and took out an endless forest map from his storage ring. Opening it, he placed it in front of Sui Shan.
Young master, continuing like this is indeed out of the question. Since they are hurrying towards a certain place, why don't we find that place and then lie in ambush there? Changwon suggested.
Hearing this, Sui Shan immediately calmed down. He nodded and said, "What you said is right. Share your idea." Changwon reached out with his finger and pointed on the map. "Look here, young master." Ever since they entered the Endless Forest, they didn't stop for a moment as they went along this straight line towards the northwest direction. With their strength, it's impossible to go somewhere too deep.
It must be within an area of 1,000 miles.
Then, inside this 1,000 miles, where is the place they are most likely to go to? Crimson Summit Ridge. Sui Shan blurted out. Changwon's finger started from the entrance and kept extending until 1,000 miles in the northwest direction. That place impressively marked Crimson Summit Ridge. Sii, is Yi Yuan insane? To actually go to such a dangerous place like Crimson Summit Ridge? Sui Shan sucked in a cold breath. Changwon shook his head and said, "Based on common sense, him going to the Crimson Summit Ridge naturally saves us from striking. But looking at the current situation, this Yi Yuan's methods are really hard to conjecture. Ignoring other things, just based on him being able to not alarm these high-rank demonic beasts along the way is already an incredible ability. And according to my estimation, it's highly likely that he's going to the Crimson Summit Ridge to find some medicinal herbs for that little maidservant of his."
Changwon's analysis struck deeply, practically exactly the same as the truth.
Since they came to gang up and kill Yi Yuan, Changwon naturally did sufficient homework. He understood Yi Yuan very thoroughly. Even a minute detail like lure was noticed.
Sui Shan was forcefully shocked awake and could not help shooting a surprised gaze at Changwon, seeing him in a completely new light. No wonder father sent him to see Yi Yuan. This guy could not be underestimated.
Very clearly, Changwon's analysis basically had no flaws. This was also the most logical explanation. Initially, Sui Shan was still worried about whether or not Yi Yuan would take part in this endless trials. Finally, his concern was proven to be superfluous. Yi Yuan was not foolish enough to think that he could spare him, but he still came. That meant that he had a reason to come no matter what.
And this reason was exactly lure.
"Then what do you say we do now, Changwon?" Sui Shan actually sought for Changwon's opinion. Changwon also appeared to be rather surprised. He understood this young lord a little. Sui Shan had an ingrained pride and generally looked down on the Su family's retainers like them.
But today he actually sought out his opinion.
It looked like Sui Shan matured quite a bit during this period of time. Only such a Sui Shan was worthy of being the Su family's successor. Changwon no longer hesitated and stated his thoughts. Regardless whether or not they went to the Crimson Summit Ridge, there is definitely a destination. And I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for them to get that medicinal herb.
We just have to chase after according to the direction the enchanted shadow bug is pointing to and set up an ambush in advance. I figure he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Let's keep heading towards this direction while avoiding some of the powerful demonic beasts' territories later on. This way, even if we detoured a little, it would at most be around half a day's time. We can definitely still make it.
Sui Shan ruminated for some time and felt that what Changwon said made sense. They were unaware of Yi Yuan's goal at the beginning, so they just blindly chased. In the end, The time delay from being impeded by demonic beasts increased instead. Since they have the direction now, they naturally need not fear them escaping. Circling around the powerful demonic beasts' territories might even be slightly faster. Okay, we'll do as you said. Recuperate a while first and then set off, Sui Shan instructed. Yi Yuan had settled things with Feng Zhiro. The pair swallowed another breath, concealing pill each, and rushed over to the Crimson Summit Ridge.
Yi Yuan, were those 4 people all killed by you?
You're actually already this powerful. Feng Zhiro was still rather astonished by Yi Yuan's power. Those were 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists, and they actually all died in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can I have such capabilities? I just used some small tricks and made them kill each other for a while. That's why the results were like that." Only now did Feng Zhiro feel relieved. So that's the case. Gave me a fright. If you could kill those 4 people alone, doesn't that mean that you already have the strength to rank in the top 30 of the martial roll? Initially, the ranking everyone gave Yi Yuan was roughly around rank 50 on the martial roll. It was nothing difficult for this strength to defeat several ordinary second-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Feng Zhiro knew that the strength of demonic beast hunters was greater than the average martial artist. Furthermore, there was a third-level spirit condensation realm martial artist among them. Yi Yuan was able to hold the 4 of them there. Raising another 20 places was nothing much.
Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm.
Being at the 9th level Essence Chi realm, he already possessed the strength of the top 30 on the martial roll. When he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, just how terrifying would that be? Feng Zhiro felt that it was inconceivable just thinking about it. Luckily, Yi Yuan denied her conjecture. Otherwise, Feng Zhiro would really have felt that so many years of hard work went to waste. You're really full of tricks. Several veterans were actually completely toyed by you. After Feng Zhiro felt reassured, she could not help scorning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Who asked this junior apprentice brother? To be lacking in strength. If I didn't come up with some ruses, then wouldn't I be unable to even keep my life? Otherwise, Teacher Feng would not have made senior apprentice sister come and protect me." After pondering, Feng Zhiro thought the same as well, but her mouth stated otherwise. "Don't give me that. Your life is tenacious as hell. You didn't even die when challenging the 9 Heavens Road. Looks like even the heaven can't be bothered to take you in."
Yi Yuan laughed but did not reply. What Feng Zhiro said was really true. Yi Yuan did not take the 9 Heavens Road to heart, but he was clearly already dead in the divine realm. But now he was standing here perfectly fine. Yi Yuan felt that this was like a dream just thinking about it now.
Around half a day later, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro finally arrived at the Crimson Summit Ridge. This place was highly treacherous. Apart from the long-armed stone apes, there were also quite a number of powerful demonic beasts around the Crimson Summit Ridge. Demonic beast hunters had never dared to step foot fully into a place of such a level as the Endless Forest.
Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists would move cautiously in this place. If they were surrounded by the long-armed stone apes, the outcome would be being ganged up on and beaten to death. The two found a safe place to hide and secretly observed the situation on the Crimson Summit Ridge.
It was fine if they did not look. But one look and Feng Zhiro freaked out. Although the forest was very dense, the indistinct coming and going of white long-armed stone apes appeared to be very glaring.
They walked around in groups of 2s and 3s, appearing as if they were patrolling.
These long-armed stone apes gathered and formed teams. Why does it look like they are patrolling the mountain? Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan somewhat surprised, as she transmitted her voice. The stone ape race have extremely high intelligence. Their awareness towards territory is already stronger than other demonic beasts, and their hierarchy is very strict, namely ape soldier, ape general, and ape king. Stone apes live in social groups and do not permit others to encroach into their terrain. The moment they discover that there's a trespasser, they would gather and attack, Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiro asked in bewilderment, "No way? Since you're so familiar with the long-armed stone ape's habits, aren't you courting death by coming to the Crimson Summit Ridge?"
Listening to Yi Yuan's meaning, the long-armed stone apes had very strong exclusiveness and aggressiveness. Once they were discovered, they two of them would be in grave danger. The so-called ape soldier, ape general, and ape king of the long-armed stone apes respectively corresponded to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Forget about the ape generals and ape king, just the several tens of thousands of ape soldiers could drown them by rushing them. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Zhiro and chuckled very helplessly. Seeing Yi Yuan's laughter filled with mockery, Feng Zhiro flew into a rage again. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Yi Yuan pointed at his head and said with a smile, why is the human race powerful? Not because we cultivate faster than the demon race, nor is it because our bodies are better than the demon race, but because our intellect is way higher than the demon race. Hence, use your brain first before doing things and not just think about running or charging about recklessly. Understood? You mean that you have a plan? Then quickly say it. And? Hang on. Well done, Yi Yuan. Are you trying to say that I'm even dumber than demonic beasts? Feng Zhiro reacted to it swiftly, and her rage meter shot straight up. However, she learned her lesson this time and did not make any sound, but spoke with voice transmission. Only that the expression on her face became increasingly ice-cold. Yi Yuan sighed and said, I say, senior apprentice sister, can you not be so sensitive? All right? I'm just telling you a fact, but you just had to turn around and scold yourself. Why? Humph. Don't be proud of yourself. Now isn't the time. Watch how I settle the score with you after we get back. Feng Zirua snorted icily, facing the mountain full of long-armed stone apes. The proud senior apprentice sister Feng finally knew how to weigh things and not blow her top easily. There was only one iron paw flying bear, so she could still lure it away. If they alarmed the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, then the pair would not even get the chance to escape. Haha. Many thanks for senior apprentice, sister, your excellency's grace. Yi Yuan laughed and said, enough crap. What method do you have to enter? Quickly say it. Feng Zhiro pent up a stomach full of anger and said huffily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how to enter? Of course, it's by swaggering in. Swaggering in? Did your brain short-circuit? There are so many stone apes. How do we swagger in? Feng Zhiro stared wide-eyed at Yi Yuan, as if she was looking at a fool. Senior apprentice sister, please don't measure others after yourself. All right? I already said just now. You got to use your brain before doing things. Yi Yuan gave another emotional sigh. You. Feng Zhiro's brows were vertical. This fellow actually ridiculed her again. Fine, you're ruthless. But don't you know that women bear grudges very well? We'll record down the accounts this time one by one and tally it all up after we return. The long-armed stone apes might be powerful, but they have a weakness, which is that they have virtually zero night vision abilities. And we have the breath-concealing pill. They can't detect our scent. Hence, just wait until it gets dark and we'll just swagger in. Yi Yuan explained. This also works? Feng Zhiro was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. How did this fellow know so much? Nobody even dared to come to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Even Crystal Formation Realm martial artists dared not stop here for long, let alone they understood the habits of the long-armed stone apes. Why can't it work? Yi Yuan retorted with a question. But didn't you say that the breath-concealing pill is only effective for demonic beasts below Tier 3? What should we do if we bump into the Ape King? Feng Zhiro inquired. I've already inquired long ago that within 1,000 miles radius of the Endless Forest, the highest is only Tier 3 demonic beasts. The Crimson Summit Ridge is still within the 1,000 miles radius. A mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Hence, this place at most has a Tier 3 Ape King. Such a large Crimson Summit Ridge. Just how lucky do we have to be to encounter the Ape King? Now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Zhiro felt that there really did not seem to be much danger. Such a dangerous-looking place was actually as easy as walking on flat ground to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was only like walking on flat ground for Yi Yuan. If it were some other person, they would have no idea how to refine the breath-concealing pill and would only seek their doom by coming here. This fellow was truly a monster. It seemed like nothing could stump him. Feng Zhiro was also a haughty and proud individual. She always felt somewhat unwilling to submit, not knowing why she faintly looked forward to some situation to occur later up the mountain. Who asked you to be cocky?
A moonless dark night. The faint breeze made the leaves rustle as two figures slowly headed for the Crimson Summit Ridge. Although demonic beasts had greater vitality than humans, they are not tireless. Currently, it was midnight, and most of the long-armed stone apes headed back to the mountain to rest. It naturally would not be like daytime where ape shadows were aplenty. Human martial artists' night vision abilities were quite strong. Even though they did not have the same range as daytime, nor was it as clear, seeing things within a small radius was still not an issue. Furthermore, with a rise in realm, the changes that essence energy had towards martial artists' bodies would also become greater. The night vision abilities of human martial artists would become increasingly stronger. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan walked towards the mountain unhurriedly in fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes. The Crimson Summit Ridge is so huge. Where do we look for the Crimson Soulgrass? Feng Zhiro suddenly transmitted her voice and asked. The summit. Yi Yuan only said 2 words. What? The summit? There's a very high chance for that ape king to be at the summit. Feng Zhiro nearly made a sound. Can you not get all worked up over nothing? Why is this place called the Crimson Summit Ridge? Why is the medicinal herb called Crimson Soulgrass? Please use your brain, all right? Yi Yuan said grumpily. This woman had no use at all other than making a fuss over every little thing. Being uncultured was truly frightening. Seeing Feng Zhiro still having that blank look, Yi Yuan could only explain. This place is called Crimson Summit Ridge because the mud at the summit is crimson in color. That sort of mud is called Crimson Xiang soil, one of the extremely few soils which can breed the Crimson Soulgrass. However, the quantity of Crimson Xiang soil on this Crimson Summit Ridge isn't a lot either. Just that small patch at the summit. Hence, for us to obtain the Crimson Soulgrass, we must go to the summit. Feng Zhiro did not know what to say either. This Yi Yuan was simply like an encyclopedia. He knew everything. Only him with such broad and profound knowledge dared to barge into this Crimson Summit Ridge with Essence Chi Realm cultivation, right? What if? What if we bump into the Ape King at the summit? What should we do? Feng Zhiro, who was subdued by Yi Yuan, suddenly had her momentum weakened considerably. How would I know? If we really come across it, then just drop everything and run. As for how far we can run, it will be up to our capabilities. Well, this is my affair. No need to drag you into this. Why don't you stay instead? Yi Yuan said very irresponsibly. No way. I promised Auntie to protect you. I can't watch you take risks alone. Feng Zhiro was very resolute on the matter. Haha. Then thank you so much, Senior Apprentice Sister. If we really run into the Ape King, to have a great beauty like Senior Apprentice Sister accompany me along the Yellow Springs, it's also a beautiful thing. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Feng Zhiro suddenly felt like she was duped. But the words already came out of her mouth, so she did not intend to take them back. She just rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and said, Enough crap. Quickly go. Due to the fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes, the two walked very slowly. Only after 2 hours did they gradually fumbled their way to the summit with scares but without danger. The summit was an open space. The long-armed stone apes already cleared it out. Arriving at the summit, there were many more night patrol long-armed stone apes. And from the looks of the aura coming off of their bodies, there were even quite a few tier 2 long-armed stone apes among them. It looked like that Ape King was definitely on this summit. So many long-armed stone apes. What to do? Feng Zhiro asked rather anxiously. Yi Yuan swept a gaze across this open field and transmitted his voice. See that small hill in the distance? There's a cave up there. If my speculation is right, that Ape King should be inside that cave. In the entire summit, the place with the thickest Crimson Xiang soil is on that small hill. The Crimson Soulgrass should be there. Ah? Is ascent that very dangerous? Right now, we are at the summit. The moment we're discovered by the Ape King, then we won't even have the chance to escape, Feng Zhiro said worriedly. It's indeed quite dangerous, but I also have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Without the Crimson Soulgrass, Lure definitely won't make it. Seeing Yi Yuan risk his life for a maidservant, Feng Zhiro was also deeply touched. Such an affectionate and faithful man. There really isn't many in this world. Normally, Yi Yuan appeared to be cheeky and frivolous. But when it really came down to the 11th hour, he was highly reliable. Then what should we do? Feng Zhiro kept away her nervousness and resolved to cooperate with Yi Yuan to harvest the crimson soul grass.
Yi Yuan observed for a while and then said, "Have you noticed that there aren't any long-armed stone apes patrolling around the vicinity of that small hill?"
Feng Zhiro looked towards that small hill and found that that was really the case. Behind the small hill is a cliff. We'll circle over there and scale up the cliff. As long as we don't startle the Ape King, the possibility of us getting away is still very huge, Yi Yuan said.
"See, can this work? We have to pass by that cave if we're climbing from the cliff."
I don't really care anymore. At this point, we can only take our chances and give it a shot. Before long, day will break. Once dawn comes, we will have even less of a chance. Yi Yuan made up his mind. Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth and said, "Okay. Later, you go and find the crimson soul grass. I'll keep a lookout for you." Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro avoided the night-patrolling long-armed stone apes and circled around to the cliff area. This cliff was virtually perpendicular to the ground. The distance from the top of the cliff to the place she and Yi Yuan were standing at was a full 1,000 feet tall.
"Yi Yuan, this cliff is so high. Can you make it?" Feng Zhiro asked Yi Yuan rather worriedly. Scaling heights was completely different from using movement techniques on the flat ground. When one was ascending heights, they had to shake off the gravity from the earth. Using movement techniques had a huge burden on martial artists. After all, even if it were crystal formation realm martial artists, they also could not soar in the skies. Spirit condensation realm martial artists still had the advantage. But it was practically impossible for Essence Chi realm martial artists to scale a 1,000 feet cliff. Firstly, the essence energy of Essence Chi realm martial artists could not bear the consumption of 1,000 feet distance. Secondly, Tier 1 movement techniques were insufficient to support martial artists to scale 1,000 feet. "What do you mean? Can you make it?" Take away that question mark. "Of course I can," Yi Yuan said without any care. "But the top of the cliff is a full 1,000 feet away from us here." "Isn't it just 1,000 feet? You go first, senior apprentice sister, I'll follow."
"We're already here. I can't keep dragging senior apprentice sister down." Yi Yuan smiled and said. No matter how Yi Yuan said it, it sounded like he was going beyond his means in order to look impressive. If he were to climb halfway and fall because his essence energy was unable to support him, that would not be fun.
This cliff was a full 1,000 feet away from the ground. One misstep and his life would be guaranteed gone.
"There's really no problem?" Feng Zhiro asked suspiciously. "Of course there's no problem."
"When have I disappointed senior apprentice sister before?" Yi Yuan said with a smile.
Feng Zhiro thought about it. It seemed like Yi Yuan was really a freak, and it appeared like there had never been anything he could not do before. Perhaps he could really make it? "Fine. Then I'll make a move first."
Feng Zhiro nodded and she tiptoed lightly, bounding on the cliff. Feng Zhiro's body was light as a swallow. The sheer precipice which appeared to be beyond reach was akin to walking on flat ground to her.
Her movement technique was the high-grade Tier 2 martial technique, Spiritual Swallow Dance. It was originally famed for its light, graceful movement and speed. It was very suited to be used to scale this cliff. Only to see that she either tiptoed or lightly tapped occasionally with her sword scabbard on the cliff. Her entire person shot up the cliff with extreme speed, and in a blink of an eye, she crossed over 200 feet in distance. However, the higher Feng Zhiro climbed, the further her heart fell, because she could not sense Yi Yuan's presence.
Feng Zhiro could not sense a single bit of sound from below her.
Did Yi Yuan not move yet, or did he fall down already? Feng Zhiro really wanted to tilt her head down to see if Yi Yuan was there or not. But climbing the cliff was also not a relaxed matter for her. How could she have spare energy to bend down and look for Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan still had not moved yet, could it be that he was intentionally playing with her? Impossible. There was no way that Yi Yuan would be so bored to that extent. Did he
fall down already?
But without even making any sound? The more her imaginations ran wild, the more anxious Feng Zhiro got. The actions of her movement technique also became somewhat erratic.
Skid.
While Feng Zhiro was restless, her feet slipped and did not give support. In a blink, Feng Zhiro's figure fell sharply. "Careful, senior apprentice sister."
Just then, Feng Zhiro suddenly received Yi Yuan's voice transmission. It turned out that Yi Yuan was actually following closely behind her all along. But right now, Feng Zhiro already had nowhere to borrow strength from, unless she used her sword to stab into the cliff. But that way, the impact of the sword and the cliff would surely give off an ear-piercing sound. The whole mountain full of long-armed stone apes would be alarmed. Even if they could ascend the cliff, they would also be unable to escape death. Hence, in an instant, Feng Zhiro gave up on saving herself and allowed herself to plummet down the cliff. She decided to take a look at Yi Yuan before dying. After she died, there probably would not be anyone constantly bickering with him anymore, right? However, she did not manage to see Yi Yuan because when she had just slid down around 20 feet or so, she felt a palm lightly supporting from beneath her feet. It was this support which allowed her body to go back on the right track once again. Senior apprentice sister, you go up first. I'll follow right after. Practically at the same time, Yi Yuan transmitted his voice over. Feng Zhiro knew that this was Yi Yuan saving her. But, having suffered such an impact, could Yi Yuan still survive? She could even hear the sound of the wind rushing as Yi Yuan descended sharply. Not knowing why, Feng Zhiro had an impulse to cry currently. Yet, she knew that she could not waste this chance Yi Yuan risked his life to exchange. Hence, her toes tapped downward, using the momentum to execute the spiritual swallow dance, and headed up the cliff speedily. Feng Zhiro forcefully chased away all the thoughts in her head and focused her mind on climbing the cliff. To the Feng Zhiro who discarded her distracting thoughts, scaling this 1,000-feet precipice was not a tough matter. Before long, Feng Zhiro saw the top of the cliff. Her toe tapped on the cliff one last time, and her entire person flew up the cliff like a swallow. But at this moment, Feng Zhiro did not have the slightest joy from conquering the cliff. She slumped on the ground, her heart feeling like a knife was twisting in. Feng Zhiro, it's all your fault. You caused Yi Yuan to die. Sniff, sniff. Feng Zhiro sobbed lightly but did not dare to make any sound. She used her hands to cover her mouth as she just convulsed there. Tears cascaded down from the corner of her eyes and drifted down the cliff along with the wind. Feng Zhiro, the one who should have died was you. Why you are still alive now? But Yi Yuan's dead. Feng Zhiro, why couldn't you have been nicer to Yi Yuan normally? He clearly helped you out a lot. But why can't you swallow your pride to say thanks? Yi Yuan. I'm sorry. Feng Zhiro kept on blaming herself in her heart. But she knew that Yi Yuan would never hear it. Although Yi Yuan's voice transmitted earlier that he would follow right after, Feng Zhiro knew that Yi Yuan definitely only said that to console her. Under the impact of her plummeting down the cliff, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of survival. Even with her 4th-level spirit condensation realm strength and high-grade Tier 2 movement technique, it was also impossible to survive under those conditions, much less Yi Yuan who was only still at the 9th-level essence chi realm. Feng Zhiro knew that Yi Yuan's instant flash was already trained to an extremely profound level. But that was still a Tier 1 movement technique after all. How was it possible to negate such a large impact power? I'm sorry, Yi Yuan. I won't die. I'm going to finish your dying wish. I'm going to find the crimson soul grass and other herbs. I'll return to the state of Qin and request for Lord Wu Daofeng to help Lure refine the Essence Yang pill. If Lord Wu Daofeng can't refine it, then I'll go outside to look for even more amazing alchemists. No matter what, I'll definitely find a way to let Lure survive. Feng Zhiro silently swore. Finishing, Feng Zhiro forcefully roused her spirit and stood up, preparing to seek out the crimson soul grass. Feng Zhiro looked at the pitch-black cliff and her tears started flowing once again uncontrollably. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Saying this in her heart, Feng Zhiro turned around and prepared to leave. But right then, Feng Zhiro suddenly heard wind-rushing sounds coming from below the cliff. It seemed there was something moving. No way. How's this possible? Could it be a hallucination? Feng Zhiro felt that she just heard an indistinct sound. It should be a hallucination because the probability of Yi Yuan surviving was really not great. But if it's a hallucination, why is the sound getting louder? Could it be? Just as Feng Zhiro was completely dazed, a figure darted up from the pitch-black cliff. Seeing the figure, Feng Zhiro was stunned there as tears burst forth from her eyes. Great!
He's fine. He's really fine, Feng Zhiro shouted in her heart.
Senior apprentice sister,
Yi Yuan only voice transmitted a few words before noticing a light blue mass pouncing on him and hugging him.
That faint fragrance wafted into his nose, involuntarily shaking up Yi Yuan's mind.
Yi Yuan, you're really all right. Excellent.
It's really great, Feng Zhiro transmitted as her tears flowed silently. This feeling of holding a beauty in one's embrace was truly something that all men desired.
However, this was not the time to be immersed in affection. They had to quickly look for the crimson soul grass.
Feng Zhiro clearly also noticed her discomposure and hastily released Yi Yuan. She wiped the tears from the corner of her ears and said, "You
don't misunderstood. I just thought that you died because of saving me. That's
why I was like that." Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately broke into a smile. "What happened just now? Why can't I remember anything?"
Senior apprentice sister, I'm exhausted. Let's recuperate for a while and then go find the crimson soul grass. Yi Yuan's condition at the moment was not good. His essence energy was virtually depleted completely. If not for the fact the thickness of his essence energy greatly surpassed those of the same rank, most likely, he would have burned out and died. The expenditure of the duo was not minor. They each consumed a medicinal pill and adjusted for some time before recovering some strength.
Senior apprentice sister, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and look for the crimson soul grass.
Let's go. Finishing, the pair descended side by side.
Along the way, Feng Zhiro was relatively silent, significantly different from usual.
Yi Yuan, how did you come up?
I didn't mean that.
It was still Feng Zhiro who broke the silence first. She simply could not suppress her curiosity.
Except that her attitude when asking the question was completely different from usual, rather like a little wife instead. Yi Yuan knew that Feng Zhiro was still feeling awkward, so he smiled lightly and said, "I know that senior apprentice sister didn't mean that. But I'm rather surprised, how come senior apprentice sister fumbled?"
Feng Zhiro's face turned red as she said with embarrassment. Actually, I thought that you couldn't keep up, so...
Yi Yuan only came to a realization after hearing Feng Zhiro say that. So she actually caused such a blunder because she was worried about him.
Initially, he found it weird too. With Feng Zhiro's base, it should have been impossible to make such a mistake. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. His bad impression towards Feng Zhiro in the past also pretty much dissipated.
So senior apprentice sister thought I fell down. Senior apprentice sister looked down on me too much.
That's not my intention. It's just...
And why didn't senior apprentice sister think about it? My master is so amazing, how could it be possible to not leave behind some impressive movement techniques for me?
When I was battling with Lin Tiancheng, I could already sense that instant flash was lacking. After breaking through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm, my essence energy is barely enough to cultivate Tier 2 martial arts already. I naturally have to supplement this weak point, Yi Yuan explained.
Feng Zhiro was suddenly enlightened. So that's the case. I've never seen you use other movement techniques before, hence.
I understand. Thanks, senior apprentice sister. This thanks came sincerely from Yi Yuan.
Although Feng Zhiro's blunder gave Yi Yuan quite a bit of trouble and even nearly cost him his life, it arose from concern towards him.
In reality, the new movement technique Yi Yuan cultivated was not a Tier 2 movement martial technique. Yi Yuan really did not possess such a low-grade movement martial technique. However, his essence energy was barely enough to reach the level to cultivate Tier 2 martial techniques. Yi Yuan naturally had to compensate for his lacking movement technique. The name of the movement technique he cultivated was called Spirit Void Shattering Space. This movement technique did not have a specific tier, because it could be cultivated continuously in later realms. At the Spirit Condensation realm, one could cultivate the first level of the Spirit Void Shattering Space. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already not beneath half-step Spirit Condensation realm, although barely enough to reach this threshold. Although the skill that Yi Yuan selected so prudently was only at the first level, its might was extremely formidable. Even though it was just entry stage, it was no problem for Yi Yuan to keep up with Feng Zhiro. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan had been maintaining the same pace as Feng Zhiro just now. not too fast nor too slow. Hence, Feng Zhiro could not detect his presence. Except, Yi Yuan did not expect Feng Zhiro to actually misunderstand because of this and nearly slipped up and fell down the cliff. The pair avoided that cave from far away and searched for traces of the crimson soul grass from top to bottom. Due to the fact that the range of sight was very limited at night, the pair searched very meticulously. But after searching for a long time, they still did not find a trace of the crimson soul grass. The two spent close to 2 hours and virtually searched through the entire hill, but they still did not find the crimson soul grass. Yi Yuan, do you think the crimson soul grass is? Feng Zhiro transmitted her voice as she looked towards that cave. Presently, only the area where the cave was located had not been searched. If this hilltop had crimson soul grasses, it could only be there. And currently, dawn was about to break. If they still could not find the crimson soul grass, the two would be in danger. Yi Yuan sighed and said, 80% chance it's in that region. Looks like we still have to go over there eventually. Wait for me here, senior apprentice sister. I'll be back soon.
How could Feng Zhiro comply? She stubbornly said, no way. If you want to go, we'll go together.
I promised Auntie to protect you. How can I let you take the risk alone? Yi Yuan could not persuade her, so he could only say, fine then. But once there's any situation, immediately run. Feng Zhiro nodded and slowly combed their way over to the cave's vicinity.
As the pair gradually got closer to the cave, they felt a powerful aura undulating from inside the cave.
Quickly look, Yi Yuan. Isn't that the crimson soul grass? Feng Zhiro suddenly discovered something and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan as she transmitted. Yi Yuan looked over to where Feng Zhiro was pointing at, and as expected, he saw several stalks of crimson-colored, serrated-edged tiny grass. If that was not crimson soul grass, that what was? After going through many hardships and finding the crimson soul grass, even Yi Yuan with his heart like still water was quite excited right now.
Even though he prepared so many items painstakingly for the Crimson Summit Ridge, he also undertook extremely huge risk.
No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was merely but an Essence Chi realm martial artist. There was naturally no need to mention the risks he braved when facing pairs of Tier 2 demonic beasts and even Tier 3 demonic beasts. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to Feng Zhiro, I'll go and retrieve those stalks of crimson soul grass. After I'm done, we'll leave this place at maximum speed.
Finishing, Yi Yuan fully executed his first-level spirit void shattering space, turning into an afterimage flickering towards the crimson soul grass.
Howl! Howl! Just then, several ape cries sounded. Yi Yuan's and Feng Zhiro's complexion changed drastically at the same time. Following several ape howls, a feeling of extreme danger surged up in Yi Yuan's heart.
This feeling of danger made Yi Yuan's scalp tingled.
He knew that if he were to take another step forward, he would definitely invoke a calamity. The next instant, Yi Yuan explosively retreated even faster than when he came.
Go, senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan chose to retreat without any hesitation. That was a Tier 3 demonic beast. It could eradicate the two of them with just a single strike.
Feng Zhiro evidently also sensed that something was not right. Without waiting for Yi Yuan's warning, she displayed her spirit swallow dance and rushed down the mountain with astonishing speed. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan, one in front and the other behind, sprinted down the mountain frenziedly. Nevertheless, this process only lasted several breaths of time before the two figures stopped abruptly.
Careful, senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan yelled out anxiously.
Virtually the same instant Yi Yuan yelled, a white figure taller than a person shot out from diagonally, and actually reached first even though it moved later, and caught up to Feng Zhiro in a flash.
Facing this aura which was powerful to the extreme, Feng Zhiro's complexion turned pale. How could she be bothered to resist?
She instantly retreated explosively. However, when compared to that white figure, Feng Zhiro's speed was too slow.
In a blur, Feng Zhiro saw a colossal ape paw slapping down towards herself.
Ah! Panicking, Feng Zhiro raised her hand to randomly strike with her sword, and then shut her eyes in fright. This Tier 3 demonic beast was too strong. It was simply not what she could stand up to.
It's over.
This was Feng Zhiro's final thought. Swoosh! 9 streaks of sword beams brushed past Feng Zhiro and attacked from the sides. They converged from different locations and attacked the lower abdomen of that long-armed stone ape. Yi Yuan unleashed the 9 swords stance straight away. It was different from the previous time's disorderly attack. This time, the 9 streaks of sword beams finally converged together. Yi Yuan's control over the sword beams once again advanced to another level. This was also Yi Yuan's supernormal performance in a moment of desperation. If he really unleashed the sword another time, he might not be able to do it.
The 9 afterimages of the 9 swords stance were not phantoms but corporeal bodies.
This first stance of the Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art was Yi Yuan gathering the forces of the 2 types of sword intent and evolved further from the falling flower floating 0 sword's extreme speed movements. Every single attack was released personally by him.
Except that instantaneous speed was too swift, so it looked as if it was released from 9 different locations.
9 swords merged into one. The attack power would naturally be incomparably formidable.
But this should be insufficient to injure the Tier 3 Ape King. However, that Ape King actually chose to evade the sword beams. With a swoosh, after the 9 streaks of sword beams merged, it followed the original path it flew over from and vanished by fading into the world. It took time to describe, but all of these actually just happened in a flash.
From Yi Yuan's explosive retreat to the duo's frenzied flight, and to the Ape King attacking Feng Zhiro, and then to Yi Yuan rescuing Feng Zhiro by besieging the Ape King, it was all but a few short breaths of time.
At this time, that Ape King stood several dozen feet away from Feng Zhiro. Yi Yuan similarly stood several dozen feet away from Feng Zhiro, while Feng Zhiro had her eyes shut waiting for the Ape King's paw to strike down. The 2 humans and 1 beast actually entered a stalemate.
What happened?
Why, Yi Yuan, did you save me? Feng Zhiro recovered from her surprise and stared at Yi Yuan as she asked hesitantly.
Yi Yuan did not bother with her and kept staring at the Ape King in the distance. Tier 3 Ape King was too terrifying. It could virtually instant-kill the 2 of them. Just now, Yi Yuan could save Feng Zhiro because of special conditions which allowed him to complete an impossible task. The Ape King felt that Feng Zhiro's strength was slightly stronger and had more threat, so it chose to do a surprise attack on her right away, and Yi Yuan happened to be some distance away from Feng Zhiro. The Ape King could not possibly attack the 2 of them at the same time, which gave Yi Yuan the opportunity to launch an attack unhurriedly. The reason why the Ape King chose to keep a distance was because the place Yi Yuan attacked was precisely the weak point of the long-armed stone apes. Yi Yuan's attack this time was accurate to the extreme. If the Ape King forcefully took this stance head-on, it would probably already be heavily injured right now. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's cultivation, no matter how strong the attack was, it would be impossible to cause major injuries to the Ape King. But in reality, if the Ape King attacked at the risk of getting injured, Feng Zhiro would already be an ice-cold corpse now. As for why Yi Yuan's surprise attack worked, it was because the Ape King overly underestimated the 2 of them. That led to it revealing its weak point. If the Ape King attacked once more, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro would die without question. Hence, Yi Yuan did not dare to let down his guard this whole time and firmly locked his attention onto the Ape King. That Ape King clearly also did not think that a puny little Essence Chi Realm martial artist would actually be even more threatening than that 4th-level Spirit Condensation Realm woman.
After one attack, the Ape King spontaneously sized up Yi Yuan. The ape stared at Yi Yuan without showing any signs of its emotion.
Seeing Yi Yuan ignore her, Feng Zhiro also did not dare to act rashly at this time. She was stuck between the 2 of them, feeling completely awkward. However, no matter how foolish she was, she also knew that her life was picked up just now. No matter how she thought, she never imagined that Yi Yuan, an Essence Chi Realm martial artist, could actually threaten the Crystal Formation Realm Ape King.
This was too inconceivable.
Just now, she was somewhat flustered and did not form an effective attack. But even if she gave it her all, the result would still be being smacked to death from a single slap by the Ape King. She was all too clear on this point. In that instant, the might of the Ape King had smothered her. But Yi Yuan could actually save her from under the Ape King's hands.
Just several breaths of time, but Feng Zhiro felt like as long as several years had passed.
Her forehead exuded fine sweat beads. Each breath from the Ape King made her feel deeply uneasy.
Feng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan's appearance as if he was facing a formidable enemy and understood that the scenario earlier was probably very unlikely to reenact. But what should she do? Just as Feng Jiro was lost in her imaginations, the Ape King made a move once again. But Yi Yuan did not move. Just as the Ape King moved, a series of gibberish sounds came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Feng Jiro completely could not understand what he was talking about. What was Yi Yuan doing? Could it be that he wanted to communicate with the Ape King? But how could the Ape King understand Yi Yuan's words? As the state of Qin's princess, Feng Jiro could be counted as being experienced and knowledgeable. However, she had never heard of humans being able to communicate with demonic beasts. There were too many species of demonic beasts, so many that it was uncountable. The language used by each species of demonic beasts was not the same. How could humans grasp it? However, at this important juncture of life and death, would Yi Yuan do this sort of futile actions? Feng Zeruo's eyes involuntarily turned to the Ape King and could not help widening her eyes. The Ape King, who was already prepared to unleash its attack, really stopped its actions. This was simply too miraculous. A human could actually communicate with demonic beasts. Feng Jiro discovered that the more she interacted with Yi Yuan, the more she felt that there were increasingly more mysteries to Yi Yuan. Was Yi Yuan, who was just 15 years old, really taught by that so-called master of his? Such an enigmatic man. Seeing the Ape King cease its movement, Yi Yuan also let out a huge sigh of relief. His entire body was feeling like collapsing. Although he had forcefully pretended to be composed the whole time, the pressure from the aura of a Tier 3 demonic beast was no joke. This Ape King was not those sort of half-baked, half-step crystal formation realm like Su Yubai, but a genuine Tier 3 demonic beast, an existence equivalent to a human crystal formation realm. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, it was impossible to cross two major realms and defeat his opponent. It was already very heaven-defying for an Essence Chi realm martial artist's attack to be able to threaten a Tier 3 demonic beast. His gibberish just now was already Yi Yuan's final trump card. If even this trump card had no effect, then he would really die here. But luckily, those words from Yi Yuan was not playing the lute to an ape. This Ape King really understood. What Yi Yuan said was the universal beast language. It was the demon race's universal language collectively set by the divine realm demon race powerhouses countless years ago. The goal was to allow communication among the demon race. There were countless races in the demon race. None of the individual races could be on par with the human race. To allow the demon race to be able to ally together to resist the human race, the demon race powerhouses in ancient times collectively set down a series of measures. And this universal beast language was one of them. After countless generations passed, the universal beast language already became the inherited memories of each race, passing down from generation to generation. If this Ape King did not awaken its inherited memories, then Yi Yuan would really be playing the lute to an ape. The Stone Ape Clan had once birthed an extremely heaven-defying existence, equals Heaven Saint Ape. That was a deity realm expert. Even though it was passed down through the generations, the Endless World's Stone Ape bloodline had already become very thin. But awakening a portion of inherited memories was still doable. It would be very tough for ordinary ape soldiers and ape generals to awaken their inherited memories, but there was still the likelihood of this Ape King awakening them. What Yi Yuan said earlier was, "Senior Ape King, wait a moment." The Ape King was clearly very surprised. A human actually knew the universal beast language. The Ape King discovered that this human youth seemed to be extraordinary. Not only was he extremely strong, he even knew the universal beast language. Even he himself only learned the universal beast language after awakening his inherited memories. The Ape King also started using the universal beast language to communicate with Yi Yuan. "Brat, the two of you trespassed my territory and stole the Crimson Soul Grass. How do you plan to plead?" Since this Ape King was willing to talk, Yi Yuan was not too worried. He gave a bow towards the Ape King and said, "Please forgive me, Senior Ape King. This junior came to seek out the Crimson Soul Grass because I really have no other alternatives. This junior has a close friend who possesses the 9 absolute meridians. Now, seeing as the frost poison is about to erupt, she desperately needs the Crimson Soul Grass to save her life.
I hope that Senior Ape King can be generous. What has it got to do with me if your friend is in trouble?
I also have great use for these crimson soul grass. How can I give it to you so easily?
Ignoring this point, just the fact that you barged into my territory, you can forget about leaving today.
The Ape King was not some living bodhisattva. It obviously could not be bothered with a stranger's life or death.
If not for the fact it found Yi Yuan rather interesting, it would have long smacked him to death with one palm. Why would it talk so much crap with him?
After the Ape King finishing talking, it howled a few times. Immediately, a bunch of long-armed stone apes surrounded them. They were shockingly all late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts. Feng Zhiro was alarmed after seeing this situation and hurriedly scooted over to Yi Yuan's side.
Just an Ape King could already take their lives. What could they do with so many late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts surrounding them? Yi Yuan, you can really talk with that Ape King? Feng Zhiro said softly.
Yi Yuan nodded. Luckily, the Ape King awakened its inherited memories and learned the universal beast language. Otherwise, we would be dead for sure. Back then when Master taught me the universal beast language, I objected to it. I didn't think that it would really be put to good use.
Yi Yuan also knew that communicating with demonic beasts was incredibly shocking, so he just pushed this responsibility onto his master. Feng Zhiro looked at the enclosing long-armed stone apes and smiled bitterly. In this current situation, we're still dead for sure.
Yi Yuan smiled and then said that might not be the case.
If the Ape King had not awakened its inherited memories, then nothing can be discussed. But since he awakened it, not only do we not have to die, we might even be able to take the Crimson Soul Grass and leave. Stop joking. You just said a whole bunch to it just now, but not only did its attitude not turn for the better, it even summoned such a large group of late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts over. How can it let us leave alive? Feng Zhiro said dejectedly. Indeed, being walled in by a large group of late-stage Tier 2 long-armed stone apes, the pressure they faced was not much lesser than facing the Ape King.
Luckily, these Tier 2 long-armed stone apes did not receive the order to attack, or else the two of them would probably be meat paste by now.
Heh. Just watch me, Yi Yuan chuckled and said.
The two of you chattering over there, ready to die yet?
You humans hunt down us demon race every day. Now, we'll also let you experience the taste of being hunted, the Ape King said and grunted coldly. Although he said it very savagely, it did not order those ape generals to attack. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and said to the Ape King with a smile, Senior Ape King won't kill me.
What a joke.
Why won't I kill you? Just because you know the universal beast language? Aren't you overestimating yourself too much, brat? Senior Ape King said wrongly. It's not me who's overrating myself, but you who are underestimating me. At this stage, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pretend to be subservient anymore. He might as well show off a fearless appearance. How could it be that he, an exalted alchemy emperor, could not even handle a Tier 3 demonic beast? The Ape King involuntarily burst into laughter when it heard Yi Yuan's words. Except that a stone ape laughing so boisterously made one's hair stand on its ends. Brat, you're really a newborn calf who isn't scared of the tiger.
Looking at your bone age, you're at most 15 to 16 years old. Such a young age, how do you expect me to attach importance to you? Yi Yuan simply chuckled and did not have any intentions of refuting. He just lightly spat out 3 words from his mouth.
Demon. Crystal. Pill. The face of the Ape King, who was originally still laughing its head off, suddenly changed. A pair of enormous ape eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. That manner looked as if it wanted to eat Yi Yuan. Brat, your family's elders know how to refine the demon crystal pill? The Ape King enunciated each word carefully. It was enough to tell from its attitude just how important this demon crystal pill was to it. Although Feng Zhiro did not know what they were talking about, from the Ape King's condition that Yi Yuan had successfully hooked the Ape King's appetite, so she could not help looking forward to it.
The Ape King was entirely certain that Yi Yuan would nod his head and acknowledge. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, nope? The Ape King instantly flew into a rage when he heard that. Brat, you dare to make a fool out of this king.
Do you believe that this king will swallow you alive? Yi Yuan laughed and said, After swallowing me, you'll probably also stop at the initial stage Tier 3 your entire life. No matter how many more Crimson Soul Grass you eat, It will be futile. Yi Yuan stood in front of the Ape King with his hands behind his back without the slightest trace of fear. Her. Such an audacious tone. You, an Essence Chi realm brat, actually dares to talk wildly about this king's limits. The Ape King sneered. Yi Yuan did not mind the Ape King's attitude. He already knew that the Ape King was already interested. Otherwise, with him strutting around so arrogantly in front of the Ape King, it would have slapped him to death with one palm long ago. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm afraid that Senior Ape King is much clearer on where your own limits are than I am. Senior Ape King knows yourself whether or not what I said was right. If you feel like I'm bragging, you can completely kill me right now.
Either way, it's just a matter of lifting your hands for you. Now that Yi Yuan said that, the Ape King went silent instead.
Just as Yi Yuan said, the Ape King itself knew best just where its limits were. Without some fortuitous lucky encounter, it would be very hard to break through to the middle stage Tier 3 in its lifetime. Demonic beasts were stronger than humans at the same rank and also had a much greater lifespan than the latter. This was where their strengths were. Nevertheless, when compared to humans, the limitations were also very huge.
Their intelligence was very low and their cultivation mostly relied on instincts. Hence, progress was very slow.
And the difficulty of them breaking through realms was also much harder than humans. To human crystal formation realm martial artists, each breakthrough in a minor realm was tremendously tough. But to demonic beasts, the difficulty of breaking through a stage was even greater.
The Ape King's current strength was roughly around a human third-level crystal formation realm.
The difficulty was already very huge for human martial artists to cross this small step. To the Ape King, it was naturally doubly difficult.
Hence, while Yi Yuan's words might sound wildly conceited, it was truthfully not a false statement just to raise alarm.
The Ape King was naturally crystal clear on this point.
And the Demon Crystal Pill was precisely a medicinal pill which could aid Tier 3 demonic beasts to break through a minor realm. The Ape King had awakened a part of its inherited memories, and within this portion of inherited memories there was the description of the Demon Crystal Pill. It was just that even if the Ape King knew about the Demon Crystal Pill, it was impossible to refine it.
While refining medicinal pill was not a right that was exclusive to humans, human alchemists were way more powerful than the demon races. Furthermore, it was simply impossible for these sort of low-tier demonic beasts like the Ape King to refine medicinal pill. What they could do was only to beg human alchemists to help them refine.
But how many human alchemy grandmasters knew how to refine the Demon Crystal Pill?
Even if they knew how to refine the Demon Crystal Pill, how many were able to communicate with the Ape King? If the two parties encountered each other, it would already be pretty good if they did not have a life and death struggle. One had to know that the inner core of the Ape King was also a pretty decent alchemy ingredient. Brat, your family's elders don't know how to refine it, but you mentioned the Demon Crystal Pill to this king. Isn't this messing with me? If you don't give me a justifiable explanation, you can forget about leaving here alive.
While the Ape King's words were callous, there still existed a trace of expectation. Or else, how could he talk so nicely with Yi Yuan here?
Yi Yuan grinned and said, I already said just now that Senior Ape King is looking down on me. I only said that my family's elders don't know how to refine it, but I didn't say that I don't know how to refine it. The Ape King started to suspect that it heard wrongly. You, an Essence Chi realm brat, refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill? This king might not be knowledgeable about alchemy, but I also won't make such a naive mistake and fall for your trick. You've been going in circles for half the day. Aren't you just hoping that I would let the two of you go? But since you have the guts to play tricks on this king, then forget about leaving. The Ape King's patience had clearly already reached its limits. It waved its paw and prepared to let those Tier 2 long-armed stone apes attack Yi Yuan jointly. Feng Zhiro jumped in fright when she saw the situation. She knew that Yi Yuan and the Ape King's talk had fallen apart, and immediately raised her sword to prepare to face the enemies.
However, Yi Yuan pressed on her sword and looked at the Ape King unhurriedly, saying, Senior Ape King don't know alchemy, but do you know the grading among human alchemists?
Of course I know it.
But don't you dare tell me that you, an Essence Chi realm martial artist, is an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Yuan took off the alchemist badge on his chest and tossed it over to the Ape King, saying, This badge is issued by the Alchemy Association to alchemists. There's my personal information inside it. Senior Ape King, just have to insert essence energy into the badge, and you'll naturally understand. Though the Ape King did not feel that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the demon crystal pill, it felt that he also could not play any tricks, so it inserted a wisp of essence energy into the badge, and Yi Yuan's information instantly surfaced inside his mind. Low-rank Alchemy Master? Essence Chi Realm Low-rank Alchemy Master. The Ape King looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment. The Ape King was an old demon who had lived for several hundred years. It still knew a little about the grading among human alchemists. Under normal circumstances, the alchemist grade corresponded with the martial artist's strength. Rarely would there appear Essence Chi Realm Alchemy Masters or Spirit Condensation Realm Alchemy Grandmasters. One could tell from this that this youth's alchemy standards were rather high. No wonder he dared to be so rampant. But, so what? You're just an alchemy master and even a low-rank alchemy master who just passed the Alchemist Association's test not long ago. Don't tell me that you can refine the demon crystal pill now. Ape King threw the badge back to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan caught the badge and pinned it on. He looked at the Ape King and stretched out a finger, saying, 1 year. Within a year, I'll definitely give Senior Ape King a demon crystal pill. 1 year? How's that possible? Brat, don't think that this king is easy to hoodwink. Regardless of how glib your tongue is, you can forget about leaving here today, the Ape King said disdainfully. A low-rank alchemy master refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill within a year? This king might have read very few books, but don't deceive this king. However, Yi Yuan just said with a cold smile. To think that you awakened inherited memories in vain. You're just an ignorant ape. What did you say? Do you believe that this king will kill you immediately? The Ape King could not help exploding in anger after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Isn't it so? What you can't do doesn't mean that others can't. Things that you don't understand don't mean that they don't exist. Back in those days, Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape only used 2 years to go from Tier 1 to Tier 3. How do you know that I can't refine Tier 3 medicinal pill within a year? To think that the descendant of Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape who had the divine realm at his beck and call would actually be ignorant to such an extent. Lamentable, oh how pitiable. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Brat, you actually dare to compare yourself to equal Heaven Old Ancestor. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Equals Heaven Old Ancestor is a deity realm expert. How can an ant like you compare? The Ape King said furiously. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Are aristocrats born nobler than others? Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape did not grow up in the divine realm but rose to power in the lower realms. Back then, wasn't there also people who said that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Truthfully telling you, refining the demon crystal pill is but an effortless matter for me. It's just that my current realm is insufficient, that's why I can't refine it. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm within a year is a breeze to me. That's all I have to say. Talking anymore won't help. If Senior Ape King doesn't believe my words, then make a move right now. Finishing, Yi Yuan turned around and really just ignored the Ape King. The Ape King stared at Yi Yuan and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan's words were indeed incomparably rampant. No matter how it sounded, it just seemed like big talk. What kind of existence was the equals Heaven Saint Ape? That was a deity realm existence. In this era where the deity realm was lost, the bright halo of those former deity realm experts appeared to be even more dazzling and legendary. A native of the endless world actually dared to compare himself to equals Heaven Old Ancestor. Just how much dauntless courage was needed? To the Stone Ape clan, equals Heaven Old Ancestor was a totem-like being. An existence that brooks no blasphemy. This comparison by Yi Yuan truly angered the Ape King. However, what surprised the Ape King was that this original inhabitant of the endless world actually knew about equals Heaven Old Ancestor. If not for having awakened his inherited memories, even he himself did not know about the existence of equals Heaven Old Ancestor. How did this brat know? Not just that, he even knew clearly about equals Heaven Old Ancestor's growing up experiences. That was even stranger. Although this brat might be a little weak, his body was leaking with abnormality. Clearly having only Essence Chi realm cultivation, yet he could unleash a powerful attack that could threaten spirit condensation realms. clearly having only Essence Chi realm cultivation, yet he could become a low-rank alchemy master. Moreover, the data on that badge said that Yi Yuan was only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm when he passed the test. This was simply subverting. The Ape King even knew that human alchemists rarely knew about the existence of the demon crystal pill. But this teenage brat actually knew. All in all, it was so abnormal. If these things were combined, perhaps this brat could really refine the demon crystal pill? Then again, it was just a year's time. If Yi Yuan could not refine it, he did not lose much anyway. At most, he would just blow his top and then kill Yi Yuan. But what if Yi Yuan could really refine the demon crystal pill? Then what if Yi Yuan could help him advance to late-stage Tier 3? Could it be that he still had the possibility of breaking through to Tier 4 in this lifetime? Thinking up to here, the Ape King found it hard to calm his emotions down again. The temptation of Tier 4 was utterly irresistible. What was the concept of Tier 4? Even in this endless forest where high-tier demonic beasts were as plentiful as clouds, Tier 4 demonic beasts also counts as a hegemon of a region. The current Ape King was at most occupying a mountain and calling himself king. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, who knew how many Tier 3 demonic beasts there were just like him? He was merely one of them. This was a sure win and no losses gamble. Even if the Ape King lost, what he lost was just a year's time anyway. But if he won, then he would obtain an even broader future. A year was completely irrelevant to the Ape King. It could not even increase his strength the least bit. You can really refine the demon crystal pill? The Ape King asked somewhat weakly. Yi Yuan turned his face over and snubbed the Ape King. He knew that his words already took effect. As long as he let the Ape King become conscious of his mysteriousness, he definitely would not lay hands on him. Just a year's time was completely worthless to the Ape King. Yi Yuan could naturally think of what the Ape King desired. Hence, it was the Ape King who was begging him now and not him beseeching the Ape King anymore. Compared to Tier 4, what did the Crimson Soulgrass even matter? Seeing Yi Yuan ignore him, the Ape King could not help feeling awkward. But when he recalled his attitude towards him just now, the Ape King felt that the attitude of this person now did not seem to be improper. On the contrary, the more Yi Yuan behaved so, the more the Ape King felt that he was unfathomable. Only a capable person would posture like this. Feng Jiro, who was looking at the scene by the side, could not help widening her eyes. This plot reversed too quickly. The Ape King was still in a billowing rage just now and wanted to smack people to death at the slightest provocation. Why did his attitude do a 180-degree U-turn after exchanging a few sentences? Feng Jiro unintentionally looked at Yi Yuan curiously. She really wanted to know what went on between Yi Yuan and the Ape King. However, she knew that now was not the time to interrupt, so she could only press down her curiosity deep in her heart. Feng Jiro knew that she and Yi Yuan was already safe now. That was enough. Brah. Young man, if you can really refine the demon crystal pill, you can have as much crimson soulgrass as you want. The Ape King changed his form of address at the last moment and turned brat into young man. Right now, the only bargaining chip on the Ape King's hands was the crimson soulgrass. Yi Yuan was ignoring him, so he could only take that out. Yi Yuan only turned his head back slowly after seeing that the Ape King went to the main point, saying indifferently, "Isn't Senior Ape King bullying people too much by using the Crimson Soulgrass to exchange for the Demon Crystal Pill?" Crimson Soulgrass was only a Tier 2 medicinal herb. Though it might be scarce, it was simply garbage when compared with Tier 3 medicine pills. And this sort of medicinal pill for the consumption of demonic beasts like the Demon Crystal Pill was practically unheard of in the human territories. In the endless world, alchemists who could refine demonic beast medicinal pills could likely be counted on the fingers of one hand. Such was the pricelessness of the Demon Crystal Pill. The Ape King also showed slight embarrassment and said, "Young man, as long as you can really refine out the Demon Crystal Pill, just list your terms. As long as I do it, I definitely won't say no." Yi Yuan looked at the Ape King and suddenly beamed, smiling until the Ape King felt scared. However, Yi Yuan did not list his terms. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Senior Ape King, I wonder if you have any interest in the Demon Manor Pill?" When the Ape King heard Demon Manor Pill, these three words, he involuntarily sucked in a cold breath, and he became battered out of his senses. Where was there still any demeanor of an unparalleled expert? For an ape's face to have such exciting expressions, it was hard on the Ape King. Currently, the Ape King's entire body was trembling. He was clearly agitated to the extreme. Demon, demon, demon. You can actually even refine that. After saying demon for a long time, the Ape King did not complete the 3 words demon manor pill and was already so agitated that he was stuttering. Demon manor pill was precisely a medicinal pill which could aid demonic beasts to break through to Tier 4. It was Tier 4. Before today, he had never had any extravagant hopes of breaking through to Tier 4. But now, Yi Yuan whetted his appetite sky high, and actually even brought up the demon manor pill. Was it not wanting a person's life? No, wait. It should be wanting an ape's life. No matter human martial artists or demonic beasts, who could withstand the allure of breaking through a major realm? Nobody. Each major realm was like a heavenly chasm. Those geniuses could cross a heavenly chasm, but might not be able to cross the next one. After crossing the next heavenly chasm, they might not be able to cross the next one. Each major realm was just like a fine sieve, eliminating countless geniuses again and again. Each heavenly chasm could make innumerable geniuses fall in the sand with broken halberds. The Ape King being able to awaken its inherited memories meant that he already counted as a pinnacle genius among the long-armed stone apes. But this heavenly chasm called Tier 4 mercilessly shut the door on his face. Now, did he really have the chance to cross this heavenly chasm? Yi Yuan was very satisfied with the Ape King's response and said smilingly, "Didn't I say just now? Refining pills to me is just a common meal. What I'm lacking now is the cultivation realm." Yi Yuan's manner of speaking clearly seemed like he was boasting. However, the Ape King did not know why, but he felt that what Yi Yuan said was real. Perhaps this feeling originated from the powerful self-confidence coming off of Yi Yuan's body. This sort of feeling was contradictory, yet it was so persuasive. In the end, it was the allure of Tier 4 which trumped all. "State your terms, young man." "I concede," the Ape King said helplessly. After awakening his inherited memories, the Ape King's intellect was no longer inferior to regular humans. He knew that Yi Yuan whetting up his appetite was definitely not for something as simple as the crimson soul grass. Seeing the Ape King's defeated look, Yi Yuan said calmly, "With 10 years as the duration, acknowledge me as your master." "What? You, a puny little Essence Chi realm, actually want me to acknowledge you as my master?" The Ape King was enraged when he heard that. On the Crimson Summit Ridge, the Ape King was a paramount existence. Regardless of strength or age, he was on an entirely different level from Yi Yuan. To ask him to acknowledge a youth as his master was even more painful than killing him. But Yi Yuan had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "After 10 years, even if you wanted to acknowledge me as your master, I'm afraid that you won't even get a Q number. If you're unwilling, then I don't really care. I'll just suffer this small loss and use the demon crystal pill to exchange the crimson soul grass with you. Either way, refining a demon crystal pill is effortless to me. After a year, I'll hand you the demon crystal pill, and the two of us won't owe each other anything. But at that time, don't think about becoming my servant to exchange for the demon manor pill." Yi Yuan paused and kept away the smile on his face, saying solemnly, "There's only this one chance." With Yi Yuan keeping away his smile, the aura of a sovereign undulated out naturally, as if he was a sovereign who descended upon the world. Feng Zhiro had never seen this side of Yi Yuan, as if he looked down on all things under the heavens. This sort of disposition and aura, even if her father were here, most likely he would also admit defeat, right? Yi Yuan was originally the Medicine King Hall's young patriarch, an alchemy emperor with supreme status in the divine realm. Even when matched up against those old undying from the Alchemist Association, his standards went beyond rather than falling below the mark. Although he changed his body now, that sort of disposition of a sovereign originated from the deepest part of the soul. It was completely unnecessary for him to fake it. When the Ape King saw how Yi Yuan's bearing was actually so extraordinary, he was unwittingly shocked inwardly. As a sovereign himself, the Ape King was even clearer that this sort of bearing was absolutely not something that could be faked by an Essence Chi realm youth. There were definitely many unknown secrets on this young man's body. The Ape King inadvertently started to reevaluate Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear.
If he chose to use the Crimson Soulgrass to exchange, then he would lose the opportunity to advance to a Tier 4 demonic beast.
So the question now was whether Yi Yuan could really refine a demon manner pill.
This was similarly another gamble. Yi Yuan increased the original bet multiple times. Yi Yuan saying to acknowledge him as his master was naturally not just verbally. It was to enter a soul contract.
After entering a soul contract, all actions of the Ape King had to comply with Yi Yuan's commands without resistance. Otherwise, a single thought from Yi Yuan could make the Ape King's soul dissipate.
That was to say, he would lose 10 years of freedom. If the Ape King chose to use the Crimson Soulgrass to exchange, he would earn without losing anything. With the Demon Crystal Pill, there was no problem for him to break through to middle stage Tier 3.
But that way, he would also lose the chance to break through to Tier 4.
Perhaps this might be his only chance to become a Tier 4 demonic beast. If he chose the latter, the risk he faced would be much greater. If Yi Yuan could not refine the Demon Manner Pill, he would lose 10 years of freedom. This was something the Ape King could not accept.
But if he chose the latter, he would obtain the opportunity to break through to Tier 4. This opportunity was too hard to come by.
The temptation of Tier 4 was too huge. The Ape King kept on contorting his ape face in agony. Clearly, his heart was filled with turmoil. Seeing the Ape King show such an interesting expression, Feng Zhiro nearly laughed out loud. But she was also very astonished in her heart.
Just what did you say to him?
Why is he showing such an expression? Feng Zhiro could not suppress her curiosity and voice transmitted to ask. Yi Yuan did not hide it and told her the matter of his intention to take the Ape King in as his servant. The look on Feng Zhiro's face also became very fascinating when she heard Yi Yuan's voice transmission. But that's a Tier 3 Ape King. Even the Dean might not be his match. You actually want to take him in as your servant? Feng Zhiro nearly let out a sound. Just a Tier 3 stone ape, that's all. Barely strong enough to be my servant, I guess. It's also because my strength is too weak, or else I wouldn't even be bothered to take him in. You're also aware my master is very strong. If the servant I take in is too lousy, the elder will also lose his prestige. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Feng Zhiro stared at Yi Yuan and was already completely speechless. The two of them barged into the Crimson Summit Ridge at nearly the cost of their lives. No matter how Feng Zhiro thought, she did not expect the situation to reverse so swiftly. The previous moment they were nearly killed by this Ape King, and the next moment Yi Yuan wanted to take this Ape King in as his servant. Not that I don't understand, but it's this world that changed too quickly.
Just what kind of existence was Yi Yuan's master? The Ape King's struggle continued for several dozen breaths of time, but Yi Yuan did not urge him.
Yi Yuan also knew that this matter was an extremely painful choice to the Ape King. The Ape King in the Crimson Summit Ridge was like an emperor in a mortal country. To make an emperor become another person's servant was clearly an extremely difficult matter.
Gradually, the Ape King's facial expression settled down. Yi Yuan knew that he already made his decision.
How is it? Have you considered it? Yi Yuan asked calmly.
To get me to become your servant also works, but you must swear a heavenly Tao oath to definitely refine the demon manner pill for me within 10 years, the Ape King said solemnly.
Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that. Don't be mistaken. Right now, I'm not the one begging you to be my servant. But it's me who's giving you a chance. You can only choose to believe me or not to believe in me. There isn't a third road. Seeing the Ape King's expression turn hostile, Yi Yuan added on and said, Don't dream about trapping me here to refine pills for you. Once I have the strength to refine the demon manner pill, I have 1,000 ways to make you die unknowingly. You can try if you don't believe. The Ape King did not expect that the notion had just jumped to mind, and Yi Yuan already guessed it. He was indeed thinking about keeping Yi Yuan here to refine pills for him just now. But he did not imagine being counter-threatened by Yi Yuan. Just as Yi Yuan had said, if his alchemy Dao attainments were truly so high, then he would really have this ability.
Another long bout of silence passed. The Ape King suddenly gave a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, Fine.
For this chance to break through to Tier 4, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master for 10 years. Yi Yuan's face did not reveal any surprise. He chuckled loudly when he heard that and said, Don't worry. Following me, Yi Yuan? let alone Tier 4. Even Tier 5 Demon Monarch or Tier 6 Demon Ancestor does not amount to much. I don't need 10 years. Even I were to chase you away. I'm afraid that you won't be willing to leave my side. These words still sounded so rampant and unreliable. In truth, Yi Yuan was afraid of scaring the Ape King, so he held back. To Yi Yuan, forget about Demon Ancestor, what was difficult about even that Tier 9 Demon Emperor. The Ape King fully opened up his divine soul. Yi Yuan formed a seal with both hands, and a wisp of soul strength reached into the divine soul of the Ape King. Regardless whether it was demonic beasts or human martial artists, the divine soul was the most mysterious and also the most fragile place. The Ape King only felt his divine soul quiver and his entire being feeling like he was dead tired. The Ape King knew that he and Yi Yuan already set up a soul contract. He shall serve Yi Yuan as his master for 10 years. Currently, the Ape King no longer had his former pride. He said respectfully, Yuan Fei pays respect to master. Yi Yuan nodded and said, So, you're called Yuan Fei? Since you acknowledged me as your master, there are some things I wanted to make clear to you. Pray tell, master. You have your pride as the Ape King, and I also won't control your words and actions as I please. Hence, under most circumstances, you're free. If you sincerely acknowledge me as your master, I can even choose not to use soul strength. That way, you're virtually completely free. However, if I find out that you feign compliance while acting in opposition even just once, I'll use the soul contract without hesitation. Understood. Yuan Fei understands. Don't worry, master. Since this Yuan Fei chose to follow master, I naturally won't have other thoughts, Yuan Fei said deferentially. Methods like soul contracts were actually quite gentle. It primarily looked at the contents of the contract entered by the two parties. Because Yuan Fei and Yi Yuan's soul contract was not on equal footing, Yuan Fei must serve Yi Yuan as master. Even so, apart from restrictions on the contract and having to do things for Yi Yuan, there was pretty much no difference from normal times. It was possible to forcefully plant a slave seal to control others. The party being enslaved could not hide any thoughts from the master. That was a true slave and not some master-servant relationship. There were some even more impressive techniques which could directly obliterate the consciousness of the person being controlled to make him completely submit to his master. As long as the master did not take the initiative to come into contact with the spell, the person being controlled would forever be a walking corpse. It was precisely because a method like a soul contract was very gentle that Yuan Fei agreed to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not agree with Yi Yuan and just kill him instead. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan's words dispelled Yuan Fei's last bit of apprehension. Yi Yuan's meaning was that they were equals. But when Yi Yuan required something, he had to help Yi Yuan unconditionally. Rather than saying master-servant relationship, they might as well say full-time bodyguard. Furthermore, Yuan Fei and Yi Yuan had already entered a soul contract. There was also an indistinct hint of telepathy between them. Yuan Fei could sense that Yi Yuan truly turned his nose up a little at him. This servant. This sort of turning his nose up was not looking down in disdain, but a sort of indescribable feeling. Anyway, this master was very mysterious. And don't need to call master either, just call me young master, Yi Yuan instructed. Yes, young master. From the beginning since just now, Feng Jiro's mouth had always been wide open. She was already so amazed that she grinned from ear to ear. A Tier 3 demonic beast was subdued just like that with a few sentences from Yi Yuan? This was a Tier 3 demonic beast and not some Tom, Dick, and Harry. In this 1,000-mile radius of the endless forest, a Tier 3 demonic beast was absolutely a king-like existence. He actually became Yi Yuan's servant just like that? She still suspected that Yi Yuan was bragging a little just now, but only when she saw the Ape King's attitude now did Feng Jiro become aware of her ignorance. You really subdued him? Feng Jiro was still a little hesitant to believe and wished to confirm it from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Look at his appearance. Is there still anything else to doubt? With Yuan Fei tagging along, time to beat up Su Yubai first after heading back. Hehe. Feng Jiro was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. At the start, he still had a certain air, but he revealed his true colors in his last sentence. This fellow was simply a troublemaker. But he's the Ape King. How did you subdue him? Feng Zhiro could not resist asking again.
Everybody has a weakness. As long as you grasp their weak point, they can naturally be used by you. To the Ape King, what do you think he desires the most? Yi Yuan smiled and countered with a question.
Feng Zhiro thought about it after hearing the question. After some time, she answered uncertainly, breakthrough to Tier 4?
Well, I don't think there's anything with a greater allure than this.
Smart.
Yuan Fei is just like you. If you can't break through to the spirit condensation realm, then it would be even more excruciating than killing you. You should be able to understand this sort of feeling, Yi Yuan smiled and said.
And?
You actually dare to compare me to a demonic beast?
Feng Zhiro nodded her head first but quickly realized that something was wrong and promptly burst into anger. Haha, I didn't have that intention. Why are you always so sensitive? Don't hit me.
I have a Tier 3 bodyguard now.
You can't beat me. Humph.
Even if you have a Tier 4 bodyguard, so what?
I'll beat you anyway. Feng Zhiro simply did not care. She did not believe that Yi Yuan would really dare to make the Ape King come and beat her. Ouch, I was wrong, my grand-aunt. That's much better.
After a bout of play fighting, a problem remained in front of Yi Yuan.
How should he handle the mountain full of long-armed stone apes? Once Yuan Fei left with him, this mountain full of long-armed stone apes would lose their support. In the endless forest, Yuan Fei was not the only Tier 3 demonic beast. If he were to leave, these long-armed stone apes would be without a head. Sooner or later, they would be annexed by other forces.
The demonic beast world was at times crueler than the human world. It was impossible for other species to tolerate the long-armed stone apes to continue occupying the mountain and calling themselves king. The final outcome would be complete annihilation. Yuan Fei, what about your fellow clansmen?
If you leave, they'll probably be swallowed up by other powerful races. Yi Yuan inquired.
Not that Yi Yuan was unwilling to bring them away, but because there were simply too many long-armed stone apes.
If he brought them all away, how would he settle them down? These long-armed stone apes, when brought outside, could virtually destroy a mortal country. There was no place safe to put such a colossal force.
If somebody with some bad intentions found them, these long-armed stone apes could be in even greater danger than at the endless forest. No matter how powerful Yuan Fei was, he was just a single person. Furthermore, the experts from some of the great sects were even stronger than Yuan Fei. When Yuan Fei saw that Yi Yuan took the initiative to mention his clansmen, he felt incredibly touched.
If it were some other person, having acquired such a powerful helper, who would bother about the life and death of Yuan Fei's clansmen? Don't worry, young master. I have an extremely powerful spatial spirit artifact on me. It's ample to store my clansmen and me. As he said, Yuan Fei flipped over his palm. A small-scale mini-palace floated about his palm. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, to think it's actually 128 restrictions spatial spirit artifact. This toy is probably extremely rare in the endless world. Looks like you, Yuan Fei, are really fortuitous.
No wonder only you among so many clansmen could awaken inherited memories and break through to Tier 3.
Yuan Fei smiled. If young master can help me break through to Tier 4, you would be Yuan Fei's greatest fortuitous encounter. Yi Yuan chortled and said, relax.
I won't let you down.
A 128 restriction spirit artifact was practically the utmost limit of a spirit artifact.
If more restrictions were added, the spirit artifact would find it very hard to withstand the oppression of the restrictions. The final outcome would be the destruction of the spirit artifact. Furthermore, spatial spirit artifacts were extremely scarce. A 128 restriction spatial spirit artifact was even more valuable then.
If the spirit artifact were known to the outside world, it would surely set off a wave of bloodshed. Yi Yuan did not expect that Yuan Fei actually possessed such a spirit artifact.
Where did your spirit artifact come from, Yuan Fei? Yi Yuan asked curiously.
Back then when I was at peak Tier 2, although I awakened inherited memories, I remained unable to find the juncture for a breakthrough. Hence, I hardened my heart and entered the depths of the endless forest alone to seek out the opportunity for a breakthrough.
Who knew that I would randomly barge into a human grotto? The spirit artifact was obtained from inside that grotto. Yuan Fei did not hide it and explained to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was surprised. A human grotto?
Isn't the endless forest under the rule of demonic beasts? Why would there be a human grotto? Yuan Fei shook his head and said, "That I don't know, but I acquired this spirit artifact from the outermost area of that grotto. The inhibitions inside are overly powerful. I simply dared not go in too deep. Back then, I obtained several demon spirit pills and this spatial spirit artifact inside the grotto, and then quietly retreated. I only broke through to Tier 3 after swallowing the demon spirit pills."
Oh? There's actually such things like demon spirit pills inside that human martial artist's grotto? Looks like you, Yuan Fei, really have a tremendous fortune. Your future accomplishments definitely won't be low. Yi Yuan said admirably. From Yuan Fei's recount of the situation, his luck was simply freaking amazing.
Yuan Fei was only at peak Tier 2 back then. Entering deep into the endless forest was simply no different from courting death. But not only did he not die, he even bafflingly obtained the opportunity to break through and successfully broke through to Tier 3. And now Yuan Fei encountered Yi Yuan. This could no longer be described as good luck. Accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, as long as Yuan Fei did not die, his future accomplishments would be immeasurable. Just like Yuan Fei said himself, meeting Yi Yuan was his greatest fortune. "Thank you, young master," Yuan Fei exclaimed respectfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like this human grotto should be the temporary dwelling of some extremely powerful existence. This endless forest is really such an interesting place."
Yuan Fei's words filled Yi Yuan with a deep curiosity about that grotto. After he became stronger, he must absolutely pay a visit to that grotto. All right, there's no time to lose. Yuan Fei, quickly pack up and put your clansmen inside the spatial spirit artifact. Then follow me. You and your clansmen just stay inside the spatial spirit artifact normally to cultivate. When I need you, I'll naturally call for you, Yi Yuan instructed.
"Yes, young master," Yuan Fei acknowledged and started to carry out the Great Migration feat. This Crimson Summit Ridge was also a rich treasure land. Apart from the Crimson Soulgrass, there were quite a few other precious medicinal herbs. As for those things, Yi Yuan naturally would not waste them. He made the apes pack them all up and deliver it inside the spatial spirit artifact. Of course, to the present Yi Yuan, the most precious was still the Crimson Soulgrass.
Yi Yuan got 3 to 4 stalks of it from Yuan Fei and made him keep the rest away inside the spatial spirit artifact.
Once everything was settled, Yuan Fei and his clansmen all entered the spatial spirit artifact. Then, the spatial spirit artifact shrunk to become a small bead the size of a soybean and was carried on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro continued down the ridge. The Crimson Summit Ridge, originally bustling with noise and excitement, was abnormally still now. But this sort of situation would not last long. What the endless forest lacked the least were demonic beasts. This place would soon be occupied by other demonic beasts. There would naturally be a bout of fighting and killing over this, but that had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. It could be said that he returned fully loaded from this trip to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Not only did he obtain the Crimson Soulgrass, he even subdued a Tier 3 demonic beast. Feng Zhiro felt that she was still dreaming even now. This entire day and night's experience was overly bizarre. Am I still dreaming, Yi Yuan? Did we really subdue a Tier 3 demonic beast? You can pinch yourself. If it hurts, that means you aren't dreaming. Ouch! I asked you to pinch yourself. What did you pinch me for?
You're actually in so much pain. Looks like this really isn't a dream.
But I still feel like this isn't real. Yi Yuan, if you let out the Ape King and his clan, wouldn't they be able to directly obliterate the state of Qin? Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Don't be silly. Yuan Fei can't be exposed. He can only be used during crucial moments. Just think about it, if a Tier 3 demonic beast appeared in the human territories, what would be the outcome?"
Furthermore, Yuan Fei and the rest are hiding inside the spatial spirit artifact. If the spatial spirit artifact is exposed, forget about me, even the state of Qin will face annihilation. So we must keep our mouths tightly shut after we return, understood? Feng Zhiro had a casual personality. She just felt that having a Tier 3 demonic beast subordinate was very glorious. She honestly did not think that the consequence would be so severe. No way. I was still thinking about bringing Yuan Fei out to show off just now. They actually can't even show their faces.
Feng Zhiro felt dejected. Yi Yuan put on a solemn face when he saw that and said, "Senior apprentice sister, you must treat this matter as if it didn't happen when we return. Or else, the consequences are not something that you and I can bear." Fine, fine. I understood already. I won't even tell Auntie. Just relax. Feng Zhiro just had a more roguish personality. But she was no fool. Yi Yuan already spoke to such an extent. She obviously knew propriety. Especially that spatial spirit artifact. That was virtually a ticking time bomb. The duo chatted as they walked and quickly descended the mountain. The crimson soulgrass was already obtained, so the next step was the pine yong fruit. The place the pine yong fruit grew at was called Gray Pine Forest. It was not really an extremely dangerous place, just the territory of a Tier 2 demonic beast. Now that they had Yuan Fei, plucking the pine yong fruit was effortless. Walking, the pair reached a dense forest. Killing intent appeared in a flash without any warning signs. An arrow passed through layers of trees and shot toward Yi Yuan's heart at extreme speed. The distance of this arrow was neither too far nor too near. It made Yi Yuan unable to detect it in advance and also did not give him the slightest bit of time to react. However, Yi Yuan managed to react to it. His sensitivity towards Qi activities was incomparable with regular essence Qi realms. Spirit Void shattering space was executed right away as he leaped to the side, barely evading this arrow. Just as Yi Yuan was planning on summoning Yuan Fei out, warning bells appeared again. A figure charged out from the grass straight for the direction he dove towards. That was to say, this evasion by Yi Yuan positioned him perfectly for the next wave of assassination. A saber beam flashed past and a powerful aura came from straight ahead. That was a full-powered attack from a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Right at that moment, Yi Yuan also unleashed a palm, except that this palm of his was not aimed for the assassin, but towards the ground. Stacking waves layered palm. 8th layer wave. Rumble. Dirt flew everywhere, and then Yi Yuan's figure could be seen forcefully changing its direction. And he had a close shave with that saber. Chi. This saber still managed to graze lightly Yi Yuan's arm. However, it was not over yet. A third attack headed for Yi Yuan once more. This was a chain assassination precise to the limits. The other party calculated all of Yi Yuan's reactions. Yi Yuan was in deadly danger. The assassination this time was interconnected, making a chain attack. It virtually took into account Yi Yuan's every reaction. Just now, Yi Yuan borrowed the recoil from the 8th layer wave to barely avoid the second attack. But now Yi Yuan was in midair. The third attack connected seamlessly without giving Yi Yuan any opportunity to catch his breath. The grasp on timing was precise, and coordination was marvelous. It was virtually flawless. More importantly, the strengths of these 3 people were extremely strong. All of them at the 5th level spirit condensation realm and above. For 3 5th-level spirit condensation realm and above martial artists to lay down such an ingenious killing trap, it was simply an unavoidable certain death scenario. Ah! Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiro also reacted in a flash and was about to go over and help Yi Yuan. But right then, another figure flashed out and shot directly at Feng Zhiro. Your opponent is me. An azure figure attacked Feng Zhiro with unimaginable speed. It's you, Sui Shan. Feng Zhiro angrily exclaimed in shock. The 2 people instantly exchanged a blow. They were actually on par. Heh, if not, who do you think it is? Nan Feng Zhiro. This young master has chased after you for so much, but you refuse to give any face. Today, I'm going to let you taste this young master's prowess. Sui Shan smiled nastily. As the Su family's young patriarch, Sui Shan was naturally aware of Nan Feng Zhiro's true identity. The Su family's relationship with the imperial family had always been very delicate. Sui Shan had also pursued Nan Feng Zhiro for a very long time in the academy, but Nan Feng Zhiro always spoke bluntly to him. Sui Shan had been pursuing Nan Feng Zhiro. On the one hand, it was in consideration for the Su family's interests. On the other hand, it was obviously because of Nan Feng Zhiro's beauty. Not only was Nan Feng Zhiro's looks outstanding, but she was also a famous ice beauty. How could Sui Shan not be moved? Nan Feng Zhiro involuntarily flew into a great rage upon seeing Sui Shan tease her with words.
Such gall, Suishan. I'll definitely return and report to Imperial Father about this incident and make him administer punishment onto your Su family. Suishan sneered coldly and said, Then, you have to be able to go back first. Hee. The dazzlingly gorgeous senior apprentice sister and the super genius both fell in the endless forest. Truly lamentable. With the likes of you? Nanfeng Jiro said with similarly a cold sneer. Over here, Suishan intercepted Nanfeng Jiro. On the other side, Yi Yuan already arrived at the critical juncture of life and death. Yi Yuan could naturally call out Yuan Fei at this time, but after he summoned him he would already be a dead man. The Chong trio brothers were clearly unaware that Yi Yuan had subdued Yuan Fei, but their chain assassination this time coincidentally shut the possibility of Yi Yuan summoning Yuan Fei. Chong Wen was born cautious. His investigation concerning Yi Yuan was also quite thorough. Regardless of how much of a wastrel Yi Yuan was in the past, he was now currently an opponent that barred absolutely no negligence. If they looked down on Yi Yuan just because he was at the Essence Chi realm, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. In reality, Yi Yuan's performance affirmed Chong Wen's thoughts. If it were some other Essence Chi realm martial artist, that deadly arrow from Chong 3 would have already pierced through his heart. But not only did Yi Yuan evade Chong 3's arrow under the situation where it was impossible to change his body's inertia, he forcefully altered directions in midair. This could no longer be described as being tough. 2 5th-level spirit condensation realms' immaculate assassination was actually dodged ingeniously by a 9th-level Essence Chi realm. But that was alright because Chong Wen himself was the person in charge of the final strike. Chong Wen, a 6th-level spirit condensation realm expert. Since the beginning when Yi Yuan entered the area they were lying in wait, Chong Wen was already accumulating his energy and waiting to release it, all for this final lethal blow. This strike was a 6th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist's most powerful strike. Due to the addition of that 8th-layer wave from Yi Yuan earlier, his current airborne speed was even faster than before. And Chong Wen's speed was greater than Chong 2's. That was to say that Yi Yuan's and Chong Wen's speed, which was greater than Chong 2's, were coming together. Chong Wen also used a sword. It seemed as if he already saw the result of Yi Yuan being gored through and breathing his last. Ah! Careful, Yi Yuan. Nafeng Shiro was entangled by Su Ishan and could not free herself. But she saw the scene of Yi Yuan about to be killed. Better take care of yourself first, Princess Nanfeng. Seeing Nafeng Shiro's reaction, Su Ishan also felt a wave of delight. That hateful Yi Yuan was finally about to die. Boom! Nanfeng Shiro was sent flying and spat out blood on the spot. But at the same time, the script did not play out according to Chong Wen's plan. The tip of Chong Wen's sword was about to stab Yi Yuan when the scene before his eyes suddenly blurred. 9 Yi Yuans actually appeared at the same time in front of him. Afterimages? Yi Yuan was currently airborne. How could he possibly create afterimages? And these 9 Yi Yuans were incomparably realistic. Just which one was the real body? Chong Wen's divine sense swept across these 9 figures instantaneously, but to his shock, he discovered that these 9 silhouettes were actually all real bodies. What sort of situation was this? Seeing ghosts? However, Chong Wen was currently like an arrow fitted to a string, being at the point of no return. He could not tolerate any hint of hesitation. Humph, paltry tricks. It's just camouflage. Chong Wen chose the centermost Yi Yuan without hesitation. That was also his initial target. Creating afterimages under this sort of situation, it was 10-to-1 a camouflage. The aim was to confound Chong Wen's senses. And the true body had never changed from the very beginning. Swoosh! Chong Wen's body passed through the afterimage just like that. There was no unsmooth feeling of penetrating a body. He passed through the air. Chong Wen's heart involuntarily sunk. To deal with a 9th-level Essence Chi realm, the 3 brothers employed all of their skills to its limits and meticulously laid out this certain death situation. The result was just making Yi Yuan suffer some light injuries. When setting up the scenario, Chong Wen had absolute confidence that let alone a 9th-level Essence Chi realm, even a 7th-level Spirit Condensation realm would suffer major losses when caught unprepared. Towards Yi Yuan, Changwon had already placed great emphasis until he could not think any higher of him. But the outcome still exceeded his expectations. All the way up to now, Changwon could not figure out just how Yi Yuan created 8 afterimages while in an airborne state. Also, just which one was his real body. Bang! The Yi Yuan behind Changwon fell heavily onto the ground. Changwon also landed softly, appearing to be very relaxed without Yi Yuan's shabby appearance. Yi Yuan stood up and dusted off the grass bits on his body and said calmly, "I really have to thank the 3 of you. Without you guys, I'm afraid that my 9-sword stance wouldn't be completed so quickly." On the boundary of imminent danger, Yi Yuan remained calm and immediately entered heart like still water state. Under that sort of situation just now, the more he panicked, the more certain he would die. Yi Yuan understood that to shake off the strike, he could only utilize the 9-swords stance's movement technique. But his 9-swords stance was incomplete. There must be a foothold to execute the movement technique, but he was currently suspended in midair. In the moment of crisis, relying on heart like still water state, Yi Yuan stimulated his potential to the greatest extent and finally completed the 9-sword stance. Meanwhile, the Chang brothers gathered together. The complexions of the trio did not look too good. Hearing the meaning of Yi Yuan's words, their painstakingly designed killing scenario actually helped Yi Yuan to have a breakthrough. That movement technique just now was very profound. Even Changwon, the 6th-level spirit condensation realm, was actually unable to differentiate which was the true body. Yi Yuan, you aren't naive enough to think that you can retreat safely after evading our ambush, right? Although that move just now was incomparably profound, your cultivation realm is still too low, Changwon said in a low voice. Changwon designed this death trap as a precautionary resolute measure to resolve a complicated problem. All done to prevent unnecessary complications. Even if they did not ambush with his cultivation realm, killing Yi Yuan was as easy as taking something out of his pockets. Not to mention there were even Chang 2 and Chang 3 by his sides. You guys are thinking too much. Why'd I have to retreat? If I didn't have a breakthrough at the last moment just now, I would already have been killed by you all. How can I let you off so easily? Though Yi Yuan said these words while smiling, those familiar with him knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. It was just that Yi Yuan's threat sounded rather comical. A 9th-level Essence Chi Realm rookie actually threatening 3 5th-level Spirit Condensation Realm and above experts. No matter how they looked at it, it just seemed like stubbornness. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the Chang trio brothers involuntarily exchanged glances. They were wondering if Yi Yuan had a problem with his brain. With their understanding of Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan might be very unbridled, he never did something he had no confidence in. However, the current circumstances did not seem to allow him to be overbearing. Yi Yuan could not naively think that he was a match for the 3 of them, right? Yi Yuan, I think that you haven't made clear of the situation, right? Changwon asked rather bafflingly. Of course I understand the situation. The 3 of you are the Su family's lackeys, right? Received that old dog Su Yubai's order to come and kill me, yes? No, Yi Yuan scoffed coldly. Changwon had clearly heard of the power of Yi Yuan's eloquence, so he did not plan on bickering with him. He nodded and said, "You're mistaken. Elder Su did not order us to come. We're under the family head's command to come and kill you." Yi Yuan was taken quite by surprise. Family head? Suishan's old man? Well, same thing. Looks like I really have to give a good one to the Su family when I return. Otherwise, they will really think that this little lord is nice to provoke. Changwon felt rather confused. Although he went through an in-depth investigation on Yi Yuan before this task, this was his first time meeting Yi Yuan after all. Only now did he discover that Yi Yuan's personality was entirely different from what he understood. In his impression, Yi Yuan was calm and steady, seemed like he was reckless but entrenched himself at every step. But now, Yi Yuan was clearly an incomprehensible good-for-nothing from a wealthy family. He completely could not make clear of the situation. If not for Yi Yuan's performance being overly stunning just now, Changwon might even think that Yi Yuan was a moron. Just as Changwon was dazed, Yi Yuan pointed at his nose and scolded, "Hey! Do the 3 of you still have a sense of shame? A 6th-level spirit condensation realm, 2 5th-level spirit condensation realm came to kill me and yet dare not do it openly. Instead, you guys used this sort of underhanded sneak attack tactics. Indeed, the type of master one has will have the same kind of lackeys. Su Yubai, that old dog, is also so sinister and enjoys sneak attacking others. You are all indeed cut from the same cloth. Chang Wen was scolded by Yi Yuan until he was stupefied. He unwittingly started to doubt his own judgment. Could it be that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was really just a hothead? A 100% good-for-nothing silk pants? Of course, Yi Yuan's talent was beyond all doubts. He was definitely a peerless genius. Even the young patriarch, Sui Shan, would have to admit defeat. Other than this, was Yi Yuan really a rash fellow? Was his actions back in the Dan Wu Academy just a random coincidence? Yi Yuan finished scolding the Chang brothers and turned his head toward Sui Shan. He started to curse Sui Shan, "You tortoise's grandson. You only know how to bully women. If you have the capabilities, then come in one-on-one with this little lord. Spineless fellow. Want to kill me but dare not make a move in the academy. You even run all the way to the endless forest to do this. In the future, when the Su family lands in your hands, it will be squandered away to nothingness eventually. Oh no, the Su family won't be able to exist for a long time. When I go back, I'm going to beat the Su family until they can't raise their heads." Sui Shan was currently in a heated battle with Nanfeng Jiro when he suddenly heard Yi Yuan's cursing and could not help burning with rage after hearing it. Forcing Nanfeng Jiro back with a blow, Sui Shan arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a few leaps. Nanfeng Jiro also followed tightly behind and came to Yi Yuan's side. Both parties entered a stalemate. Yi Yuan casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Nanfeng Jiro. Then he said with a smile, "It's been hard on you, senior apprentice sister Nanfeng. Eat it. No need to mind the sort of small injuries." Nanfeng Jiro caught the medicinal pill but lowered her head instead. She knew that her identity had already been made aware to Yi Yuan, making it rather awkward. "Don't get cocky, Yi Yuan. Even if you avoided the Chang brothers' ambush, do you think that you can still exit the endless forest today?" Sui Shan was displeased when he saw Yi Yuan's composed appearance. Shouldn't the current Yi Yuan be in a panic? Yi Yuan stared at Sui Shan and said with a smile, "I don't plan on leaving the endless forest." "Humph. Good that you know. The endless forest is so fun. I still plan on playing for a few more days. As for whether you guys can walk out or not, that I dare not guarantee. Is your brain spoilt, Yi Yuan? Can't you tell what kind of situation you two are currently in? Just now, I heard that you want to fight one-on-one, yeah?" Sui Shan stared at Yi Yuan like he was looking at a fool. Yi Yuan beamed and said, "That's right. Does the dignified Su family's young patriarch only know how to bully women? If you have the capability, let's go one-on-one. Ha 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 ha." Sui Shan roared with laughter when he heard that and said, "All right, I'll fight you one-on-one. But it's us as a group fighting you alone." Yi Yuan's face fell after hearing that, and he said in terror, "Sui Shan, are you a man or not? If you have the capabilities, let's fight one-on-one." Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Sui Shan felt incredibly venting. He chuckled and said, "Yi Yuan, I think your brain really broke down. The four of us combined can kill you like slaughtering a dog. Why should I entertain you with a duel? Do you think this is the academy?" Yi Yuan stared at Sui Shan, who looked proud of himself, and suddenly grinned, smiling very happily. "You can still laugh when death is knocking, Yi Yuan. I got to hand it to you. Chang 1, Chang 2, Chang 3, kill Yi Yuan. Leave Nanfeng Jiro alive. I still have a use for her," Sui Shan ordered. While the Chang brothers were secretly displeased that Sui Shan was still lustful at such a time, they would not refute Sui Shan's words. After all, he was the future Su family's family head. Just as the Chang brothers were prepared to make a move, their face suddenly changed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a blink, hundreds of white-colored apes appeared in front of their eyes, enclosing them in the center together with Yi Yuan. The weakest one of these white apes was at the initial stage Tier 2. "Haha, Sui Shan. I found out that I really like your idea of one-on-one. All of us versus you guys. Man, you're really a genius to even come up with this sort of one-on-one method." Yi Yuan looked at Sui Shan as he burst into laughter. "Wow, what's going on?" Sui Shan stared wide-eyed at this unbelievable scene and could not even hear Yi Yuan's mocking him. Several hundred long-armed stone apes appearing out of thin air.
This visual impact was seriously enormous. With their vision filled with Tier 2 long-armed stone apes, this sort of pressure was absolutely unforgettable for life. Sui Shan could even feel his own legs quivering. Not just Sui Shan, the Chang brothers were also completely dumbstruck at the moment. Even though they had experienced too many things, they had never seen such a huge occasion before. These hundreds of Tier 2 long-armed stone apes was enough to plow the Su family one time over. Although the majority of these long-armed stone apes were at initial stage Tier 2, there were also quite a number of middle stage and late stage Tier 2. Just one middle stage Tier 2 demonic beast was enough for him to choke over. What kind of autochmy if hundreds were added up? At this moment, their nerves were already tense to the limits. Spatial spirit artifact. It must be a spatial spirit artifact. If not, it's impossible to contain so many demonic beasts. Yuan He actually has a spatial spirit artifact. Chang Wan suddenly exclaimed in shock. Spatial spirit artifact? How's that possible? Even though the truth was in front of his eyes, Sui Shan still felt that it was unreal. That's right. It is indeed a spatial spirit artifact. I didn't think that you would have such knowledge, quite a figure. However, you offended this young master. This is the most foolish thing you've done in your entire life. Although it was just a few short breaths of exchange, Yi Yuan could tell that among these four people, Chang Wan served as a brain center character. With Sui Shan's personality, it was impossible to lay down such an elaborate killing trap to wait for the hare to land in it. The absolute strength of the four of them was much greater than Yi Yuan's pair. There was simply no need to be so cautious. That final strike from Chang Wan was remarkably brilliant. In fact, it was a flawless blow. Yi Yuan truly arrived at the borders of life and death at that time. If not for him remaining calm in the final hour of peril and having broken through at the last moment, he would already be a corpse now. From this, one could see that this Chang Wan was absolutely a very nasty character to deal with. But sadly, his opponent was Yi Yuan. He was a young master who would definitely avenge any grievances, not some old good two-shoes who returned good for evil. Towards Yi Yuan's words, Chang Wan did not refute them because he knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. The stupidest thing that he, Chang Wan, ever did in his life was to offend Yi Yuan. Chang Wan was naturally crystal clear on Yi Yuan's actions in the Dan Wu Academy and knew about his personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Hence, he dismissed the thought of begging for mercy. Fight it out, brothers. Ignore those demonic beasts and directly kill Yi Yuan. Chang Wan was also a very decisive person as he directly laid down an order. When Chang Wan's command was issued, he took the lead to burst towards Yi Yuan. Chang 2 and Chang 3 and Big Brother had incredible synergy. Following closely behind, the trio charged towards Yi Yuan in a triangle formation. This was Chang Wan's dying act. Facing so many Tier 2 demonic beasts, he did not feel that he could kill Yi Yuan. However, what made Chang Wan speechless and pleasantly surprised was that these Tier 2 demonic beasts actually did not react at all to this. These demonic beasts unexpectedly did not move out to stop the three of them. Could it be that these demonic beasts were just what Yi Yuan pulled out to intimidate them? Yi Yuan could not command these demonic beasts at all? This discovery filled Chang Wan with wild elation. Haha, nearly got hoodwinked by you. So, you can't command these demonic beasts at all. Brothers, kill him with me. Chang Wan roared with laughter. Yi Yuan did not take any actions. He just looked at Chang Wan with a smile that was not a smile filled with ridicule. Humph. At gates of death already and yet you're still pretending there. Wind Thunder Sword. Chang Wan's sword appeared in front of Yi Yuan once again. But this time around, Yi Yuan did not exhaust all his energies to defend. He remained motionless there. Right at this moment, a white figure flashed out from the side and grabbed hold of Chang Wan's sword very violently, twisting it into scrap metal. Boom! 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 One exchange, 3 palms landed respectively on Chang 1, Chang 2, and Chang 3's chest. This figure was as fast as lightning. The 3 of them did not even make clear of what it was before being sent flying out. T-Tier 3 Demonic Beast. Chang 1's face finally flickered as he stared at that white ape built like an iron pagoda in horror. Only now did he know why Yi Yuan did not move this whole time. Because he did not need to move at all.
With a Tier 3 demonic beast guarding by the side, why would he need to make a move personally? However, why would a Tier 3 demonic beast obey Yi Yuan? He was merely an Essence Chi realm martial artist. Changwon suddenly recalled that Yi Yuan had just descended down the Crimson Summit Ridge and finally understood some things. His complexion changed greatly against his will. You brought the entire Crimson Summit Ridge's long-armed stone ape clan under your control. Changwon stared at Yi Yuan with dread. You finally realized. I even thought that you were pretty smart. Didn't think that you're so slow. That's right. Yuan Fei and his clansmen will be following me in the future. Of course, it was not because Changwon was dumb, but because the impact he received today was too tremendous. An Essence Chi realm martial artist subduing the entire Crimson Summit Ridge's long-armed stone ape clan. If this spread out, other people would surely treat him like a lunatic. However, this sort of impossible matter genuinely happened. How's this possible? The Ape King is a Tier 3 demonic beast. Why would he willingly obey you? Also, humans and demonic beasts have a language barrier. How can you possibly subdue him? Changwon questioned unwillingly. Do you feel that I have a need to answer your question? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Changwon only asked because of the burning uncertainty in his heart. Truthfully, he did not hope for Yi Yuan to answer him. Changwon sighed and shut his eyes painfully. He gave a long exhalation and said, "Sigh, the Su family going against you is the Su family's greatest failure. Perhaps the Su family will vanish entirely from the scene of the state of Qin because of this. Make your move." Yuan Fei waved his long arm, and immediately, over a dozen Tier 2 long-armed stone apes rushed up, carrying away the Chang brothers who already had no means to retaliate. Before long, blood-curdling screams came from far away, making the scalp of those who heard it tingle. The long-armed stone apes were originally wild and untamable. They had always just killed any human martial artists they saw. Only Yi Yuan, who knew the universal beast language, could communicate with Yuan Fei, who activated his spiritual wisdom. Otherwise, their end result would not be much better than the Chang brothers. Each one of the wretched screams transmitted into Su Yishan's ear, impacting his mind repeatedly. It already completely collapsed his mental defense. Su Yishan only abruptly roused with a jerk after Yi Yuan slowly walked towards him. He retreated non-stop, all the way until he bumped into a long-armed stone ape before jumping in fright and dodging hurriedly. Why Yi Yuan? I was wrong. I deserve death. I deserve death. I beg you, please don't kill me. It's all because Su Yubai, that old bastard, forced me. It's all because he forced me. Su Yishan could not hold on any longer and slammed his knees onto the ground as he begged for mercy by shouting himself hoarse. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan kneeling on the ground with snot dripping from his nose and said with a smile, "I also didn't say that I'm killing you, young Master Su. Look how frightened you are." Su Yishan was already like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring right now. His brain was already no longer in charge. Hearing that Yi Yuan had the intention to let him off, he spontaneously became overjoyed and said, "Why, you're for real? Then I can go?" "Of course you can't go. All of my secrets have already been seen by you. If you were to leave and spread outside that I possess a spatial spirit artifact, then wouldn't I die without a burial place?" Su Yishan was so terrified that his legs weakened. Yi Yuan's meaning was to kill him for sure. "Don't worry. I can swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not spread the things I saw today." Su Yishan then raised his hand and looked as if he was really about to swear a heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "That isn't necessary, Su Yishan. I'll give you a chance. A chance to fight one-on-one. After you kill me, you can leave this place." Su Yishan was stunned and quickly returned to his wailing and said, "Why, young Master Yi, great hero Yi, I really know that I was wrong. I shouldn't have opposed you. I shouldn't have brought people into the endless forest to come and kill you." Yi Yuan also did not expect Su Yishan to be so spineless. That normally haughty bearing was all gone. At this time, he was like a despicable person devoid of any sense of shame. Sometimes people were like that. Without arriving at the final juncture of life and death, one could never see through a person's true character. People who normally appear to be incomparably lofty would become shamelessly menial when facing death, while those who typically appeared to live a licentious life and had improper conduct would remain incomparably unperturbed in the face of death. There were numerous manners of life. It was very clear that Sui Shan belonged to the former. If Yi Yuan made the long-armed stone apes attack, Sui Shan might still give a desperate struggle. But Yi Yuan surrounded him and did not kill him yet. Also, with the Chang brothers' horrifying way of dying as the precedent, Su Ishan's mind collapsed entirely. Yi Yuan suddenly pulled a long face and said solemnly, "I have no time to joke with you. If you don't want this opportunity, I can kill you right now." The current Su Ishan was clearly someone who yielded to force but refused a soft approach. With Yi Yuan riling up, the words sunk into Su Ishan instead. "Boo, but," Su Ishan stammered. "But I'm not a match for you, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Su Ishan lowered his head. Clearly, he tacitly agreed. But at such a time, he did not dare to say these words out. "This little lord asks to fight one-on-one. It means one-on-one with you. You don't need to doubt this. However, the one-on-one I mentioned is not right now. There are also conditions for giving you this chance." Hearing Yi Yuan say that, Su Ishan's eyes lit up as he felt like he had grasped hold of his final life-saving straw. "What conditions?" "As long as I can do it, I'll comply." "Well, I feel that my cultivation is almost consolidated. After my cultivation realm consolidates, I can break through to the spirit condensation realm. At that time, we'll have a death match. But before then, in order to help me consolidate my cultivation realm, I'll have to trouble you to feed me moves," Yi Yuan said. "SPI Spirit Condensation Realm?" So quickly, Su Ishan was stunned. Yi Yuan had just broken through to peak 9th level Essence Chi Realm not long ago. He was going to break through to the Spirit Condensation Realm now? Who among martial artists when breaking through a major realm was not filled with trepidation as if they were treading on thin ice? Back then when Su Ishan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, he prepared for a full half year, all the way until he was very certain before he dared to take the step. And at that time, Su Ishan was already at half-step spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan was obviously still just peak 9th level Essence Chi realm now. Could it be that he wanted to break through to the spirit condensation realm directly? Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the state of Qin, breaking through to the spirit condensation realm must go through the process of half-step spirit condensation realm. This was something everyone knew. Never had anyone been foolish enough to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm. Not that it was impossible to break through directly, but because the success rate of a direct breakthrough was too low. So low that nobody dared to attempt the step. The success rate of breaking through directly from 9th level Essence Chi realm to spirit condensation realm was so low that it was negligible. With such a low success rate, who would dare to try it rashly? Yi Yuan had not broken through to 9th level Essence Chi realm for long. Now, he wanted to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this possible? None of your business whether it's fast or not. Either way, you can forget about escaping if I don't break through to the spirit condensation realm. Hence, you'd better pray for me to break through earlier, Yi Yuan said coolly. But if I win you, what if you go back on your words then? Su Ishan was not a fool either and inquired about his doubts. That will have to depend on my mood. Doesn't matter to me anyway. But you can't not take this gamble. Lose, you're a dead man. Win, you can go back and continue to be the Su family's young master. This is your only chance. Up to you whether you want to or not, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Don't. I want this chance. Of course I want this chance, Su Ishan hurriedly said. This was Su Ishan's sole lease on life. He would be a fool to give it up. Yi Yuan could completely make those demonic beasts destroy him right now, but he just had to find trouble for himself. How could Su Ishan give up this opportunity? Yi Yuan nodded and said, since that's the case, you have to remember you can only defend and not attack. Fully be my human sandbag. At that time, I'll let Yuan Fei watch the battle by the side. If you have the slightest intention to attack, you'll die horribly. Su Ishan had certainly thought of harming Yi Yuan when the latter was feeding moves, but now that Yi Yuan said that, he immediately tossed this idea out of his mind. You got to be joking. A Tier 3 demonic beast watching the fight by the side. If he revealed even a trace of killing intent, the other party would finish him off without hesitation.
If Yi Yuan was an ordinary 9th-level spirit condensation realm, then forget about it. However, it was impossible for Sui Shan to kill in one strike with Yi Yuan's practical combat abilities. Hence, he better obediently became his human sandbag.
Are you joking, Yi Yuan? You're only at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, not even at half-step Spirit Condensation realm. How are you going to break through to Spirit Condensation realm? Ah, I know already. You must be messing with Suishan. Nafeng Jiro was pleasantly surprised that she discovered something. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, breaking through to the Spirit Condensation realm within a few days is a must. It has to happen even if it can't. If I don't break through, I can't even refine the Essence Yang pill and Lure can't be saved. Therefore, I have to break through to the Spirit Condensation realm by hook or by crook. But you aren't even half-step Spirit Condensation realm. What kind of crap is half-step Spirit Condensation realm? Essence Chi realm to Spirit Condensation realm is meant to be done in one shot. You people separating it into half-step Spirit Condensation realm and Spirit Condensation realm are actually self-ruining your foundations, making Spirit Condensation realm's foundation unstable. Upon mentioning half-step Spirit Condensation realm, Yi Yuan's face was filled with contempt. But everybody impacts the Spirit Condensation realm from half-step Spirit Condensation realm. Could everyone be wrong? Nanfeng Jiro refused to accept. Yi Yuan retorted with a question after hearing that. Are those everyone you say more amazing than my master when added up? My master said it's good to break through directly. Do you think that he would harm me? Nafeng Jiro had nothing to refute with. Rumble. An 8th layer wave from Yi Yuan was easily warded off by Su Ishan. Chi. Another absolute yang finger from Yi Yuan shot towards Su Ishan with abnormally fierce, incomparable force, but was defended by him again. However, Yi Yuan did not feel dispirited. In fact, he became more excited as he fought. He completely did not need to consider the problem of defense as he unleashed all the moves he knew over and over again. While the threat to Sui Shan was not great, the other party was very ragged looking. Yi Yuan's attack was not something which could be released by the average 9th level Essence Chi realm. Even if he did not use his strongest trump card, the 9-sword stance, his attacks could cause substantial damage to 2nd level Spirit Condensation realm martial artists. If Sui Shan had not broken through to the 4th level Spirit Condensation realm, just these moves could exhaust him to death. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was attacking all out wildly, while Sui Shan could only endure being hit. Under the waxing and waning, Yi Yuan's attack became fiercer. Yi Yuan already continued the reckless attacks for 2 days. These 2 days, apart from eating, sleeping, and mediation, Yi Yuan spent the rest of the time training with Sui Shan. With such a free human sandbag, hitting it was very delightful and satisfactory. The more Yi Yuan hit, the more excited he got. The more he hit, the more he did not know fatigue. Sometimes when he got excited, he could fight for several hours at a time. In contrast, Sui Shan was already on the verge of collapse, being tormented by Yi Yuan. He simply could not understand how Yi Yuan had such incredible endurance when he was merely a 9th level Essence Chi realm. With such a powerful attack, logically speaking, the expenditure of essence energy should be enormous. But Yi Yuan could fight for several hours at a time and did not need to consume chi returning pills. Even if he was the one doing the frenzied attacks, he probably could not sustain for 2 hours. However, were 4th level Spirit Condensation realm and 9th level Essence Chi realm on the same level? Not that Sui Shan did not think of sneak attacking Yi Yuan, but Yuan Fei's aura remained indistinctly locked onto him this whole time, leaving him not daring to make any reckless moves at all. Sui Shan believed that as long as he retaliated once, what awaited him was definitely a lightning blow. He had already witnessed the terror of this ape king. He was completely unable to last even a round with him. These 2 days, Yuan Fei had also been observing Yi Yuan's wanton attacks the whole time. At times his gaze was shining. It was uncertain what he was thinking. Rather, it was Nafeng Jiro who had nothing to do these 2 days. But she also had a knot in her heart which was unresolved and was somewhat weighed down with worries. Yi Yuan had heard Nanfeng this surname. Most likely, he already guessed her identity. Nanfeng was the imperial surname. Nobody was unaware of it in the state of Qin. Nanfeng Jiro and her auntie were already considered very good friends with Yi Yuan.
but they had always concealed their identity. No matter what, it was not very justifiable. These 2 days, Yi Yuan was consolidating his cultivation realm at full force, so he completely did not bother about this matter. Once he broke through his cultivation realm, would he dig into this matter? Would he drift away from her? Nanfeng Jiro started to become somewhat anxious about her gains and losses. After another day passed, Yi Yuan continued to unleash his wanton attacks on Sui Shan as usual. Suddenly, Yi Yuan halted his attacks and sat down cross-legged. Yuan Fei narrowed his eyes and seemed to have guessed something. His body moved, and he instantly appeared between Yi Yuan and Sui Shan, isolating the two. Sui Shan also seemed to have guessed something and knew that it was impossible for Yuan Fei to give him the opportunity to get close to Yi Yuan. Hence, he withdrew to the sides sensibly and meditated on his own. Yi Yuan wanted to break through, and Sui Shan also needed to recuperate. Though he did not feel that Yi Yuan could directly break through to the spirit condensation realm, it was still best to prepare for everything. What kind of joke was this? 9th level Essence Chi realm directly breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Even his old man did not dare to do that back then. Not only his father, Su Yulin, but also Lord Dean, Wan Donghai, Nefeng Yi, these well-known crystal formation realm experts, who among them was not a peerless talent back then. But not one of them dared to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm when they were at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. What kind of joke was this? Transitioning from half-step spirit condensation realm was the method to impact the spirit condensation realm fumbled out by countless ancestors. Does Yi Yuan wish to challenge countless ancestors with his own strength? Even a genius like Sui Shan prepared for a full half-year's time. Back then, when Nanfeng Jiro broke through to the spirit condensation realm, the amount of time she prepared for was a little lesser than Sui Shan, but there was still 4 to 5 months' time. However, Yi Yuan did not make any preparations at all. He only used a few days to consolidate his cultivation realm and then directly initiated breakthrough. If he succeeded, then what did these so-called geniuses, even count as? Nafeng Jiro saw that Yi Yuan was preparing to break through and also became nervous immediately. Even though Yi Yuan said it like he was very confident, this sort of matter, like challenging the limits known to martial artists, still made Nanfeng Jiro feel quite worried. A major realm could not be broken through as and when one liked. Facing the breakthrough to spirit condensation realm, nobody dared to be negligent in the least bit. Because if the assault failed, they would suffer varying degrees of injuries, possibly even facing the risk of a drop in cultivation. Although it could be cultivated back once more, the difficulty when impacting the bottleneck next time would increase tremendously. This was also why all martial artists would be extremely prudent when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. You must succeed, Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Jiro silently cheered. She knew that if Yi Yuan could not break through, Lua would die for sure. Once Lua dies, the blow to Yi Yuan would definitely be huge. This was something which Nanfeng Jiro did not wish to see. Yi Yuan just sat cross-legged like that for an hour, the aura on his body gradually stabilizing. His eyes suddenly snapped open. Retrieving a spirit surge pill from his storage ring to consume, he said to Yuan Fei, help to guard me. I'm going to begin the breakthrough. I Sui Shan properly and don't let him escape. Be at ease and break through, young master. There's Yuan Fei here for everything. Yuan Fei answered. Yi Yuan nodded and shut his eyes again. Not far away, Sui Shan witnessed the scene and was secretly alarmed in his heart. Yi Yuan could actually really communicate with this demonic beast. No wonder he could subdue this Tier 3 demonic beast. There was really innumerable secrets on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan adjusted his condition and consumed the spirit surge pill. And he officially commenced the attempt to break through into the spirit condensation realm. While the onlookers felt that Yi Yuan impacting the spirit condensation realm was filled with incomparable danger, to the party involved, Yi Yuan, it was not really a very amazing thing. His understanding towards heaven and earth essence energy surpassed any so-called expert in the state of Qin considerably. Those crystal formation realm experts' understanding towards heaven and earth essence energy was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. To them, the spirit condensation realm was a massive ridge. To Yi Yuan, the spirit condensation realm was merely a small threshold, that's all. The spirit surge pill entering his abdomen was just like tossing a small pebble onto the surface of a peaceful lake. Breaking the original equilibrium state of essence energy, within Yi Yuan's body. Practically instantaneously, the essence energy within Yi Yuan's dantian seethed. Woo! Woo! A whirlwind started to howl underneath Yi Yuan. This whirlwind continuously enlarged, expanding more, whipping up fallen leaves. The essence energy tempest commenced. A vortex formed from the essence energy tempest brought forth a violent tornado, and this storm grew increasingly larger.
The endless forest was originally a land rich with essence energy. Yi Yuan recklessly absorbed all the essence energy converging without any care, flowing into his dantian.
What's going on? This essence energy storm is not right, Sui Shan exclaimed in shock. Back then, the essence energy storm he caused when he himself broke through to the spirit condensation realm was simply a small apprentice in the presence of a great sorcerer when compared to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest gave him the feeling like it was a great flood or savage beast, incomparably violent. With such violent and turbulent essence energy gushing into the dantian ceaselessly, would it not burst the dantian? Hee.
Burst it. Burst it. Let's see how you posture after it bursts. Sui Shan was chuckling inwardly over his misfortune.
But just as he was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others, his collar was suddenly grabbed from behind, lifting him up like carrying a baby chick. Yuan Fei carried Sui Shan and speedily headed for the distance. Nanfeng Jiro followed behind them.
The essence energy tempest formed from Yi Yuan's breakthrough grew larger and larger, almost about to spread over here. Hence, Yuan Fei decisively brought everyone to retreat a certain distance away.
Sui Shan, who was being dragged, felt unbearable shame and humiliation. But facing a Tier 3 demonic beast, what could he do? He did not wish to end up like the Chong brothers, being torn to shreds by those damnable apes. Yuan Fei landed far away after a few flashes, roughly 1,000 feet away from Yi Yuan.
Even with such a distance, they could still feel that surging essence energy storm.
The expansion of the essence energy storm showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew even larger. Yi Yuan was situated in the eye of the essence energy storm, oblivious to all that was happening in the outside world. Currently, all of his thoughts were placed on refining essence energy. Unlike the wild essence energy in the outside world, the essence energy inside Yi Yuan's body was impossibly tame. If the essence energy in the outside world was a violent wild beast, then the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was a powerful beast tamer. Essence energy, which went through its domestication, became very obedient. Yi Yuan was currently revolving the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, Mortal Chapter's 2nd phase's cultivation method. He also did not expect that breaking through to the spirit condensation realm would actually require such an enormous amount of essence energy.
No wonder Spirit Bristle Divine King, that fellow, was so powerful. This was only breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and the necessary essence energy was already so titanic. If one entered the Divine King realm, just how terrifying would the quantity of essence energy required be?
Yi Yuan was just like a diligent little bee, refining the essence energy non-stop using the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, then sending it into his dantian. The essence energy within the dantian accumulated more and more, gradually inflating Yi Yuan's dantian to the limit. And right now, the critical juncture of breaking through to the spirit condensation realm had arrived, and that was to gather the qi and liquefy it. However, Yi Yuan did not bother about the essence energy inside the dantian but continued to refine essence energy ceaselessly, steadily pouring it into the dantian. Yi Yuan's dantian was inflated even much more bigger, with the risk of exploding at any time.
If he did not take measures right away, it could really be like how Sui Shan desired, stuffing the dantian so full it explodes.
No way, right? Is Yi Yuan still refining essence energy? His dantian is probably about to explode from fullness, right? Turns out he didn't even know how to impact the spirit condensation realm. To actually wager with me by making such a shameless claim. Ha ha ha. Sui Shan was full of delight from his misfortune. Nanfeng Jiro glared viciously at him and said angrily, "Shut your mouth for me.
If Yi Yuan dies, the Ape King will kill you too.
Therefore, you'd better pray for him to survive. At least that way, you theoretically still have the possibility of staying alive." Sui Shan was full of disdain as he said, Even if he breaks through to the spirit condensation realm, it's merely first-level spirit condensation realm. I'm a small stage higher than him. You're so sure that he can defeat me? Nanfeng Jiro sneered coldly and said, wasn't Lin Tiancheng also a small stage higher than Yi Yuan back then? And what was his end result? Do you think that Yi Yuan is a fool? To suggest such a duel under the circumstance where he had no confidence? I dare to bet that as long as he enters the spirit condensation realm, killing you will be as simple as slaughtering a dog. Humph. Then he has to break through to the spirit condensation realm first. You look at him. Right now, what's the difference from suicide? Sui Shan remained stubborn. Nefeng Shiro did not make any sound this time. Yi Yuan's actions were truly no different from committing suicide. What Yi Yuan needed to do at this time was to gather the qi and liquefy it, not to refine essence energy. No matter how large a martial artist's dantian was, it also could not contain so much essence energy. Nanfeng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan in the distance, her eyes full of concern. Rather, it was Yuan Fei who stared at Yi Yuan glowing eyes, uncertain whether it was worry or reassurance on that ape face. Yi Yuan naturally did not know what they were thinking. Just as his dantian was about to blow up, a warm qi flow poured into the dantian, enveloping the violent essence energy. This flow of qi was precisely the medicinal strength transformed from the spirit surge pill. This flow of medicinal strength was just like a tight pocket, wrapping up all the inflated essence energy tightly inside. No matter how they swelled up, it was to no avail. With the assistance of the spirit surge pill's medicinal strength, Yi Yuan's dantian swiftly recovered to its original size, while that newly refined essence energy was compressed by the medicinal strength. Finally, the essence energy within Yi Yuan's body reached saturation. He was unable to continue refining essence energy, so he started to condense the gathered qi into liquid, according to the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts method. As soon as the cultivation method was revolved, the essence energy within the dantian started to form a cyclone, while at the same time, the medicinal strength of the spirit surge pill and the essence energy which were refined had fused together, causing the essence energy inside Yi Yuan's dantian to become even more massive. The spirit surge pill already contained massive amounts of essence energy to assist martial artists to break through to the spirit condensation realm under the effects of other medicinal herbs. The pill formula of the spirit surge pill was not much to Yi Yuan, but it could absolutely give rise to a storm of blood in the state of Qin. This was the best supplementary medicinal pill which Yi Yuan knew to attack the spirit condensation realm. Under the guidance of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, the cyclone inside Yi Yuan's dantian became increasingly smaller and ever more condensed. The originally formless essence energy actually transformed into a hazy mist inside his dantian. However, the mist was unstable at the moment and had yet to truly form the liquid state of essence energy. This was also the most crucial moment of gathering qi to liquefy it. These mists seemed to be only a step away from liquefied essence energy, but this was also the most unstable period. Once a rebound occurred, the essence energy would swiftly return to its original state. If it was minor, the martial artist's cultivation realm would fall. But if it was severe, the dantian would suffer damage, affecting future cultivation. The incredible aspect of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was that it was matchlessly tyrannical. With such an overbearing cultivation law, how could it possibly give these mists the opportunity to rebound? Under the overwhelming oppression of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, these mists finally continued to condense together. Drip! A liquid state of essence energy dripped down. The first spirit liquid had completely taken shape. However, this was merely the beginning. Drip! Drip! Drops of spirit liquid fell down. At the end, 9 drops of spirit liquid completely took form. 9 drops of spirit liquid, huh? Didn't expect that the breakthrough this time would actually be so perfect, way stronger compared to my previous life. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. However, the breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm was not over yet. How is it? Dumbfounded, right? Nanfeng Jiro glanced at the slack-jawed Sui Shan and appeared to be very pleased with herself, as if she was the one who broke through. Sui Shan was truly befuddled. The essence energy which Yi Yuan absorbed was multiple times of others. With such a colossal amount of essence energy, Should it not burst the Dantian? Could it be that Yi Yuan was a natural-born freak with a Dantian several times larger than the average person? What kind of joke was this? This was not a genius but a freak. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it totally did not look like his Dantian was multiple times bigger than others. However, how on earth did he do it? Hey, do you want to guess how many drops of spirit liquid Yi Yuan's formed? I guess that it's definitely 7 drops, maybe even 8 drops. Sui Shan jumped like a cat that had its tail stepped on when he heard that. 8 drops. How's that possible? Forget about our state of Qin. Even in the entire tranquil cloud sex domain, the current highest record is just 6 drops. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan is, 7 drops is the pinnacle already. How can it possibly be 8 drops? Why can't it be possible? You said that it was impossible for him to break through directly to the spirit condensation realm, but now, didn't he break through?
Furthermore, you also saw that essence energy storm just now. It was multiple times the size of when we broke through. Such a terrifying essence energy storm condensing 8 drops shouldn't be strange either, right?
Perhaps a lot of the essence energy was wasted by him. That must be it. Idiot. You still refuse to accept reality even now. Nanfeng Jiro could not be bothered with him anymore.
9 represented the pinnacle of numbers. As a first-level spirit condensation realm martial artist, the most was condensing 9 drops of spirit liquid. During the process of martial artists cultivating essence energy, it was also the process of using essence energy to strengthen the entire body.
It was just that the strengthening effects for the divine soul were too poor and very hard to detect. But every breakthrough in a major realm would cause a qualitative leap in terms of body strengthening. The divine soul would also follow and experience a qualitative change, resulting in a one-time transformation.
However, even after martial artists' breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm and their Dantian received an immense boost, it could at most endure a total of 9 drops of spirit liquid. Any more would only result in the Dantian to burst. Each one of these 9 drops of spirit liquid contained a colossal amount of essence energy. Every drop was virtually the total sum of essence energy held in reserve by essence chi realms. One could imagine just how formidable 9 drops of spirit liquid was.
However, for a martial artist to achieve 9 drops of spirit liquid when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, it could only be described using these words. As difficult as ascending to heaven. The vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists condensed between 1 to 3 drops. Some genius martial artists could condense 4 drops and above, such as Nanfeng Jiro and Sui Shan. They both condensed 4 drops of spirit liquid, but above 4 drops there would be a huge spike in difficulty, because the more spirit liquid that was condensed, the more essence energy would be required, and a martial artist's Dantian simply could not support such horrifying essence energy.
The reason why Long Tang could suppress all with his 3rd-level spirit condensation realm cultivation was that he condensed 5 spirit liquid drops.
Each realm breakthrough in the spirit condensation realm, due to limitations of the Dantian, could only once again condense the same amount formed at the 1st-level spirit condensation realm.
That was to say, when Long Tang was at the 3rd-level spirit condensation realm, he already had 15 spirit liquid drops, while other 4th-level spirit condensation realm students merely possessed 16 spirit liquid drops.
To perception geniuses such as Long Tang, such a minute difference was simply unworthy of being mentioned. Hence, he could firmly occupy the place of number 1 on the martial roll.
In other words, the number of spirit liquid drops condensed when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm represented the kind of heights a martial artist could reach in the future.
Just think about it. When a 9 spirit liquid drops martial artist is at the 9th level spirit condensation realm, it would be 9 by 9, 81 spirit liquid drops. While a 1 spirit liquid drop martial artist would only have 9 spirit liquid drops.
It was simply impossible to compensate for this sort of difference with other aspects.
Of course, the vast majority of martial artists were at 3 drops and below. Hence, the difference between them would not be overly distinct.
It was just that if 3 drops and below martial artists did not have any heaven-defying lucky chances, they would stop at the spirit condensation realm in this lifetime. Desiring to break through to the crystal formation realm would be impossibly difficult.
To want to break through to the crystal formation realm, one must possess at least 4 spirit liquid drops and above. Even so, not everybody could break through to the crystal formation realm. The more spirit liquid, the greater the chances of advancing to the crystal formation realm. However, there were merely a meager 2 martial artists who condensed 6 spirit liquid drops when they were at the first level spirit condensation realm in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect domain. One of them was the current Tranquil Cloud sect leader, Yen Traceless. The difficulty of condensing 6 spirit liquid drops was evident from this. As for 7 drops and above, those were all myths. At least within the Tranquil Cloud sect's domain, condensing 7 spirit liquid drops was completely unheard of. This was also the reason why Sui Shan was so astonished. Even if he did not believe Yi Yuan could condense 8 spirit liquid drops, he could not refute the fact that Yi Yuan condensed 7 spirit liquid drops. That was because the quantity of essence energy which Yi Yuan absorbed just now exceeded the amount he absorbed back then by quite too much. It far surpassed the volume of essence energy required for 6 spirit liquid drops. Which was to say, Yi Yuan had already surpassed everyone in the Tranquil Cloud sect domain. This fact made Sui Shan infinitely depressed, endlessly jealous, and also utterly terrified. Sure enough, the degree of Yi Yuan's monstrousness already far exceeded his understanding. 7 spirit liquid drops. That meant that no matter how casually Yi Yuan cultivated in the future, he could cultivate to the crystal formation realm. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was already so terrifying while at the 9th level essence chi realm. Now that he condensed 7 spirit liquid drops in one go, what extent would his strength soar to? If he knew that Yi Yuan did not condense 7 spirit liquid drops, but instead the 9 drops which he dared not even think about, who knew what he would think? In reality, not only Sui Shan dared not imagine it, but even Nafeng Shiro also did not dare to imagine that. She said 8 spirit liquid drops just to ridicule Sui Shan. Honestly speaking, even she did not really believe that Yi Yuan could condense 8 spirit liquid drops. Because that would be too inhuman. 9 drops of spirit liquid, huh? Didn't expect that the breakthrough this time would actually be so perfect. Way stronger compared to my previous life. Yi Yuan also felt rather emotional. In his previous life, Yi Yuan only condensed 7 spirit liquid drops. Among the pinnacle powers in the divine realm, 7 spirit liquid drops were not considered very impressive. The true blue geniuses all condensed 9 spirit liquid drops. In the lower realms, 9 spirit liquid drops were something which only existed in the legends. But in the divine realm, there were a few people who could achieve it. Of course, that was also because Yi Yuan did not hold any interest in the martial path. Otherwise, with his degree of monstrousness, 9 spirit liquid drops was not at all that amazing. But this time around, under the double effects of the Spirit Surge Pill and the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, he finally achieved the perfect 9 spirit liquid drops. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly felt his divine soul quiver and a head-splitting pain transmitted over. See? So painful. Is it starting? Condensing spirit liquid was only fulfilling half of the breakthrough to spirit condensation realm. There was still another half, which was the baptism of the divine soul. This was the true sense of the first qualitative change of the martial artist's divine soul. It was of vital importance. Crack. Crack. The initially vast clear skies of the endless forest had an abrupt change and was covered up by layer upon layers of dark clouds. Countless streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, while the sound of rolling thunder came from the far away to near. What happened? What's going on? Sui Shan's complexion turned ashen. He had never seen such abnormal weather and could instinctively sense that things were not quite right. The feeling that this sudden change in the situation did not seem to have formed naturally. Rather, it seemed like a phenomenon brought about when some powerhouse broke through cultivation realms. Yuan Fei's eyes shone like he seemed to know what was happening. Hence, he lightly patted Nanfeng Jiro's shoulder, and his other hand picking up Sui Shan like a baby chick as he shot away even further in the distance. This time around, Yuan Fei moved away even further away from Yi Yuan, a distance of several miles. Smack! Yuan Fei casually threw Sui Shan down, but his gaze was fixed firmly at the place Yi Yuan was breaking through. Nafeng Jiro also caught up right then as she stared at Yuan Fei in total bewilderment. She really wanted to ask Yuan Fei just what in the world happened, but they were unable to communicate, so Yuan Fei would not understand even if she asked. But looking at Yuan Fei's actions, could it be that the source of this phenomenon was actually Yi Yuan? How was this possible?
Such a phenomenon was impossible to have even if one broke through to the crystal formation realm, let alone breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Just what on earth happened on Yi Yuan's body? Sui Shan picked himself up rather miserably and just happened to meet Nanfeng Jiro's baffled gaze. He involuntarily became pissed. Don't look at me. How would I know what happened? This Yu Yuan is a natural-born freak. 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 Sui Shan did not dare to get mad at Yuan Fei, so he could only say freak 3 times consecutively to express his displeasure, and at the same time, conceal the deep shock within his heart. Through Yuan Fei's reaction, Sui Shan clearly also realized that the source of this phenomenon was Yi Yuan. However, he just could not figure out how Yi Yuan could invoke such a horrifying phenomenon when he was merely breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Nafeng Jiro was speechless for some time before she said Yi Yuan's gathering qi and then liquefying it is already completed. Now it should be the divine soul transformation. But would the divine soul transformation invoke such a phenomenon? Could it be due to him condensing 7 spirit liquid drops? I already said that I don't know. Divine soul transformation is just symbolical. How can it possibly trigger such a phenomenon? Sui Shan said crossly. Nanfeng Jiro thought about it for a long time and also could not come up with an explanation. She could only observe Yi Yuan's movements closely. Meanwhile, over 10,000 miles away at the tranquil cloud sect, an old man filled with a sage-like bearing broke out of his seclusion and looked at the phenomenon in the distance with a grave expression. It's over at the endless forest. What happened? Could another Tier 4 demonic beast be born? But it's also not possible for Tier 4 demonic beasts to trigger such a phenomenon. Somewhere deep in the endless forest, an elderly man who was only skin and bones looked at the phenomenon towering the skies with a similarly solemn expression. Which old demon broke through? Such a level of phenomenon is simply inconceivable. I'd better stay further away from him. Breaking through in the endless forest. Doesn't this fellow scared of provoking that old demon in there? Although the elderly man was very curious about what happened, he still turned around and left without looking back. Over at the other side of the endless forest, this place was hailed as a land forbidden to humans, the 10,000 Demons Valley. There were countless powerful demonic beasts within. In the deepest part of the 10,000 Demons Valley, inside a cave, a youth actually sat there cross-legged. The youth was presently training in meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes. He murmured to himself, "It's the aura of a human. To think that such a heaven-defying existence appeared once again among the humans. What a pity. I'm also at the most critical juncture right now. Otherwise, I would go and meet him." Finishing, the youth shut his eyes again, cutting off all of his senses. This instant, countless masters in the endless world was startled by the phenomenon caused by Yi Yuan. It was just that no matter how they thought, they did not imagine that such a level of phenomenon was caused by a puny little spirit condensation realm. However, Yi Yuan's current body condition was not great. See, why is the divine soul transformation in the spirit condensation realm so painful? Yi Yuan was currently experiencing a head-splitting pain, his divine soul feeling like it was being shredded, making him wish that he was dead. Yi Yuan had the past experience of breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, so of course he knew what the spirit condensation realm's divine soul transformation was all about. But now, this sort of agony had greatly surpassed his experience. Arg! Yi Yuan finally could not take it anymore. He clutched his own head and started rolling around on the ground in anguish. In the distance, Nanfeng Jiro, who saw the situation, was greatly alarmed. She was about to launch herself over when she was stopped by Yuan Fei. "Ape King, can't you see how much pain Yi Yuan is in? Quickly go and save him." Nanfeng Jiro was almost in tears. Yuan Fei just shook his head and did not have any intention of heading over. "Yuan Fei, Yi Yuan is your master. If something happens to him, you'll also suffer retribution." Nanfeng Jiro threatened when she saw that she could not persuade Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei waved his hands again and continued to be unmoved. Nanfeng Jiro saw Yi Yuan rolling around nonstop on the ground, appearing like he was in increasingly tormenting pain and could no longer endure it. She raised a palm to attack Yuan Fei. However, Yuan Fei's speed was even greater than hers. He directly gave a hand chop to the back of Nanfeng Jiro's neck, and Nanfeng Jiro promptly fainted. Sui Shan, who was watching at the sides, was unclear what was going on. Did this Yuan Fei really want to see Yi Yuan die? However, Yuan Fei did not give him much time to ponder. With the same hand chopped down, Sui Shan also fainted. Finishing these, Yuan Fei seated on the ground and quietly watched Yi Yuan, who was struggling on the ground. The current Yi Yuan felt that his entire body was about to be ripped apart. Even as somebody who had been through 2 lives, he had never tasted this sort of feeling. Ji Qingyun was an expert in terms of souls. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to become the youngest alchemy emperor. However, he had never experienced this sort of torment even during his previous life, where he broke through so many cultivation realms. This was only breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan's mind was on the verge of being extinguished. During this time, it was the desire towards life which sustained him, making his soul preserve that last trace of clarity and eternity. He, Ji Qingyun, wanted to take revenge. He, Ji Qingyun, wanted to charge back to the divine realm and kill the traitor with his own hands. Ji Kanglin was still living well in the divine realm. How could he, Ji Qingyun, die just like this? Yi Yuan was unresigned. Using his last trace of clarity, Yi Yuan revolved the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. This was his first time revolving the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation in this lifetime. Because cultivating soul strength below the spirit condensation realm did not hold any meaning whatsoever. Even so, Yi Yuan's familiarity towards the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation originated from the deepest parts of the soul. In his previous life, he cultivated this technique countless times. This skill was akin to a part of his body. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun did not hold much interest towards cultivation methods and was also uninterested in martial techniques. He was only infatuated with soul manuals. As an alchemist, Ji Qingyun could not do without soul manuals. However, the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, which had proved effective every time, actually failed this time. How was this possible? Ark, what's going on? Yi Yuan howled agonizingly in his mind. The 1,000 augmenting soul incantation was an absolutely powerful soul cultivation method in the divine realm. Ji Qingyun and his father only became renowned throughout the divine realm because of cultivating this technique. But now, even the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation could not resolve the issue of the divine soul tearing. It was but a one-time simple breakthrough. How could something like this happen? Just as Yi Yuan was completely helpless and hovering on the edge of absolute despair, his divine soul once again underwent an abnormal change. Numerous golden-colored unknown texts slowly drifted into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, akin to the trickling of a stream, immediately nourishing Yi Yuan's divine soul. These golden texts were incomparably profound and mysterious. Each word vanished after entering Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, and Yi Yuan's divine soul was also being repaired. Gradually, the pain of the divine soul being torn apart lessened all the way until it disappeared entirely. However, the inflow of these gold texts did not end. They continued to enter Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Not only did it fully mend Yi Yuan's divine soul, it even nourished Yi Yuan's divine soul, strengthening it slowly. What are these texts? To actually have such a miraculous effect, even being an illustrious alchemy emperor in his previous life, Yi Yuan had never seen such an abstruse and abnormal thing before. Merely the texts itself could strengthen the divine soul. Just what kind of heaven-defying means was this? Could these texts be a soul cultivation method? Then if one grasped these texts, wouldn't they become a heaven-defying existence? Could it be that these texts had already transcended this world and were the legendary divine script? For the sake of researching the alchemy path, Yi Yuan had read extensively on all books in his past life and learned countless languages. But he actually could not recognize any of these golden words. Where did these words come from? Why did they enter my sea of consciousness? Yi Yuan was currently full of doubts and questions. The breakthrough in cultivation realm this time was way too abnormal. It had already surpassed Yi Yuan's understanding. Yi Yuan's divine soul no longer hurt anymore. But to his dismay, he discovered that he could not do anything. He could only let those texts enter his sea of consciousness freely. Since he could not do anything, then Yi Yuan might as well just lay there and started to savor these golden texts. With this bout of savoring,
Yi Yuan immediately felt that these golden texts were out of the ordinary. Between each brush and stroke, it divulged the allure of Tao. This was an indescribable sort of boundless feeling, as if what these texts were currently describing was the stretch of heaven and earth. This feeling even gave Yi Yuan an illusion of tearing through the firmament. Ji Qingyun was formerly a divine king powerhouse, but his cultivation realm was completely piled up using medicinal pills. He did not necessarily have a very deep understanding of heavenly Tao. Even so, he was a genuine divine king. His comprehension of the heavenly Tao was extremely deep. But when he looked at these texts, Yi Yuan felt that his understanding was worse than dogshit. In front of these characters, Yi Yuan felt that his understanding of heavenly Tao was just like a toddler learning how to walk. Even if Yi Yuan could not understand them, the impact of the deep, resonant feeling of the boundless great Tao contained within these words pierced deep into the soul. Could these words really be the divine script? An existence lording above divine king? But where did they come from? Could it be that these texts automatically entered my sea of consciousness with my one-time breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm? But I didn't step on shit today. Yi Yuan knew that he picked up a treasure. With his knowledge and horizons, he naturally knew the extraordinariness of these words. Even the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was likely not as good when in front of these characters. Even if these characters were not the legendary divine script, it was also an existence which could cause a frenzy in the entire divine realm. Yi Yuan was certain that once somebody in the divine realm knew that he possessed these texts, they would tear his divine soul into shreds with any hesitation and use all kinds of methods to search it out from his sea of consciousness. Even if they could not understand the contents of these texts, just placing it inside the sea of consciousness and giving it a look every day would be tremendously helpful to martial artists. The maxim of great Tao contained within these words might be able to help lead martial artists towards the deity realm. It's the deity realm. Just by thinking of these 2 words, Yi Yuan could not stop his body from trembling a little. Which martial artist did not yearn for the deity realm? Even Ji Qingyun, who had no interest in the martial path in his previous life, fervently pursued that legendary alchemy god realm. To want to become an alchemy god, first, one's divine soul must step into the deity realm. Without a deity-level divine soul, how could one possibly refine out deity-rank medicinal pills? Presently, Yi Yuan could leap ranks to refine medicinal pills because these pills were too low-leveled. The requirements towards divine soul were not high. But as the level of the medicinal pill rose in tier, the difficulty of refining would also become increasingly difficult. Without the support of a powerful divine soul realm, it was impossible to refine them. If not for the sake of letting the divine soul undergo a transformation, Yi Yuan would not even be bothered to advance to the divine king realm. The deity realm could absolutely drive all martial artists insane. Yi Yuan produced a series of conjectures about these golden texts. Firstly, could these golden texts be a soul cultivation method written using the divine script? Highly probable. That was because these texts could be used directly on the soul. Not only did it repair his damaged divine soul, it even nourished and strengthened his divine soul. Secondly, if one could completely comprehend these golden characters, did that mean that they could break through the chains of heaven and earth and gain access to that deity realm which enraptured all? Also possible. But Yi Yuan felt that it might not be so easy. The profundity of these golden texts could no longer be described using words. Even with Yi Yuan's peerless talent, he was unable to comprehend 1 in 10,000th of it. It was easier said than done to want to comprehend it thoroughly. Apart from this, the reason for the deity realm to dwindle to 0 was unknown. But most likely, it was not as easy to take that step as mastering a set of cultivation law. Even if this set of cultivation law was a deity realm cultivation method. 100,000 years ago, all the deity realm powerhouses in the divine realm vanished overnight. Nobody knew where they went and nobody knew why they disappeared. But ever since then, the divine realm had never given birth to another deity realm powerhouse. Not just that, all the secrets involving the deity realm also seemed to have vanished overnight since then. 100,000 years had passed and time had buried even more secrets in oblivion. Today, nobody knew how to break through to the deity realm anymore. In these 100,000 years, There had been countless dazzlingly shocking geniuses who wanted to try all sorts of means to smash the fetters. In the end, it all came to naught. There were even some unrivaled powerhouses who fell during midway, leaving behind infinite regrets. Ji Qingyun had once been hailed as the genius figure most likely to break through to becoming an alchemy god, but even that was only everyone's flattery, or perhaps it was everyone's affirmation of him, because nobody truly felt that he could genuinely break through to the alchemy god realm. That was because this was a 100,000-year shackle. Nobody could break it apart. While Yi Yuan's imaginations were running wild, that sheet of golden texts already completely entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Just as Yi Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, his entire being was like he got shocked by lightning. His divine soul also shuddered as tears started flowing out. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, two faint silhouettes stood as they faced each other. Yi Yuan looked at this kindly but big and tall figure as he wept bitterly. "I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I should have long thought of this. In this whole wide world, who would do all this for me except for you?" Yi Yuan's tears covered his face as his emotions were virtually crumbling. Ever since birth, Yi Yuan had always been calm and collected. He had never lost control of his emotions like this before. He had buried the hatred at the bottom of his heart all along and placed all of his energy on cultivation. He only hoped to be able to charge back to the divine realm one day and kill that traitor. But this time around, facing this person, he could no longer keep his cool. This was the father who raised him, taught him alchemy, and taught him cultivation. The most powerful alchemy emperor in the divine realm, Ji Zhengyang. A man would not shed tears easily unless his heart was broken. Ji Zhengyang had an amiable appearance and did not develop a baleful aura from being murdered by that traitor. His gaze toward Yi Yuan was filled with tender love. Ji Zhengyang smiled kindly and said, "Yuner, to be able to see you reincarnate and get a new lease on life, Father is very comforted. Has all been well?" "Good. Good. Everything has been good for this child. I just often miss Father very much." Yi Yuan choked. "Haha. What's the point of missing a dead person? Since you have a new identity, a new life, you should go and live that new life. Don't wallow in the past. The Medicine King Hall is already the past. Things that had happened, just let them be." Ji Zhengyang smiled and said very nonchalantly. "How can I? Father's debt of gratitude for raising me up. Even if Yuner is ground to dust, I wouldn't dare to forget. And that traitor, how can I dispel my grinding hatred if I don't tear his corpse to shreds? Yuner dare not forget the scene of Father's death. With heaven's grace, I, Ji Qingyun, came back to life. How can I be considered human if I don't avenge this enmity?" Ji Zhengyang stretched out an illusionary hand and lightly caressed Yi Yuan's head like the past. Except the current Ji Zhengyang was a remnant soul without a corporeal body. How could he touch Yi Yuan? However, Ji Zhengyang did not seem to mind this. Although his hand passed through Yi Yuan and did not touch anything, his face still revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. "Oh Yuner, you reviving is not some heaven's blessing. It's Father who used a divine soul secret art to send you to the lower realms. But Father did not send you to the lower realms to hope for you spend your days living in hatred and be blinded by hatred. That way you would become a machine for revenge. That's not the outcome I wish to see." Ji Zhengyang sighed and said. Yi Yuan trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Him reincarnating was actually due to Father using a great arcane ability. How is this possible? However, Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and immediately said agitatedly, "Father, since you have this kind of powers, did you also arrange yourself to reincarnate? Where did you reincarnate?" I'm going to find you." Ji Zhengyang smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. Yuner, Ji Kanglin schemed for such a long time. How could he give Father a chance for my divine soul to escape? Back then, Father already expended all my effort to send you away. It was only because he underestimated Father's strength that I could give you a slim chance of survival. At that time, my divine soul was almost entirely pulverized by him. It was at an extremely frail and weak state, but it did not dissipate. It was merely because his divine soul realm could not detect my presence. Hence, I concealed within the void and waited until he was killing you to execute an almighty deception's secret art to make him think that your soul already dissipated. Then my remnant soul brought your divine soul to shuttle through the void and enter the lower realms. Only now did Yi Yuan knew that his reincarnation was not accidental, but a feeble thread of hope sought out for him by Ji Zhengyang risking the complete exhaustion of his divine soul. Ji Zhengyang described it easily, but Yi Yuan could feel the peril back then. Ji Kanglin's divine soul realm was not low, and it was absolutely impossible for him to not discover a remnant soul. Ji Zhengyang had to outsmart Ji Kanglin's probing and go into hiding, and he also needed to execute the secret art to make Ji Kanglin think that Yi Yuan was already dead. Then he shattered the void to bring Yi Yuan to the lower realms. This process was an extremely huge drain on the divine soul. If not to save him, Ji Zhengyang completely had the ability to escape alone. With Ji Zhengyang's divine soul realm, reincarnating was not something hard.
However, Ji Zhengyang did not do so. Instead, he did everything he could to leave this thin thread of hope for him. This was the choice made by a father before he died. Such a father's love akin to mountains and oceans. How should Yi Yuan repay it? He had no chance to. If he could, Yi Yuan would rather that the person who died was him. But Yi Yuan knew that his father's remnant soul could not hold on much longer. This farewell would be forever. Father, I... When Ji Zhengyang finished talking, Yi Yuan was already choking through sobs. No one knew a man better than his own father. Ji Zhengyang had never doubted his son's filial piety. Hence, he smiled and said, Yuner, father did not tell you all these to make you think about revenge and whatnot. I only wish for you to know that father only hope you will live on well and not become a machine seeking revenge. But Ji Kanglin is so treacherous. Are we going to let things go just like this? Yi Yuan asked very unwillingly. Ji Zhengyang shook his head and said, Father did not mean that. I also know I can't stop your vengeance. You have your memories of your previous life. Ascending to the divine realm in the future is a certainty. You'll also meet Ji Kanglin sooner or later. But father does not wish for you to be completely clouded by hatred. What's the difference between the such of you and a walking corpse? If you really kill Ji Kanglin, then your life would completely lose meaning. At that time, you'll also lose yourself and your cultivation realm will no longer advance too. Yuner, you have to halt your footsteps to pay attention to the people around you. Don't let down their expectations of you. You are no longer Ji Qingyun now. Yi Yuan's mind trembled. Images of Yi Hang, Ren Hongling Luer, Nanfeng Ruoqing, Nanfeng Zhiro, Huinyan, Tang Yu, involuntarily appeared inside his head. That's right. I'm no longer Ji Qingyun anymore. I'm currently Yi Yuan. I have a family, teachers, and friends. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Father, this child understands. Be at ease. I'm still your son, Ji Qingyun. However, I'm also Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's son, Yi Yuan. I won't disappoint you all. Ji Zhengyang had a smile in his eyes. Clearly, he was very pleased with his son. In fact, he had always been very pleased with his son ever since his birth. Even though they were separated by life and death today, it was enough for him to know that he was living on well. Ha! When has my Yuner ever disappointed me? However, you have to promise father, in the future when you return to the divine realm, you have to act within your capability. Never forcefully do things. While Ji Kanglin might be powerful, it's impossible for him to overturn the Medicine King Hall alone. There's definitely an even more powerful person behind him. Ji Zhengyang warned him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Relax, father. This child knows what to do. Father, this child will definitely step into the deity realm in this lifetime and attain the long-cherished wish from our previous life. Seeing Yi Yuan mention the deity realm, a yearning look also appeared on Ji Zhengyang's face. Deity realm? That's truly a long-cherished wish. Yuner, father believes that you can crack this 100,000-year mystery and step into the deity realm. Ji Zhengyang chose to believe Yi Yuan's wildly rampant words when he heard it without any hesitation at all. Father, you can actually send this child down to the lower realms to reincarnate. Just what realm did your divine soul reach? Yi Yuan voiced out the query in his heart.
Yi Yuan's previous life's divine soul was also very powerful. Yet, he was unable to achieve reincarnation, let alone talked about resurrecting other people. Therefore, he was very curious just how strong Father was to actually let him resurrect. Ji Zhengyang smiled and said, "As long as you properly study the medicine god's soul canon, with your talent and perception, reaching my level is not something hard."
Medicine god's soul canon?
Could it be those golden characters that entered my sea of consciousness? Yi Yuan asked in amazement. That's right.
Father's divine soul realm subsequently soared fiercely due to the effects of studying the medicine god's soul canon daily.
So that's how it is. No wonder Father can refine a half-step divine pill. So it's actually due to obtaining such a mystical arcane canon. Could it be that Father's divine soul really reached the legendary half-step deity realm? Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Jingyang shook his head and said with a smile, "What half-step divine pill?"
"That's all concocted by Ji Kanglin. That medicinal pill was at most slightly stronger than peak tier 9 medicinal pills. How can it be worthy of being called a half-step divine pill?"
As for divine soul realm, I'm still very far away from half-step deity realm. If I reached the half-step deity realm, how could Ji Kanglin have the opportunity to lay hands on me? However, the more I understand the medicine god's soul canon, the more I feel that the deity realm is vague and abstruse.
Yi Yuan was also formerly at Divine King realm. He could naturally sense the mythical and illusory allure of the deity realm.
But hearing Ji Zhengyang say that, he felt that the future would be riddled with difficulties.
This medicine god's soul canon was so mystical and it was actually unable to help Father step foot into the deity realm?
Father, where did you get this medicine god's soul canon from?
Why have I never heard of it before? Yi Yuan asked curiously.
Father acquired this medicine god's soul canon from the Godsfall mountain range. But this medicine god's soul canon is only an incomplete canon. To this date, I also don't know its origins. When I obtained it, it was only a tattered book, very inconspicuous. But when I used divine sense to inspect it, these golden characters actually automatically imprinted within my divine soul. I was also unable to retrieve it. I could only study it every day, all the way until my divine soul realm had some breakthrough. Then only I was barely able to control these golden characters. Ji Zhengyang explained.
It's actually the Godsfall mountain range.
No wonder. Roughly 10 years ago or so before Father died, you joined hands with numerous divine king powerhouses to barge into the Godfall mountain range together. I'm afraid that the medicine god's soul canon was obtained during then, right? Yi Yuan had a look of realization. Divine king experts were indeed pinnacle existences in the divine realm. However, it was not like they could travel freely anywhere around the world. In the divine realm, there were some forbidden places. Even if divine king experts entered, just a moment of carelessness and there would be the risk of perishing. The Godsfall mountain range was one of them. As the name suggests, a place where even deity realm powerhouses had to perish. What did divine king experts count for? Of course, there was another saying about the Godsfall mountain range. Countless eons ago, an earth-shattering great war took place in that place. Those participating in the great war were all deity realm powerhouses. In that battle, many deity realm experts fell. Hence, that place was later called the Godsfall mountain range.
But too much time had passed. As for which saying was true, it could no longer be determined. Only one thing was certain, that was the Godfall mountain range was an extremely perilous place but also a place with tremendous lucky chances. This medicine god's soul canon might have been a soul cultivation method left behind by some deity realm expert.
Ji Zhengyang nodded and said, "That's right, it was obtained back then."
You have also seen the medicine god's soul canon and should understand its allure. I was also unable to grasp these golden characters back then, so I temporarily did not tell you.
Later on, when I planned to impart you the medicine god's soul canon, that unexpected incident happened. Truly fate makes a fool out of men.
With your talent, if you were given several hundred years to comprehend the medicine god's soul canon, you might really achieve half-deity realm. To divine king experts, several hundred years was not considered long. It might just be the duration of a retreat.
For Ji Zhengyang to give Yi Yuan a time limit of merely several hundred years, it was clear just how confident he was in his son's talent.
But when Yi Yuan heard that, he said, "Father, perhaps this lifetime is my opportunity. In my previous life, I neglected the martial path. Even if I had acquired the medicine god's soul canon, I might not be able to reach half-deity realm. In this life, I'll pour my heart into the martial path and pursue that unparalleled deity realm. I absolutely won't let Father down." Ji Xingyang smiled and said, "I naturally won't be disappointed. Father has already observed your new body. You cultivated very well, and your foundation is also very solid. You condensed 9 spirit drops, and the divine soul transformation was also very flawless. As long as you take each step forward firmly, stepping into the deity realm in the future is definitely not a dream. Alright, time is almost up. Father should go. In the future, when Father isn't by your side, you have to take good care of yourself." As he was talking, Ji Xingyang's body became increasingly faint. This was the sign of a remnant soul about to vanish. Yi Yuan's eyes instantly blurred once again. The father and son barely managed to reunite, yet it was so fleeting. This goodbye was forever. Yi Yuan desperately tried to grab hold of Ji Xingyang. But how could he clutch a remnant soul on the verge of disappearing? "Don't worry, Father. This child has already grown up. I'll take good care of myself. I'll definitely step into the deity realm in the future. Even if I have to try every means, I'll definitely find a way to revive you," Yi Yuan said with tears in his eyes. "Haha, silly boy. Life and death are set by the heaven. You just have to live well by yourself, and that would do." Ji Xingyang's remnant soul gradually became fainter, hazier, and finally vanished into nothingness. Once again watching his father leave him, Yi Yuan felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He only hated himself for being too weak. If he had Father's former strength, he could surely hold onto Father's divine soul and even revive him. But right now, he was unable to do anything. Yi Yuan once again experienced that sort of deep helplessness. He disliked this sort of feeling very much. Yi Yuan must definitely step into the deity realm in this lifetime. The heartless heavens treat everything as straw dogs. Yi Yuan have to carve out my own great Tao and oppose this heaven. At this point, Yi Yuan already returned to reality. Yi Yuan howled at the skies. At this point, Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm was finally completed. The heaven and earth phenomenon faded away as if it had never appeared. Yuan Fei brought the unconscious Nanfeng Shiro and Su Yishan in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had not yet completely recovered from his grief. Seeing Su Yishan, his killing intent involuntarily surged. What happened to me? Yi Yuan. You're fine, that's great." Nanfeng Shiro slowly woke up. Seeing Yi Yuan safe and sound, she could not help being overjoyed. Unknowingly, Nanfeng Shiro's concern towards Yi Yuan had already become an involuntary habit. It's just breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. What could happen? Yi Yuan forcefully pressed down the grief in his heart and said with a forced smile, "But you really frightened people to death just now. Rolling on the ground while clutching your head. I even thought I saw your distressing appearance and wanted to come over to help you. But I was knocked unconscious by this fellow." Humph. Nanfeng Shiro pointed at Yuan Fei and said with a displeased look, "If not for Yuan Fei being too powerful, she probably would have swung her sword over at this time. He's right in not letting you come over, so don't blame him anymore. My divine soul transformation is different from others. I'll experience a type of special baptism. That's why it's so painful. Earlier, the several dozen feet radius around me was extremely dangerous. Your divine soul would have suffered injuries if you came over rashly," Yi Yuan explained. Nanfeng Shiro looked at Yi Yuan with suspicion and then looked at Yuan Fei. "Really? Of course it's true. If not, you can feel my soul strength, and you'll know that what I said isn't false." As he spoke, Yi Yuan released his soul strength. Yuan Fei and Nanfeng Shiro clearly felt that surge of soul strength. You actually directly broke through to middle-rank alchemy master's soul strength. Nanfeng Shiro had a face as if she saw a ghost. Even her speech became stammers. By the side, Yuan Fei also found it unexpected. Two ape eyeballs flickered. Clearly, he was also very surprised. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist's soul strength followed their cultivation realm.
The level of cultivation would possess a matching soul strength, apart from those people with naturally powerful divine souls. Before Yi Yuan's broke through, his divine soul was roughly the same as the average person. Even if he went through divine soul transformation, it should have only been to the extent of low-rank alchemy master soul strength. How could he directly possess middle-rank alchemy master soul strength?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't I say just now? My divine soul transformation is different from others. Having experienced such a painful divine soul baptism, what I obtained was naturally more than others.
But, if you possess middle-rank alchemy master soul strength, wouldn't you be able to directly refine high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pills?" Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in shock. She recalled that Yi Yuan could refine Tier 2 medicinal pills when he was at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Then did that not mean that he possessed the strength of a high-rank alchemy master at minimum currently?
Wasn't this too quick?
High-grade Tier 2?
Even if I didn't reach middle-rank alchemy master soul strength, that's also not an issue.
To Yi Yuan, these medicinal pills from the state of Qin had no challenge at all. Refining high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pills were too easy. The real challenge was those medicinal pills which surpassed high-grade Tier 2. If Yi Yuan's soul strength did not have a breakthrough, there might really be some difficulties in refining it.
After all, Tier 2 medicinal pills were way harder than Tier 1 medicinal pills. To go even further by leaping ranks to refine medicinal pills, the difficulty naturally also increased.
Nanfeng Jiro sucked in a deep breath before saying, "Sui Shan was really spot on about something."
Yi Yuan was stunned and asked, "What did he say about me?"
"You're a freak."
Freak.
Freak. It was rare for Nanfeng Jiro to acknowledge something Sui Shan said, because each and everything that happened on Yi Yuan's body could not be described using the word normal. So it could only be described using freak. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How rare for Sui Shan's appraisal of me to be so high. In order to thank him, I'll give him a chance to fight fairly." Nanfeng Jiro was greatly startled when she heard that and quickly said, "You aren't really going to go one-on-one with him, right? You just broke through."
"With Yuan Fei and me around, you don't have to be swayed by personal feelings."
The meaning of that was that Yi Yuan was obviously not Sui Shan's match.
Nanfeng Jiro's thinking was not wrong. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very strong and he was surely even more impressive after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm he had just broken through after all, and Sui Shan was 3 minor realms higher than him.
This distance could not be compensated so easily.
Nanfeng Jiro knew that after the spirit condensation realm, jumping ranks to battle would be even more difficult because the disparity between each minor realm was even greater. A 3 spirit liquid drops 1st level spirit condensation realm and a 2nd level spirit condensation realm who likewise condensed 3 spirit liquid drops. There was a whole 3 spirit liquid drops difference between them.
That also meant that the difference in essence energy quantity between them was 100%. It was very hard to compensate for this sort of disparity without heaven-defying methods. Between Yi Yuan and Sui Shan, there was a full 3 minor realms gap between them. There was even a minor stage in between. The disparity in between was too big. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Relax, I know what I'm doing."
Right then, Sui Shan also slowly awakened.
Seeing Yi Yuan's currently sizing him up with ill intentions, his heart shivered for no reason. "Come on, Sui Shan. I said that I'll give you the chance to duel me. Now, let's carry out a one-on-one deathmatch." Yi Yuan's words carried an imposing air as if he showed disdain on everyone.
You really want to go one-on-one with me?" Sui Shan clearly also did not dare to believe it.
Yi Yuan's advantage over here was too clear. There was simply no need to do this sort of foolish thing.
"What?
You're unwilling." Yi Yuan's tone turned icy.
"Willing? Of course I'm willing," Sui Shan hurriedly responded.
At this point, he already had no choice. Since Yi Yuan himself was being stupid, then wouldn't he be as dumb as Yi Yuan if he did not grasp this opportunity well? It was just that he was worried Yi Yuan merely only using him to measure his strength, and he would still make Yuan Fei kill him in the end. If it were him, he would definitely do that. "You don't have to worry. Yuan Fei and senior apprentice sister Nanfeng won't attack. As long as you can kill me, you can leave this place. I'll make Yuan Fei hold back senior apprentice sister Nanfeng and not let her attack." Yi Yuan saw through Su Yishan's concerns and said calmly, Yi Yuan, you. Na Fengzhiro immediately jumped up but was held back by Yuan Fei. Su Yishan could not help becoming ecstatic when he saw the scene. These few days had been too aggrieved for him. Having lived for nearly 20 years, he had never suffered such injustice before. Haha, Yi Yuan, you asked for it yourself. Then don't blame me for not holding back. You aren't naive enough to think that you're really my match after just breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, right? One-on-one isn't the time for being a training partner anymore. Su Yishan laughed madly. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, So much crap. Come on. You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Su Yishan gritted his teeth and attacked Yi Yuan with a punch. If in the past, Yi Yuan would definitely evade this punch at the first moment. But now, Yi Yuan did not run or dodge, he directly struck out with an 8th layer wave. The two of them clashed together. Rumble. After an intense collision, the pair each retreated several steps. An incredulous shock was written all over Su Yishani's face. Didn't you just broke through to the spirit condensation realm? How can you be this strong? Su Yishan was all too familiar with Yi Yuan's moves. Stacking waves layered palm. 8th layered wave. But the question was, how could the 8th layered wave have such incredible power? It was actually not at a disadvantage when clashing with his palm. No matter how strong the 8th layered wave was, it was just a Tier 1 martial technique. Yi Yuan had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm. A first-level spirit condensation realm using a Tier 1 martial technique could actually have a draw with a 4th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist like him? Since when were Tier 1 martial techniques so powerful? Since when were first-level spirit condensation realms so strong? Yi Yuan curled his lips and said with displeasure, Indeed, Tier 1 martial techniques are no longer suitable. Yi Yuan had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm. Apart from the movement technique Spirit Void Shattering Space, all his martial techniques including the Absolute Yang Finger were all Tier 1 martial techniques. Using a Tier 1 martial technique to battle a 4th-level spirit condensation realm was clearly not quite enough. That clash just now looked to be evenly matched, but in reality, he was at a clear disadvantage. The impact Yi Yuan suffered was much greater than Su Yishan's. The distance he retreated was also farther. Na Fengzhiro also had her mouth wide open when she saw the scene and no longer struggled in Yuan Fei's arms. It was very clear that this scene gave her a similarly huge shock. Even though that palm from Su Yishan just now was not his strongest move, he did not hold back any strength. Middle rank Tier 2 martial technique plus 4th level spirit condensation realm strength, no matter how one looked at it, the outcome should be Yi Yuan heavily injured and puking blood. However, Yi Yuan merely moved back a few steps. Na Fengzhiro suddenly thought of something and asked out loud, Yi Yuan, just how many drops of spirit liquid did you condense? With Na Fengzhiro asking, Su Yishan also perked up his ears. He was also very curious whether it was 7 drops or 8 drops. Yi Yuan did not turn his head back and just said casually, 9 drops. Su Yishan's eyes popped out. And 9 drops? Impossible. How can there possibly be a person who can condense out 9 spirit liquid drops in this world and not have their dantian burst? Yi Yuan said calmly, You don't know. Doesn't mean that there isn't. The state of Qin is merely a small place. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. What kind of joke is this? I don't believe it. Frog at the bottom of a well? You said it like you aren't someone from the state of Qin. Haha, I know, you must have only condensed 7 drops and want to make yourself look good. Either that or you're trying to shake my state of mind. Not that Su Yishan was unwilling to believe, but because 9 spirit liquid drops were truly even more mythical than legends. The way he perceived it, it was completely impossible to appear. And yet Yi Yuan said he condensed 9 spirit liquid drops, shattering the absolute of Su Yishan's knowledge. Hence, he chose to not believe. But deep down inside, a discordant voice was telling Su Yishan that what Yi Yuan said was true. Otherwise, how could one explain why Yi Yuan could pair a Tier 1 martial technique with his first-level spirit condensation realm and be equally matched with him? Even though Su Yishan had never seen 7 spirit liquid drops martial artists, he knew that it was absolutely impossible for 7 spirit liquid drops martial artists to possess such a powerful strength. That was to say, Yi Yuan condensed at least 8 spirit liquid drops. maybe even the 9 drops which Suishan was reluctant to admit. I was just stating a fact, not to make you believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The outcome won't change, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Humph. I don't believe you then. No matter how monstrous you are, you're just at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Can you oppose the heaven? Suishan said indignantly. After that, Suishan rushed forward and collided together with Yi Yuan. The pair's movement techniques were quick to the extreme. They turned into 2 streaks of afterimages and clashed together nonstop. In a blink, they had crossed over a dozen exchanges. Suishan's movement technique goes without saying. He also trained in a high-grade Tier 2 movement technique, not at all inferior to Nanfeng Jiro's spirit swallow dance. However, after Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm and had the support of immense essence energy, the true might of the first stage of the spirit void shattering space also emerged. His speed was actually even slightly faster than Suishan. Outsiders could not tell, but Suishan's senses were incomparably clear. Just because of that tiny bit, his attack was forever half a beat slower than Yi Yuan's. This also resulted in him being unable to unleash his full power each time. Yi Yuan's 8th layer wave and absolute yang finger were Tier 1 martial techniques with tremendous power. Especially the absolute yang finger, its power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as it was during the essence chi realm. While it could not cause real harm to Suishan, it made him unable to leave it unrestrained. Yi Yuan made use of this half-a-beat advantage coupled with the powerful might of the absolute yang finger and the 8th layered wave to forcefully fight Suishan to a draw. This sort of feeling made Suishan so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Currently, he was somewhat regretting playing such large stakes with Yi Yuan. He should have used his most powerful move right from the start and fight Yi Yuan to the death. Under the current situation, it was no longer possible even if he wanted to withdraw from the fight. It was like Yi Yuan went mad. He pestered him dead from the start till the end without giving him any chance to catch his breath. Damn it! To think that his movement technique is so strong. I fell for his trick. Suishan silently cursed as he dealt with things. His present thoughts were very simple. To find a chance to break free from the battle and then unleash a big move. However, Yi Yuan just refused to give him this chance. The current Yi Yuan was like an old bull which did not know fatigue. All his moves greeted Suishan's body like a raging tempest. Having just parted forever with his father, Yi Yuan's heart carried boundless grief. He turned this sorrow into battle power and unleashed it all on Suishan's body. The current Suishan was just the target to vent the emotions in his heart. Just like this, the two of them exchange over 100 rounds in 100 breaths of time. Boom! Another clash, but this time the pair separated. Yi Yuan finally gave up his entanglement with Suishan. The negative emotions in his heart were almost vented finish. After pulling apart, the pair were panting heavily. Clearly, such high-frequency clashes were very taxing on their stamina and essence energy. After panting a few times, Suishan recovered first. He said furiously to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, don't think that you're very impressive just because your movement technique is fast. If you have the capability, try breaking apart this move of mine for me to see." Finishing, Suishan raised both palms towards the skies. It was precisely the starting motion of the heaven-flipping palm. Suishan was already at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Displaying the heaven-flipping palm right now could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as back in the academy. An astonishing aura undulated out. It actually made people feel that the sky was rent asunder and the earth was split open. Yi Yuan breathed in deeply and recollected his feelings. He took out the Zhonghua sword and said lightly, "The warm-up exercise is already done. Now, I'll send you on your way with the 9-sword stance which was completed because of you guys' assassination." Finishing, his silhouette split, and 9 Yi Yuans appeared in front of Suishan's eyes. Suishan's pupils involuntarily shrunk when he saw the situation. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually still hiding such a formidable move. Changwon's fight only lasted for an instant. Back then, he was battling with Nanfeng Jiro and did not witness how Yi Yuan avoided the assassination. Also, during the subsequent spars, Yi Yuan did not use this move either. No matter how one looked at this, the 9 silhouettes gave Suishan an enormous shock. A terrifying sword intent similarly undulated out, clashing with Suishan's aura. it was actually not at a disadvantage at all. Sui Shan had an extremely strong impression of this sword intent. Back then, for Lu Ruoshui, Sui Shan was put into a sorry state by Yi Yuan. It was due to being struck by this sword intent. However, the current Azure Dipper floating zero sword art could not be mentioned in the same breath as it originally was anymore. Yi Yuan's sword intent realm was exceedingly high. It was just that he did not have the essence energy to match it. The Yi Yuan today had already broken through to the spirit condensation realm and condensed 9 spirit liquid drops. Displaying the might of the Azure Dipper floating zero sword art would naturally be several levels higher than what it was in the essence chi realm. Yi Yuan no longer lined up in a straight line when he executed the 9 swords stance this time, but instead it was 9 disorganized figures. After the 9 sword stance was completed, Yi Yuan could already freely display these 9 silhouettes and also freely control the timing of releasing the sword beams. This way, the might of the 9 swords stance would be much greater. The sword beams released by the 9 disorderly silhouettes would be much harder to defend than if they lined up in a row. Also, Yi Yuan now could freely adjust the entire sword beam releasing duration according to the opponent's situation. This alteration in rhythm was the hardest to be on guard against. If the opponent was not overwhelmingly more powerful than Yi Yuan, then how could they defend the second sword beam when they had just blocked one sword beam and not mustered up new strength? This was the greatest aspect of this 9 sword stance that Yi Yuan created. Powerful sword intent synchronizing with multivariate attacks could let Yi Yuan's power soar once again. Sui Shan instinctively sensed that things were not right. But right now it was like a notched arrow that had to be released. Since he could not differentiate which was Yi Yuan's true body, he would just directly sweep across with the wind from his palm. With his powerful strength of 4th level spirit condensation realm, he would directly crush Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan had condensed 9 spirit liquid drops, the disparity between them was still enormous. If he did not make good use of this advantage, then he would have completely no chance of victory at all today. The heaven-flipping palm by itself held incredible power. Among the Su family's Tier 2 martial techniques, it was also a pinnacle existence. After breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, Sui Shan had faith that he could rely on the heaven-flipping palm to crush 5th level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Sui Shan was indeed a genius. He also had rich experience in being in critical situations and was not those sort of flowers which grew up in a greenhouse. But sadly, he met Yi Yuan. Just as he was prepared to release the heaven-flipping palm, his brain suddenly blanked out. His divine soul sunk into a disoriented and hazy state. However, Sui Shan rapidly regained consciousness. Except that when experts exchange blows, that split second of delay was ample to cause lethality. The 9 sword beams whistled out and arrived in front of Sui Shan dazzlingly. Sui Shan only regained consciousness at this time. It was already too late to want to circulate his strength to defend. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 sword beams struck Sui Shan's body solidly and instantly broke his protective essence energy, destroying his internal organs. What happened? This was the last thought that went through Sui Shan's mind. But he would never know. Nanfeng Jiro swallowed hard and felt somewhat parched. What in the world happened just now? She also really wanted to know. At that final moment just now, Sui Shan clearly hesitated for a bit. Just that short moment cost him his life. But in that sort of life and death juncture, why would he waver?
Was this any different from suiciding?
Nanfeng Jiro knew that it was definitely something Yi Yuan did. But she did not know what method he used. Speaking of which, after Sui Shan broke through in Cultivation realm, he was actually already on par with her. Yi Yuan could kill Sui Shan, so he naturally also had the ability to kill her. Nanfeng Jiro unwittingly thought back to 2 months ago, that scene where she almost killed Yi Yuan. Just 2 months and he already caught up, even surpassed her? To think that she, Nanfeng Jiro, had always boasted she was a genius. But in front of Yi Yuan, she was nothing.
Senior apprentice sister Nafeng? Senior apprentice sister Nafeng? What is it? Nafeng Shiro only reacted after Yi Yuan called out twice in a row.
It's late. We should go. It had already been 5 to 6 days since they entered the Endless Forest, and Yi Yuan still had 2 medicinal herbs which he had not acquired. Since this matter was settled, he naturally did not want to continue delaying. If not for the fact that he needed to break through to the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan would have long let Yuan Fei kill Sui Shan and would not have let so many things happen. Nanfeng Jiro followed behind Yi Yuan somewhat dejectedly, utterly unlike her usual self. Along the way, the two were very silent. Neither opened their mouth to speak. After 4 hours, Nanfeng Jiro finally could not resist and opened her mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, don't you have anything you want to ask? When you want to talk, you'll obviously say it. If you don't want to talk, then it's also meaningless if I ask. Yi Yuan just replied nonchalantly without turning his head back. Nanfeng Jiro glared at Yi Yuan's back view somewhat resentfully and said discontentedly with pouting lips, "Tch, this guy who doesn't understand women. This princess will talk about it, alright? My father is Nanfeng Yi. I'm called Nanfeng Jiro. My aunt is called Nanfeng Ruoqing. My father is the ruler of the state of Qin. Is this fine? I already knew this long ago. I know that you are aware, but you should at least show me your attitude, right?" Nanfeng Jiro was so exasperated by Yi Yuan that she gritted her teeth and halted her steps to stomp her feet. She shouted loudly at Yi Yuan's back view, "Hiding our identities from you is my aunt and my fault, but we also have difficulties that we can't say. It's so inconvenient to enter the academy with my aunt and my identity. That's why we concealed our surnames. Initially, I also planned on telling you when we get back, but didn't I not have the opportunity this whole time?" Yi Yuan also stopped and turned around. Looking at Nanfeng Jiro, he suddenly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice sister Nanfeng is thinking too much. If I really have any attitude, I would have long left you behind and ignored you and not stand here talking to you. Not having an attitude is the best attitude." Nanfeng Jiro bit her lips and then said angrily, "Then why didn't you say that earlier? I even thought that you were really angry." "You also didn't ask me," Yi Yuan replied very innocently. Nanfeng Jiro thought about it and felt so too. It seemed like it had just been her imagining all sorts of things from the start. She had not even asked this fellow. Perhaps even this matter of concealing their identities did not count as something in this guy's heart? Fine then. I was the one who imagined things. Then you tell me, when you killed Sui Shan, why did he slow down by half a beat? Nanfeng Jiro had a carefree personality. Knowing that Yi Yuan was not angry, this matter was directly filtered out by her. Nanfeng Jiro became that unruly little princess once again. About that is a divine soul mystic art, the God-stunning spike. It can make people lose focus for a short period of time. Yi Yuan did not have any intention of hiding it and said it directly. Divine soul mystic art. You actually even know divine soul mystic arts? Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in astonishment. This is just the shallowest type of divine soul mystic art. What's there to get excited about? Not that Yi Yuan was posturing, but this God-stunning spike was really the crudest one among the divine soul mystic arts he knew. The God-stunning spike was just a simple way of using soul strength to attack the opponent's divine soul. It was not all that profound. If Sui Shan were prepared beforehand, Yi Yuan would not even have succeeded. After all, Yi Yuan only had middle-rank alchemy master soul strength. It was roughly the same as Sui Shan. This attack of his took him by surprise. Of course, divine soul mystic arts were not much to Yi Yuan. But in mortal countries like the state of Qin, it was absolutely an exceedingly rare existence. Even if it was the crudest type of divine soul mystic art. When the state of Qin's martial artists fought, they would not even think of the other party using divine soul mystic arts because this thing was too rare. Hence, martial artists who possess divine soul mystic arts tend to succeed in sneak attacks. It was just that too few people knew it, so scarce that there simply wasn't any need to be on guard against it. There was no need to go so far as to be on guard against the opposing party's divine soul mystic art every time one fought a battle. Being distracted like that was, on the contrary, a big taboo. Yeah, I should have thought of it long ago. Other than divine soul mystic arts, how could Sui Shan have made this kind of low-level mistake? Nanfeng Jiro muttered. Yi Yuan turned to go. Nanfeng Jiro quickly recovered and hurriedly chased after, grabbing hold of Yi Yuan and said, Yi Yuan, teach me this divine soul mystic art, okay? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, not okay.
Seeing Nefeng Jiro's face change instantly, Yi Yuan quickly said, "Right now, your matter at hand is to cultivate the water-defying incantation. Wasting time on other matters would only delay your cultivation. After your water-defying incantation is completed, I'll teach you an even stronger one." Only now did Nanfeng Jiro's rage transform into joy as she said, "You were the one who said it. If at that time you don't teach me, I will." "I will." Nefeng Jiro said, "I will," for a long time and could not think of an even better threat. Yi Yuan's strength was already no longer beneath hers. What could she threaten Yi Yuan with? "Relax. I have plenty of divine soul mystic arts. As long as you can cultivate to a sufficient realm, I have as many as you want. Let's go," Yi Yuan said very generously. The previous lives Yi Yuan virtually gave up on the martial path but had researched quite a bit in terms of divine soul. Therefore, he also cultivated many divine soul mystic arts. Of course, the aim of him cultivating the divine soul was still for alchemy. These divine soul mystic arts helped Yi Yuan to better understand the divine soul. He naturally enjoyed it tirelessly. A day later, Yi Yuan brought Nanfeng Jiro and Yuan Fei to the Gray Pine Forest to harvest the Pine Yang fruit. This place obviously also had powerful demonic beasts to guard it. However, it was merely a Tier 2 demonic beast. Yi Yuan released Yuan Fei, and that demonic beast immediately started quaking. It did not reveal the slightest hostility from the start till the end. The hierarchy in the demonic beast world was more stringent. When a Tier 2 demonic beast faced a Tier 3 demonic beast, there was only the word submission. Obtaining the Pine Yang fruit effortlessly, Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the Blackwater Ravine. It was also the habitat of the 7-colored flowing cloud python. The Blackwater Ravine was to the east of the Crimson Summit Ridge, roughly over 1,000 miles away. It was 600 miles from the borders of the Endless Forest and also an extremely perilous land. But to the current Yi Yuan, it was not all that dangerous. With a Tier 3 demonic beast following by his side, he could go anywhere he wanted to in the 1,000-mile radius of the Endless Forest. However, Yi Yuan normally would not let Yuan Fei follow by his side, but made him stay inside the spatial artifact. Not only there were many students participating in the trial inside the Endless Forest, but there were also even more demonic beasts hunters. If they encountered anyone, they could only silence them permanently. Yi Yuan did not wish to murder innocents, so it was better to lay low. Also, Yi Yuan had the intention of tempering himself when he entered the Endless Forest. If he made Yuan Fei take the front for everything, it would lose the meaning of tempering. A day later, Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro finally arrived at the Blackwater Ravine. This place had babbling brooks with a beautiful forest. It was quite a nice place to go to. The 600-mile region is a boundary. Here, Tier 1 demonic beasts and Tier 2 demonic beasts mingled together. Of course, this was also not an absolute assumption. However, that martial artist which Yi Yuan treated was pretty unlucky. To have encountered the 7-colored flowing cloud python here could be considered super lucky. According to the description by that martial artist, Yi Yuan determined that 7-colored flowing cloud python might be middle stage Tier 2. This strength might not require Yuan Fei to come out. He might be able to handle it himself. But Yi Yuan did not dare to be negligent. The 7-colored flowing cloud python did not only have a formidable poisonous breath, but its fleshy body was also very powerful. If one were to accidentally brush past by it, they would definitely suffer. According to the records, this Blackwater Ravine was originally a late-stage Tier 1 demonic beasts territory. But who knew when it became occupied by the 7-colored flowing cloud python? I reckon that there must be something that the 7-colored flowing cloud python likes here. Otherwise, it would not cling to this place. We might even obtain something nice. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice to Nanfeng Jiro. Nanfeng Jiro was already long used to Yi Yuan's encyclopedic knowledge. She just asked, "Then what do we do now?" "Lure it out and kill it." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No rush. Let's sneak inside and check out the situation first." The pair swallowed the breath-concealing pill and quietly sneaked into the Blackwater Ravine. Traversing past layers of the dense forest, the two finally arrived close to the stream of water. But right at that moment, from an empty space beside the stream, a series of intense fighting clamors sounded out.
Yi Yuan pulled aside the tree leaves to sneak a glance and actually saw two demonic beasts currently in the midst of a fierce battle. One of them was a black python roughly 10 foot long. Looking closely, one could see that there was indeed a 7-colored stripe at its vital point. It was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python. And the other demonic beast was a mighty white tiger, similarly a tier 2 demonic beast. Except that the white tiger's strength was a stage lower than the 7-colored flowing cloud python. Just low stage tier 2. The battle between the two was very intense. However, the 7-colored flowing cloud python clearly held the absolute upper hand. That white tiger was currently already covered in injuries. Bright red blood completely dyed that body of white fur, making it look very miserable. However, that white tiger seemed to be very stubborn. It refused to take even a step back despite being injured to such an extent. Instead, it roared and took the initiative to attack the 7-colored flowing cloud python. That manner of appearance showed that it clearly intended on taking it down with it. Yi Yuan, why doesn't that white tiger run away when it can't beat it? Nafeng transmitted. Evidently, she also found it very strange. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and similarly transmitted his voice. No idea. Maybe it has some reason that it can't retreat. Demonic beasts also have reasons? I think it's just stupid and just have to fight to the death with that python. Could they be snatching territories? Such severe injuries, even if it wins, it most likely won't be able to survive. All life has spirituality. Even demonic beasts have feelings. You've also seen Yuan Fei. Low-tier demonic beasts don't have such complex emotions. But it refuses to fall back despite knowing that it's no match for it. I'm afraid that it really has its reasons. While speaking, Yi Yuan pulled the tree leaves aside even more. The pair's visual field became even wider. Entering their sight was a tiny white tiger the size of a cat was currently quivering there. Nanfeng could not contain her surprise as she turned to look at Yi Yuan. The little white tiger bared its fangs as the fur on its entire body stood on its ends. A low cat-like roar even came out of its mouth every now and then. No matter how one looked at it, it looked very cute. And yet, under this sort of tragic circumstance, the little white tiger's roar seemed to be so helpless and pitiful. Yi Yuan's heart shuddered for no reason as if he saw the former him. Yi Yuan, let's save that white tiger? Look at that little white tiger. It's really so pitiful. At this time, Nafeng words sounded out by Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan turned to look but saw that Nanfeng face was already covered in tears. Clearly, she was deeply touched by that white tiger's profound parental love. Under this sort of situation, it was obvious that waiting for the white tiger and the 7-colored flowing cloud python to fight until both were heavily injured would be the best. But Yi Yuan really could not do it. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He just nodded slowly and took out the Songhua sword, saying to Nanfeng, the weak point of the 7-colored flowing cloud python is that 7-colored flower. This is the high ground. An excellent place for ambushing. I'll go down and lure it over here. You find an opportunity to kill it in one blow. Nafeng nodded with all her might. The current her was also filled with a powerful resentment towards that python. At the moment, the black python and white tiger was intoxicated with the intense battle. The white tiger suffered setbacks repeatedly, but it refused to back even one step. The white tiger was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It only relied on a single obsession to forcefully hold on and not collapse. That black python locked onto an opening and shot forward abruptly, directly targeting the white tiger's lower jaw. The white tiger's actions already could not keep up with the black python at all any longer. If this bite landed, the white tiger will die without any doubt. Right at this time, a white light sneak attacked the black python's face with lightning speed. This happened too suddenly. The black python was unable to react to it at all. The white light directly struck its eye. Chssstt. The black python's eyes instantly became a bloody mess. An awful shrill cried out. The black python rolled on the ground in pain. The enormous body twisted non-stop and its tail swept around randomly, filled with attack power. Even Yi Yuan did not dare to rush up rashly at this time. He just gave the dying white tiger a look. The white tiger gazed towards Yi Yuan with full of gratitude. The little white tiger saw that the black python suffered injuries and plucked up its courage to come over to its mother's side.
It used its tiny tongue to nurse its mother's wounds while periodically giving off whining sounds, appearing to be in great sorrow. However, this scene did not continue for too long. The black python roused from its pain, and a grating howl indicated that it was currently in an enraged state. The black python used its remaining eye to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just looked at it smilingly and even crooked his finger at it, seemingly very contemptuous. That 7-colored flowing cloud python flew into an even greater rage seeing the situation. With a swoosh, it vanished. Yi Yuan was prepared long ago and naturally would not be successfully ambushed by it. Similarly, with an instant flash, Yi Yuan vanished on the spot. That black python struck thin air. Big stupid snake. I'm over here. Yi Yuan once again crooked his finger at the black python over at the other side. The 7-colored flowing cloud python seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words. It rushed towards Yi Yuan once more recklessly. Yi Yuan's movement technique was not much slower than the 7-colored flowing cloud python. He evaded once again. Having repeated this twice, as long as Yi Yuan dodged one more time, the 7-colored flowing cloud python would enter the place where Nanfeng Jiro was lying in ambush. Nanfeng Jiro was also sharpening her blade as she stared fixedly at the 7-colored flower at the black python's vital point. Yi Yuan dodged and entered the ambush radius. Just as he taunted the black python once again and Nanfeng Jiro was on the verge of striking, the black python actually hesitated. Damn it! This black python is naturally cunning. It actually grew suspicious of my actions. Yi Yuan's cursed in his heart. The Zhanghua sword shook, and a sword beam fired out again. Except, the black python that was prepared would not be struck so easily. It avoided it with a slide of its body. It was just that, after the black python dodged, it still did not head over here. A bad premonition arose in Yi Yuan's heart. Indeed, the black python suddenly turned around and actually charged towards the white tiger. Damn it! Yi Yuan silently cursed and chased over with his sword. Nanfeng Jiro laid in ambush for so long, but that black python actually ran away. She could not help feeling very depressed. However, her lying in ambush did not hold much meaning anymore at this point. With a large stride out, she also chased after. This black python was abnormally cunning. Even though it gave away its back to Yi Yuan currently, it swayed around. There was simply no way of getting an accurate aim. Yi Yuan fired out multiple sword beams in a go and was evaded by it. In a blink, the black python was only several dozen meters away from the white tiger. This distance was merely an insignificant matter to it. The white tiger was already on the verge of death at the moment. After that fierce burst of strength just now passed, it could no longer muster up strength at this time. It was not the black python's match from the start and was even bitten several times by the black python. Currently, it was not only covered in wounds, but it was also already deeply poisoned. How could it have the strength to resist? Seeing the black python pounce over, despair showed in the white tiger's eyes. Its gaze turned towards the tiny white tiger by its side as its eyes were full of unwillingness and helplessness. The little white tiger did not appear to be as frightened as it originally was at the current moment. Instead, it was snarling, baring its teeth at the black python and waving its claws about. It was sufficiently imposing, but sadly it was too weak and tiny. Nanfeng Jiro was greatly anxious when she saw the situation. A series of sword beams shot over. It was just that her sword beams were much weaker compared to Yi Yuan's. Even if there were occasionally a few which landed on the black python's body, it neither hurt nor itched. Yi Yuan knew that it was too late. He immediately gritted his teeth. There's only this move. Little white tiger. If I slip up, don't blame me. In a thought, Yi Yuan lightly tossed the Zhanghua sword up into the air and then put his both hands together to form a sword, pointing it towards the Zhanghua sword. A strand of soul strength wrapped around essence energy escaped from the fingertip and directly penetrated the Zhanghua sword. Just like that, the Zhanghua sword actually suspended in midair. Sword driving technique. Go! Yi Yuan pointed with one hand. The Zhanghua sword turned into a streak of flowing light as it swooshed out, directly piercing the black python. The black python seemed to have sensed something. The speed of it pouncing towards the little white tiger became slower, but its body's swaying became even more pronounced and even more difficult to pinpoint.
Songhua's sword speed was even faster than the sword beams released by Yi Yuan earlier. Even so, this sword still missed. The black python gave off that horrible grating howl once again as if it was expressing a victory declaration. Yi Yuan's face darkened, but his fingertips still pulled backward again. The Songhua's sword rapidly drew a lone line across the air and turned into a streak of flowing light, shooting towards the black python once more. This time around, because the Songhua sword was too near to the black python did not expect the sword could actually return after going off. Being caught off guard, it was pierced through by Yi Yuan. SSS. SSS. The black python started rolling on the ground in agony once more, but it did not die straight away. The sword did not stab its vital areas. Senior apprentice sister. Quickly go and follow up with a strike. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and shouted. With a cling, the Songhua sword dropped on the ground. Yi Yuan was also sitting slumped on the ground, his entire person completely exhausted. Only now did Nanfeng Jiro recover from her surprise and hurriedly swung her sword to follow up with a blade. However, before Nanfeng Jiro even approached, the black python's tail swept by, nearly hitting her. Nanfeng Jiro was very anxious. She did not expect that this black python's vitality was actually so tenacious. She was actually unable to approach momentarily. Just then, a streak of white light flashed across. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro both stared wide-eyed as they watched this scene in disbelief. The little white tiger scurried to the black python's vital spot like lightning, rushing at that seven-colored flower and biting down on it. SSSSS. SSSSS. The black python itself also did not think that this little white tiger would actually take advantage of his misfortune to profit from it. Furthermore, it could have bitten any other place, yet it just had to bite down on its vital spot. This was lethal. The black python shook its body repeatedly, trying to shake off that little white tiger. However, the little white tiger's teeth locked down on that seven-colored flower securely and refused to let go. No matter how much the black python rocked, it just did not loosen up. Initially, the black python had its vital spot bitten. It already could not unleash a tenth of its full strength. With the addition of the injuries from battling the white tiger along with the wounds Yi Yuan inflicted, it would no longer move anymore after some time. It was just that it still twitched every now and then. A Tier 2 middle-stage demonic beast was actually bitten to death by a little white tiger just like that. Even though the black python was already unmoving, the little white tiger still refused to release its bite as it chomped down firmly without letting go. Yi Yuan picked up the Songhua sword, walked over to the black python's side, and petted the little white tiger's small head. The tiny white tiger seemed to have understood and only let go then. Yi Yuan was also afraid that the little white tiger did not bite viciously enough and supplemented another stab on the seven-colored flower, thoroughly ending the seven-colored flowing cloud python's life. After the little white tiger released its bite, it no longer bothered with the black python, but instead returned to its mother's side and used its tiny tongue to lick her wounds. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro turned to look at each other and also did not know what to say. The two of them expended such an enormous effort, but the result was that it was this little fellow who gave the killing blow. But the speed which the little fellow displayed just now also made them have a completely new appraisal of it. Once this little fellow matures, it would be an absolutely terrifying character. Nanfeng Jiro glanced at the white tiger lying on the ground and looked at Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan understood her meaning, but he shook his head and said she is too gravely injured. Moreover, she's also poisoned by that seven-colored flowing cloud python. There's already nothing I can do. Nanfeng Jiro said without any sign of giving up, "Didn't you bring a lot of medicinal pills? There should be detoxification pills and healing pills, right?" Yi Yuan sighed and said, "It's useless. Demonic beasts' physique is different from humans. They must use corresponding medicinal pills. The medicinal pills I brought along is no use to her. The medicinal pills used by demonic beasts formed a system of its own. They were different than the medicinal pills used by humans. Also, only Yi Yuan, this sort of alchemy Dao great master, could achieve such brilliant accomplishments in both systems at the same time. However, even a clever housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. Presently, there was no pill refinement room here. Without ingredients, no matter how amazing Yi Yuan was, It was also impossible for him to pull medicinal pills out from nothing. Yi Yuan saying this was the equivalent of sentencing the white tiger to death. Nafeng could not bear it. Seeing the whimpering little white tiger, her tears started overflowing uncontrollably once again. Yi Yuan also found it hard to endure. He was not a person overflowing with compassion. It was just that the scene just now was overly similar to his experience in his past life. Although the white tiger was just a demonic beast, he still felt as if he experienced it himself. The white tiger's eyes, which were originally already shut, gradually opened at this time. It also seemed to have recovered a bit of consciousness. Seeing its mother open her eyes, the little white tiger involuntarily started jumping about in front of her in joy. The white tiger's gaze was full of loving kindness, completely unlike a fearsome demonic beast. Except Yi Yuan and Nafeng both knew that this was the white tiger's final radiance before death. Most likely it was already done for. The white tiger looked at the little white tiger with tender love, but its gaze shifted to Yi Yuan as it revealed an imploring intention. After that, she used all the strength in her body to use her head to push the little white tiger to Yi Yuan's feet. This white tiger was actually entrusting her child to him. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan did not wish to become a nanny. He still had many things he needed to do and had no time to waste in this area. Even though he pitied this mother and son pair very much, he still felt that it was rather troublesome to ask him to raise this little white tiger. The white tiger clearly saw through Yi Yuan's reluctance and could not help but give a low roar, akin to a final lamenting whine. The intent of begging was already very clear. Nafeng could not help flying into a rage when she saw Yi Yuan hesitating. Yi Yuan, do you still have any sympathy? The little white tiger is already so pitiful. It lost its mother when it's so small. Leaving him here unchecked will cause him to be killed by other demonic beasts. If you aren't taking him in, I'll shelter him. Come, little white tiger. But the little white tiger did not approach Nafeng but jumped back. It was evident that it was unwilling to leave its mother. The white tiger gave another roar, and her gaze became stern. The little white tiger looked like a child who did something wrong as it lowered its head, but it still headed over to Yi Yuan's feet. When Nafeng saw this, her temper rose again. Hey, little fellow, is your brain even working? He doesn't even want you. Why did you run over to him for? Quickly come over to my side. As she spoke, Nafeng reached out to hug the little white tiger, but the little white tiger squeezed in between Yi Yuan's legs and just refused to let Nafeng hold it. Like this, Nafeng became even more livid. She was originally someone with a fiery temper, but her goodwill was taken for ill intentions. It would be weirder if she did not get angry. Run some more. Keep running. Do you believe whether or not I'll yank your ears? Nafeng had her hands on her hips as she said with an enraged face. But the reply was a cat-like roar. This one human and one tiger actually started to play catching around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was driven to a point where he was at a loss whether or cry or to laugh by Nafeng. It turns out that this woman did not differentiate between demons or humans when she lost her temper. All right, stop circling. Keep going in circles and I'm going to get dizzy. I'll keep the little white tiger. All right? Yi Yuan said impatiently. Yi Yuan pulled Nafeng off and lowered his body to speak to the white tiger. Don't you worry, since I promised you, I'll take good care of him. Following me, his power in the future will definitely be above yours. You can go in peace. Not that Yi Yuan was callous, but it was because this white tiger was already done for long ago. The reason why it still did not pass away was because Yi Yuan had yet to promise it. There was plainly a language barrier, but the white tiger seemed to have understood what Yi Yuan said. It gave off another low roar as if it was thanking Yi Yuan, and then gradually it fell silent. The little white tiger also seemed to have sensed something. It whined mournfully as it came to its mother's side, wanting to prop up its mother using its small head. But the white tiger did not react in the slightest. Nafeng's tears poured out once again when she saw the situation. The awe of a tiger presently earlier was all gone. Such an emotional woman. Yi Yuan sighed and directly sat down on the spot, swallowing a medicinal pill to begin recovering. The sword-driving technique was also a divine soul secret art with extremely powerful might. It was just that it was still somewhat forceful for the current Yi Yuan. Just using it for a round trip just now already severely overdrew his essence energy and soul strength. After adjusting his condition for some time and waking up, Yi Yuan discovered that the little white tiger was currently circling around him. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, the little white tiger wagged its tail and tunneled into Yi Yuan's bosom. I'm perplexed. You don't even want him. So why does this little white tiger stick to you so? Nanfeng Jiro said very defiantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this is charisma. I was born with the demeanor of a sovereign and can attract countless others to follow me. Yi, this little white tiger, is not normal. Just as Yi Yuan was blowing his own trumpet, his expression changed. What is it? Is there something wrong with the little white tiger? Nanfeng Jiro's heart plummeted as she quickly asked. Yi Yuan did not reply her and just turned the little white tiger all over to inspect several times and also used divine sense to investigate. His expression became increasingly solemn. Nanfeng Jiro was an anxious person. Seeing Yi Yuan mess around for so long and refusing to say anything and his expression becoming uglier, she could not help asking anxiously, just what is going on? Talk. Seriously, you'll be the death of me. He won't die, right? Only now did Yi Yuan look at Nanfeng Jiro as if he was staring at a retard. What? Die? He couldn't be better. Nanfeng Jiro finally let out a sigh of relief but immediately said huffily, if he's fine, then what are you pulling that long face for? Deliberately scaring me? Why can't you finish saying everything in one go? Just what happened to him? It can be counted as we picked up a treasure. This little thing has a huge background. Yi Yuan kept away his serious expression and seemed rather excited as he said, huge background? Isn't it just a little white tiger? What background can it have? If it has backing, then why would it be forced to such an extent by a big black python? Nanfeng Jiro asked in suspicion. She looked left and right and could not see just which aspect of this little white tiger was extraordinary. Yi Yuan sighed and said, how many times have I told you? Knowledge is power. Why don't you have any progress at all up till now? Without knowledge, even if you entered a treasure mountain, you'll also return empty-handed. Nanfeng Jiro glared. Are you telling or not? Why do you have so much nonsense? Forget it. I already told you to educate yourself. It's true. That white tiger is just an ordinary white tiger, but this little white tiger is very different. Have you ever heard of the 4 phases divine beasts? Of course I heard of that before. The Eastern Azure Dragon, the Western White. Nanfeng Jiro was in the midst of talking when she suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, You aren't about to tell me that this little white tiger is the white tiger divine beast. Nanfeng Jiro was stunned by Yi Yuan that even her words became stammers. What kind of concept were divine beasts? They were the absolute sovereigns of this world. Possessing the name of a divine beast, it was an existence that would surely step into the deity realm in the future as long as it did not die. Yi Yuan casually picked up a little white tiger, and it was the sovereign of the West, the white tiger divine beast. Are you kidding? But Yi Yuan gave a laugh and said, of course he isn't a divine beast. However, he truly has the bloodline of the white tiger divine beast. It's just that his bloodline is too thin. Wanting to become a divine beast. Too difficult, way too difficult. Yi Yuan naturally did not find it nice to say some things. In the divine realm, there were numerous demonic beasts that possessed divine beast bloodline. It was just that true pure-blooded divine beast bloodline could no longer be found today. Because in this stretch of heaven and earth there was no longer the existence of deity realm. Naturally, there was also no existence of divine beasts. Possessing a faint divine beast bloodline, future accomplishments would definitely be extraordinary. As long as the strength of the bloodline is sufficient, stepping into the Demon Emperor realm was virtually guaranteed. Demon Emperor realm was equivalent to the human divine king realm. Also, the majority of divine beast progenies possessed innate divine abilities. Once they stepped into the Demon Emperor realm, their power would become incredible. In terms of the divine realm's pinnacle battle strength, there was actually not much difference between humans and the demon race. But, if he truly possessed divine beast bloodline, even if he doesn't become a divine beast, he should also be very amazing in the future, right? Nanfeng Jiro asked. Exactly. This little thing also has a name which belongs to itself, the flowing light white tiger. A branch of the white tiger divine beast's progenies. I truly did not expect that an ordinary white tiger could actually give birth to a flowing light white tiger. Looks like this little fellow's ancestral origin is not simple. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. A flowing light white tiger? No wonder when he wanted to kill this black python earlier, his speed was so fast. Really akin to a bundle of flowing light. And the flowing light white tiger is renowned for its speed. A mature flowing light white tiger at the bare minimum has the strength of Tier 5, taking form. At that point, his speed can compare with flying profound artifacts. Yi Yuan explained. So incredible? Then didn't we acquire a treasure? Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in surprise. Above spirit artifacts were profound artifacts. The speed of flying profound artifacts was quick to the point it was inconceivable. The speed of flowing light white tigers could compare to flying profound artifacts. One could see the extent of their speed. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "You're thinking too much. A flowing light white tiger, from newborn to maturity, need at least 1,000 years. After he grows up, I'd have long reached the divine king realm." Nanfeng Jiro curled her mouth and said with disdain, "Keep bragging. Divine king realm even. I've never even heard of what divine king realm. Utter bullshit." Not that Nanfeng Jiro was ignorant, but because this place, the state of Qin, was too small. Starting point determines one's horizons. How could the people of the boundless world know how the realms in the divine realm were divided? If they could rise to a certain realm, their horizons would naturally broaden. Towards Nanfeng Jiro's disdain, Yi Yuan just smiled but did not explain. He and Nanfeng Jiro were simply not on the same level. There was naturally no way of communicating. But with me around, his realm might catch up to, maybe even surpass Yuan Fei's within 10 years. Nanfeng Jiro said with a smile. "So fast? You aren't bragging again, are you?" Nanfeng Jiro asked in disbelief. "When have you ever seen me brag? This little fellow's foundation is much better than Yuan Fei's. As long as I use medicinal pills to supplement, his future accomplishments definitely won't be low. Furthermore, this small fellow has already awoken its bloodline just now. Its future cultivation speed would be very rapid," Yi Yuan explained. About this point, Nanfeng Jiro did not doubt Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's attainments in the alchemy Dao had already completely exceeded her understanding. He would frequently pull out medicinal pills that she had never even heard of. Also, he dared to promise Yuan Fei to let him break through to Tier 4. It was likely not spoken carelessly. Then would it not be a very effortless thing for him to help a little white tiger? "Fine, I know that you're amazing. The little white tiger is so adorable. How about we give him a name? Look how white and fluffy he is, why not call him Whitey?" Nanfeng Jiro directly decided it. Roar. The little white tiger roared in a low cat-like tone to show its protest. Clearly, it disliked this name. Nanfeng Jiro fumed and said, "Humph. Even if you don't like it, you'll have to accept it. It's Whitey." When he runs, it looks like a beam of white light. I say, call him White Light. How's that? Yi Yuan was asking the little white tiger. The little white tiger arched in Yi Yuan's bosom. It was clear that it tacitly approved of this name. "Ha. Then in future, you're called White Light," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "Humph. You ungrateful tiger. Just now, who was the one fighting hard before managing to keep you? This fellow was prepared to abandon you. He isn't a good person," Nanfeng Jiro said crossly. Roar. What replied her was White Light's angry roar. "All right, don't delay any more time here. We still have to search around this Blackwater ravine. Perhaps there's good stuff. This 7-colored flowing cloud python definitely discovered something to hang on here and not leave," Yi Yuan said as he interrupted Nanfeng Jiro's provocation. The pair found a place to bury the white tiger and also retrieved the 7-colored flowing cloud python's inner core, then brought White Light into the depths of the Blackwater ravine. The 2 humans and 1 tiger walked towards the deep parts of the Blackwater ravine. Roughly after 15 minutes, an enormous cliff in front cut off their path. "No path? There isn't even anything good on the way here," Nanfeng Jiro said dispiritedly. Yi Yuan also halted his footsteps. Surveying the surroundings, he also failed to discover anything useful. This whole road here, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. If there were any natural treasures, it absolutely could not escape his eyes. But up until now, he also did not have any discovery. Could it be that the 7-colored flowing cloud python truly just took a liking to this place and wanted to have it to itself? That doesn't make sense.
With that big black python's strength, it could totally go into the deeper areas to occupy even better territories. Why did it choose here? Yi Yuan also remained puzzled after pondering over it.
Ha ha ha. Didn't you boast that you're all-knowing? To think that you also have times where you stumble.
What knowledge is power now? Knowledge has become a popped bubble, right? Nanfeng Jiro ridiculed relentlessly.
Towards Yi Yuan's repeated verbal attacks on her being brainless, Nanfeng Jiro held a deep grudge against it.
Women bore grudges the most. Beautiful women harbored resentment even more.
It was just that every time Yi Yuan's prediction was all very accurate. Nanfeng Jiro kept being unable to get a hold of something, so she had no way of retorting. This time, it was not easy for her to see Yi Yuan shrivel. Nanfeng Jiro naturally chose to hit a person who is down.
The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched. He had the sort of feeling like he dug a hole for himself to jump into. However, he kept feeling that his judgment was not wrong. The problem was, where was the natural treasure? Yi Yuan, please, next time, don't you.
Yi, white light. Where are you going? Nanfeng Jiro was currently reproving Yi Yuan. But white light turned into a beam of white light and ran towards the cliff.
Yi Yuan's eye involuntarily lit up when he saw the situation. Could it be that this little fellow knew where the stuff was?
White light came to the cliff and directly ran upwards, stepping onto a piece of rock, and then left jump, right leap as he scaled up like it was flat ground.
At an extremely high place, White Light's figure flashed and suddenly vanished.
Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro looked closely and saw that there was actually a little cave there. White Light entered the cave. Could there really be something good? Nanfeng Jiro muttered to herself. At this time, she clearly also guessed what White Light went over to do and could not resist quietly cursing, hoping that White Light just went to play. It would be best if it did not find anything.
Even though White Light did not come out yet, not knowing why, Nanfeng Jiro felt that her face was somewhat burning hot. So it's hidden in such an obscure place. No wonder I couldn't find it even after searching for so long. I didn't think that White Light actually had this sort of ability. Yi Yuan was also very surprised by White Light's abilities. Thinking about it, Yi Yuan was also relieved. Most likely, it was fruits or something similar, so White Light smelled it.
Before long, White Light's figure appeared at the entrance once again. Except that this time, his mouth held a tiny object. White Light clamped down on that tiny object as it ran down the cliff, arriving at Yi Yuan's side. White Light's mouth held a flower stem. A tiny fruit grew on it. It passed this thing over to Yi Yuan and even wagged its tail in a bid to garner likes. Looking rather cute. Yi Yuan smiled as he petted White Light's little head to show encouragement. He picked up that tiny fruit rather excitedly because he had already recognized this tiny fruit.
It's actually blood bodhi.
No wonder that 7-colored flowing cloud python is attached to this place. Turns out that it's for this.
Nanfeng Jiro was rather embarrassed, but she was unable to resist her curiosity and secretly sized up that tiny thing. That was a tiny blood-red fruit which did not appear to be very eye-catching.
If it were her, most likely when she saw it, she would have treated it like she didn't see it and directly pass it over. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he saw Nanfeng Jiro wanting to speak but stopping and her furtive appearance. Aware that girls are thin-skinned, Yi Yuan also did not agitate her anymore, but explained. This blood bodhi is good stuff. This is a tier 3 medicinal herb, and it's also exceedingly rare. If that 7-colored flowing cloud python swallowed this item, it would most likely directly break through to late-stage tier 2 demonic beast. Nanfeng Jiro saw that Yi Yuan did not have any intention to reverse checkmating her, and could not help quietly letting out a sigh of relief. But her mouth still remained stubborn as she said, I also didn't make you explain. Fine, fine. It's me who likes to show off and just have to explain for you to listen. Alright?
Only then was Nanfeng Jiro pleased. But she immediately could not hold back her curiosity, so she asked, since this blood body is so incredible, why did it not eat this for so long? Yi Yuan smiled and said, also counts as that fellow being unlucky, I guess. If what I predict is right, this blood body was not yet ripe before. It maturing was also a matter of these 2 days. He had yet to eat it when he encountered the white tiger and us, which let us pick up a ready-made freebie. But it would be a reckless waste of God's gift to let it eat this thing like that. Using this to refine a Tier 3 medicinal pill, the Bodhi pill, it can let Crystal Formation Realm martial artists rise a minor realm unconditionally. Furthermore, there's completely no side effects. Nafeng Shiro could not help opening her mouth wide after listening to it all. Unconditionally letting Crystal Formation Realm martial artists rise by a minor realm, just what kind of concept was this? For Crystal Formation Realm martial artists, forget about breakthrough a minor realm. Even if there were a tiny bit of advancement, it would require the accumulation of time. Among the state of Qin's Crystal Formation Realm martial artists, apart from the Lord Dean and the Alchemist Association's Lord Wu Daofeng, who were at the second-level Crystal Formation Realm, the rest were all at the first-level Crystal Formation Realm. Nanfeng Jiro's father, Nanfeng Yi, who was also the ruler of the state of Qin, had already broken through to the Crystal Formation Realm for over 20 years. However, he still remained at the first-level Crystal Formation Realm. It was clear just how challenging a matter it was for Crystal Formation Realm martial artists to want to advance a step forward. There were 2 high-rank alchemy grandmasters in the state of Qin, but they were unable to refine medicinal pills which could allow Crystal Formation Realm martial artists to directly break through a minor realm. Yet Yi Yuan could. If Yi Yuan displayed this medicinal pill in front of these people, there would only be 2 outcomes. The first was that they kill Yi Yuan, then fight to the bitter end for this single medicinal pill. There was another, which was to follow behind Yi Yuan and hope to obtain his favor so that he would bestow that medicinal pill to him. Even the 2 high-rank alchemy grandmasters would be unable to remain unperturbed when they see the Bodhi pill, right? In reality, when Yi Yuan said he could help Yuan Fei break through to Tier 4, Nafeng Jiro still did not have much of a concept because that was too far away from her. But to help Crystal Formation Realm martial artists rise a minor realm, the shock this brought her was tremendous. Nafeng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan with eager eyes and appearance like she was holding back the words at the tip of her tongue. Yi Yuan laughed out loud and knew what she was thinking of right away. He said, "Relax, this blood Bodhi can refine at least 10 Bodhi pills. When the time comes, I'll save one for your father." Yi Yuan finished speaking. Nafeng Jiro's face reddened, but she still said gratefully, "Thank you." Yi Yuan said deridingly, "You've never thanked me regarding your own matter, but you thank me for your imperial father's matter. It really makes me feel overwhelmingly flattered. However, you also know that I just broke through to the spirit condensation realm. Wanting to refine the Bodhi pill, most likely, I still need a few days." Nafeng Jiro did not lose her temper this time around. Instead, she hurriedly shook her head. "No rush. There's no hurry. The Lotus Moon Gorge, an immensely vast gorge which took up a huge area, was located over 1,000 miles from the endless forest. The 1,000-mile radius was the limits for spirit condensation realm martial artists. The danger would increase significantly when heading further north. The 1,000-mile radius of the endless forest was mostly the territories of Tier 2 demonic beasts. Only in extremely few places would there be Tier 3 demonic beasts, such as the Crimson Summit Ridge. Rather, beyond the 1,000-mile radius, the number of Tier 3 demonic beasts would have a substantial increase. Under normal circumstances, spirit condensation realm martial artists were absolutely unwilling to cross this 1,000-mile marker. Normally, the Lotus Moon Gorge was a land where few traversed. But these few days, there were more and more human martial artists gathering at the Lotus Moon Gorge. Their strength also became increasingly more powerful. From the weak first-level and second-level spirit condensation realm martial artists to the 8th level and 9th level spirit condensation realm martial artists, they were numerous of them here. Among them, there were even some human martial artists who were the same as Su Yubai being at the half-step crystal formation realm. Then, in the depths of the gorge, unusual undulations were faintly reverberating out. Everyone knew that there were extremely rare natural treasures about to be born. On the other side of the gorge, large numbers of Tier 2 demonic beasts similarly gathered, facing the human camp across the distance.
Both sides maintained relative restraint and did not come to blows. In reality, when the Lotus Moon Gorge demonic beast outbreak started, humans and demonic beasts both had frictions which were not small. But following the increase in the number of human martial artists and demonic beasts and along with the increase in cultivation realm, both sides fell into a stalemate. Because even more powerful experts appeared on both sides, so the restraint became even stronger. Crystal Formation Realm martial artists appeared among the human martial artists, while Tier 3 demonic beasts also appeared among the demonic beasts. Even though Tier 3 demonic beasts were unable to communicate with humans, their intelligence was no longer low. Naturally, they did not wish to suffer too great a loss of power before the treasure was born. The human martial artists also felt the same. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro were currently hanging around those low-level human martial artists. Presently, Yi Yuan's and Nanfeng Jiro's attire had already been changed into ordinary demonic beast hunter outfit. Even Nanfeng Jiro's face was now different. Otherwise, with her appearance, it was very easy to stir up unnecessary trouble. There were too many experts in this place. Drawing people's attention was clearly not a wise move. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan initially planned to let Nanfeng Jiro head back first and he would come here alone. But when he mentioned letting Nanfeng Jiro go back first, Nanfeng Jiro flew into a rage and wielded her sword to fight with Yi Yuan. The result naturally concluded with Yi Yuan losing, so he had no choice but to bring her along. But Yi Yuan raised a demand, which was that no matter what situation it was, she had to obey him. This was Yi Yuan's bottom line. Lotus Moon Gorge could not be compared to previously. The pair's strength was too weak. They could only fish in muddied waters. If they did not lay low, they would only be eaten by others until not even bones were left. At that time, even if there was Yuan Fei around, they might not obtain any advantage. Currently, on the human side of the gorge, they basically existed in small groups of 3s and 5s. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro formed a small team. Among these groups, they should belong to the lowest level of existences, so they obviously would not draw people's attention. Yi Yuan, did you manage to inquire any information when you went out just now? Nanfeng Jiro asked through transmission.
And I heard some things, but the majority of them were rumors. However, what's basically confirmed now is that what's going to be born should be a fire attribute treasure.
According to the undulations coming from the depths of the gorge, it would be a matter of these 2 days, Yi Yuan replied. But there are so many people, and they are so powerful. Even Crystal Formation Realm martial artists also appeared. Do we have any chance?
Nanfeng Jiro originally did not think that there were actually so many people gathered here. She thought that it was only an ordinary treasure.
Who knew that after arriving, they would see so many spirit condensation realm martial artists, which instantly put a damper on their mood. So many experts. How could it come to their turn? She admits that Yi Yuan was very amazing, but his cultivation realm was too low after all. Dealing with 1 or 2 people was not yet an issue, but with so many people, how should they make a move? Furthermore, the current distribution of terrain was completely divided based on strength.
Those half-step Crystal Formation Realm, 9th level, 8th level Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists were basically in the innermost area. Once the treasure was born, they would definitely be the foremost to charge inside. How could they, these outer-ring martial artists, get their turn? Yi Yuan just smiled and said, natural treasures are obtained by those who are fated for it. Doesn't mean that their strength is high and they would definitely obtain it. With me, Yi Yuan around, why do they even bother?
TCH, keep bragging.
How do you know that you're the fated person? Nanfeng Jiro had a scornful face.
I said before, a naturally born sovereign, who else but myself? Yi Yuan boasted without shame. Enough crap. Be serious.
What on earth should we do? Nanfeng Jiro was thoroughly defeated. What else can we do?
Conserve strength and build up energy, then wait and see. The moment the treasure is born, there would definitely be a violent clash between the human martial artists and demonic beasts. At that time, you just have to stay out of trouble, and that will do. Let me handle the rest, Yi Yuan said.
Nanfeng Jiro felt that she became a burden in a flash.
Auntie clearly made her come and protect him. But up till now, why did Nanfeng Jiro feel that it was always Yi Yuan protecting her?
Moreover, Yi Yuan's current strength was already not beneath her. He did not even require her protection anymore. This world changed too quickly. Just as Nafeng Jiro was cursing inwardly, a hubbub of voices was heard. Excellent medicinal pills. Top quality medicinal pills. Drunken Star Manor's products are definitely the cream of the crop. Tier 2 Qi returning pill, Tier 2 heart protecting pill, Tier 2 healing medicine, Tier 2 detoxification pill. All sorts of medicinal pills are available. A martial artist wearing gray shouted at the top of his voice. This shout immediately drew the attention of many martial artists. The majority of these martial artists were demonic beast hunters who had already been roaming within the endless forest for a very long time. All the necessary medicines on their bodies were pretty much all gone. For a medicinal pill merchant to suddenly appear at this time, it naturally stirred up quite a commotion. When Yi Yuan heard that someone was selling medicinal pills, he also could not help but look over. Many people were already surrounding him. At this time, perhaps a medicinal pill could save lives. However, Yi Yuan's nose lightly moved and already sniffed out that those medicinal pills were fake goods. While the outer appearance was virtually the same as some medicinal pills from the Drunken Star Manor, the medicinal effects were most likely not even 50% of them. Yi Yuan just gave a faint smile and no longer bothered with the things happening over there. What he needed now was to remain low-key, not to be in the limelight. Nanfeng Jiro seemed to have seen that something was wrong and could not resist asking, "What are you smiling for? Does that person have a problem?" "There's no issue with the person, the problem lies with the medicinal pills. But eating them won't kill people anyway, so let him be," Yi Yuan said indifferently. "No way. How did you see it?" Nanfeng Jiro was at the very least an alchemist, but she could not see any issue at all. The medicinal pills' ingredients don't have any problem. It's just that when refining, mist yuan water was added in. The portion originally capable of refining one medicinal pill was refined into 4-5 pills by him. The medicinal effects would naturally be much worse, Yi Yuan explained. "You saw that at a glance?" Nafeng Jiro asked in shock. "Not saw it, but smelled it." Yi Yuan pointed to his nose and said, "But the mist yuan water is odorless. How did you smell it?" Nanfeng Jiro asked in amazement. "The mist yuan water is odorless, but when mixed into medicinal pills, it would give off a faint sort of special fragrance," Yi Yuan said. "But you're so far away from there. Do you have a dog's nose?" Nafeng Jiro was flabbergasted. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was similarly speechless. "Couldn't you make a better comparison?" "This is an ability that has been repeatedly tempered out." "Heh," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan's sensitivity towards medicinal pills was etched deeply into the divine soul after repeated tempering. Virtually every type of medicinal herb, he was able to sensitively detect it. Rather than say it was the smell, it should be that it was his divine soul's instinctive reaction. After the incident last time, Nanfeng Jiro no longer doubted Yi Yuan. This fellow, as long as it was something which involved medicinal pills or herbal ingredients, his predictions and judgment were virtually 100% accurate. He had never made any errors. He said that these medicinal pills had problems, so these medicinal pills must have issues. Nonetheless, Nanfeng Jiro followed Yi Yuan and was not worried that the medicinal pills had problems. Who knew how many medicinal pills this fellow refined for this trip? It was like they were never ending. Nanfeng Jiro knew that Yi Yuan clearly only prepared for a day. Where did so many medicinal pills come from? Nafeng Jiro felt that she was becoming more and more interested in Yi Yuan. The more she could not understand Yi Yuan, the more she wanted to understand him. What sort of feeling was this? Yi Yuan and Nafeng Jiro were chatting over here, but that medicinal pill merchant's business was abnormally good. He had his hands full. "This brother, aren't you going to buy some pills? In a crisis, these medicinal pills can save lives. My medicinal pills are all Drunken Star Manor products. The medicinal effects are definitely exceptional." After that medicinal pill merchant busied himself for some time, he started to promote his medicinal pills to a cold-faced demonic beast hunter. Yi Yuan had long noticed that demonic beast hunter. When others were swarming to buy medicinal pills, he never moved. Not only did he not move, none of the 4 people in his small group moved. Not buying, the cold-faced man just lightly said these 2 words. "Brother, these medicinal pills of mine are top-quality medicinal pills. You're also aware of the Drunken Star Manor's pills. They are matchless in the state of Qin.
The medicinal pill seller kept on praising the good points of the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills repeatedly. Hearing that medicinal pill seller praising the Drunken Star Manor so fervently, Yi Yuan also felt somewhat displeased. However, he also understood that he was doing business. Bragging a little was a necessity, but now was not the time to get angry, so he held it back. After that demonic beast hunter calmly listened to that medicinal pill seller's touting. He said 2 more words lightly, "Not buying." "I say, brother, why?" The medicinal pill seller was somewhat dispirited. That demonic beast hunter gave him a look and said, "I only buy Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills and nothing else." When Yi Yuan heard that, he promptly felt more soothed. There were still clear-minded people in this world. Once he said this, the medicinal pill seller became unhappy. "Brother, not that I'm reproaching you, but the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is close to shutting down. What are you clinging onto that tree for?"
"From the way I see it, before 1 month, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will definitely shut down. Could it be that you, brother, aren't going to eat medicinal pills in the future?" The icy-faced man gave the medicinal pill seller a cold glance and said, "The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion definitely won't shut down. Pavilion Lord Yi is currently in closed seclusion. After he exits seclusion, he'll definitely have means to turn the tide." Humph. Dream on. Who doesn't know that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already doesn't have the strength to save the situation? How many days has it been? The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion remained silent this whole time, while the Drunken Star Manor already relied on the essence-gathering pill to completely dominate the state of Qin's medicinal pill market. In future, it will be the Drunken Star Manor having a monopoly. Furthermore, Manor Lord Wan has always been suppressing Yi Hang in terms of cultivation realm. What is the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion relying on to turn around?
The cold-faced man gave a cold laugh. So what? The Drunken Star Manor appears to be dignified and honorable, but everyone is clear in their hearts how many filthy things they did secretly. Pavilion Lord Yi has a benevolent heart and mind. He treats us demonic beast hunters like brothers. I believe that heaven has eyes. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will surely tide over this crisis." After the man said all this, regretful expressions involuntarily showed up on the faces of those who originally bought the medicinal pills. Many of them had received the grave of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, but their support towards the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion at this time was inferior to this small team. Humph. Truly thick-head. Alright, don't buy now. In the future, even if you beg to buy from me, I also won't sell to you. Finishing, the medicinal pill seller flicked his sleeves and left. The cold-faced man could not be bothered with him and sat back down. The medicinal pill seller was not too affected by it and continued to tout his medicinal pills. It was just that, after that man caused such a commotion, his business immediately fell drastically. The cold-faced man stared at the back view of the medicinal pill seller and let out a cold snort.
Right then, a voice from God knows where secretly transmitted directly into his ears.
The cold-faced man heard that, and his expression instantly changed. After musing for some time, he suddenly stood up. "Everybody, don't buy his medicinal pills.
These medicinal pills are all fake.
This fellow is a cheat," the cold-faced man shouted loudly.
Hearing the cold-faced man's shout, all those who bought the medicinal pills tensed up. What followed was using unkind eyes to stare at the medicinal pill seller.
The medicinal pill seller was also greatly alarmed. He was somewhat guilty, but in front of so many people he had to remain strong. "Don't slander me."
"It's fine if you didn't purchase, but you're even ruining my business here. Do you really take me to be easy to bully?"
These medicinal pills have the unique marking of the Drunken Star Manor. They are absolutely genuine goods. You dare to besmirch the name of Drunken Star Manor? The medicinal pill seller said furiously.
The cold-faced man smiled coldly and said, snort.
"It's true that these medicinal pills are from the Drunken Star Manor, but are the medicinal pills refined by the Drunken Star Manor truly without problems? What problem is there, say it?
If you don't give a proper justification, then this grudge of ours is set.
After returning to the capital, I'll pass these words to the Drunken Star Manor," the medicinal pill seller threatened.
These past 1 month, the Drunken Star Manor had become incomparably domineering. The fragrant medicine pavilion gradually fell and they virtually became a monopoly. The people who came out from the Drunken Star Manor basically all had their noses pointed to the skies. Since this medicinal pill seller was selling the Drunken Star Manor's pills, he definitely had significant ties with the Drunken Star Manor. The cold-faced man remained unperturbed and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that the medicinal effects of these pills aren't even half of the finished products. What intentions are you harboring to use these medicinal pills to hoodwink everyone?" When he said this, everyone's faces changed again. While medicinal effects being insufficient is not a big issue at the crucial time it could kill. For example, a Tier 2 Qi returning pill. If the medicinal effects were lacking and could only recover a very small part of essence energy, wouldn't that be waiting for death? Hearing the cold-faced man said this, the medicinal pill seller did not get nervous. Instead, he smiled gleefully and said, "You say that my medicinal pill's effects are lacking, won't we know after letting everyone try it?" Seeing the medicinal pill seller so full of confidence, the cold-faced man's heart started to falter. Could it be that he really fell for someone else's trap? That person said that he also received great kindness from Pavilion Lord Yi, which was why he wanted to expose the scammer. Could it be that he was simply screwing with him? While he was talking, the medicinal pill seller already walked in front of a martial artist he sold pills to earlier and sincerely invited him to test the medicinal pill. He even promised that as long as he was willing to test it, he would gift another 5 Tier 2 Qi returning pills. That martial artist was initially somewhat reluctant, but after thinking that at most it would be insufficient medicinal effects and should not have too big an effect on him, he nodded his head and agreed. The medicinal pill seller cupped his fists and said to everybody, "Everyone also saw that. This brother over here refused to buy my medicinal pills. That's also fine. But now he came out to defame my character. This one cannot turn a deaf ear to this. In order to prove my innocence, I invited this brother here to help test the medicinal pills. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" After the medicinal pill seller finished talking, there was someone who called out to the martial artist preparing to test. "Lin Feng, you aren't bought over by that guy, right?" "Bought over your granny. I, Lin Feng, have worked among demonic beast hunters for so many years. Who isn't aware of my character? If you don't feel assured, then come and test yourself." Lin Feng directly told him off. "Ha ha ha. We can trust you. Quickly test it and tell us how you feel after trying it. Don't worry. With so many people watching, could I scam everyone?" Finishing, Lin Feng no longer dilly-dallied. He directly retrieved a Tier 2 Qi returning pill just bought from the medicinal pill seller and swallowed it. Having consumed the medicinal pill, Lin Feng meditated on the spot and started to refine the medicinal strength. Everybody was watching each and every one of Lin Feng's actions, especially the cold-faced man and his small team. Even though their expression remained cool and collected, their heart started drumming long ago. The cold-faced man was currently somewhat regretting his impulsiveness earlier. But for the sake of benefactor Yihang, even losing face once was also worth it. Back then, the cold-faced man was heavily injured and dying and also penniless. The Drunken Star Manor straightaway barred him outside the door, but Yihang treated him for free. This grace, even if he were smashed to pieces, it would be difficult to repay. Hence, he only hesitated slightly when he heard that mysterious transmission just now before standing up right away. Making a mistake would at most be losing face once. At the most, he won't take part in this treasure-seizing operation. But if it were really true, then it would be a heavy blow to Drunken Star Manor's reputation, and also an opportunity for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to come back from the dead. He was willing to gamble. Yi Yuan, why does that cold-faced man also know that the medicinal pills are fake? Could his standards actually be around your level? Nafeng Shiro could not help feeling astonished when she saw this situation as she transmitted her voice to ask. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I told him. I knew that it was your doing." "But why would he listen to you, a stranger? I was just testing him, didn't think that he really stood up." I can let father take him in to be a retainer or something after going back. It's also time for our Yi family to nurture our own forces. And today, just take it as the first step to eradicating the Drunken Star Manor, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. You. Nafeng Jiro heard Yi Yuan say all that, but her expression turned even uglier. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't you worry. My father and I have no interest in secular authority. Why we are doing this is just so that the Yi family would have a relatively safe environment. If your imperial father can't set his mind at ease, in future, I can make father relocate from the state of Qin. No need. I'll do my best to prevent this sort of thing from happening. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not say anything else. He knew that Nanfeng Yi was very fearful of the Su family and Wan family, which was why they secretly propped up his father, Yi Hang. But the Wan family had to be extinguished. As for the Su family, at least Su Yubai and Su Yulin, these two people he did not plan on letting off. That was to say, the Yi family would be a monopoly in the future. Would Nanfeng Yi still be at ease? Nanfeng Jiro was ultimately still a little girl. Unless she broke through to the crystal formation realm, her words would forever lack any weight. While talking, Lin Feng already finished refining. He opened his eyes and everyone stared at him. Lin Feng stood up and slowly opened his mouth to say, "There's no issue with the medicinal pill. My essence energy, which originally only had 50% or so left, has already recovered to 80% now." Once Lin Feng finished speaking, the medicinal pill seller looked at the cold-faced man with a pleased face. "Brother, just what intentions do you have for slandering me so? Unless you are Yi family's minion and saw that things cannot continue for you all. That's why you used this sort of underhanded tricks to besmirch the drunken star manor." The medicinal pill seller no longer hid his support and directly opened fire. The cold-faced man was infuriated after hearing his words. This medicinal pill seller had sinister motives and wanted to make a false countercharge to thoroughly ruin Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation. How could he tolerate? Just as the cold-faced man was about to make a move, he heard that mysterious voice again. "No rush. You let that Lin Feng try using essence energy." Hearing this voice again, the cold-faced man's heart settled down a bit. Maybe this fellow was not screwing him? "Lin Feng, try testing a few moves and see if there's any change in essence energy," the cold-faced man suddenly shouted. When the medicinal pill seller heard this, the originally pleased look instantly faded and he could not help flying into a great rage. "This fellow. Truly rude. You and I have no grudge. I just said a few sentences about the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Just why do you keep repeatedly setting yourself against me? Could I have really hit the mark? You're Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's lackey." The cold-faced man ignored him and just said to Lin Feng, "Try testing a few moves. If there's really no issue, our team's gains this time will all belong to you." The cold-faced man really risked it all and directly took out all the gains from the operation this time as the bargaining chip. The medicinal pill seller's expression changed when he heard this and was just about to stop it when he heard Lin Feng chuckle and say, "Sure Kaiong, you said it. All right, I'll test out a few moves." Finishing and without waiting for the medicinal pill seller to stop him, he directly unleashed several palm knives. Who knew that after a few palm knives were struck out, Lin Feng's face greatly changed. This medicinal pill really does have problems. My essence energy expenditure is actually 3 to 4 times faster than normal. Lin Feng cried out. These words were just like throwing down a bomb. All the martial artists' gaze locked onto the medicinal pill seller. "Molly, malicious slanders. My medicinal pills don't have any issues. It must be that you guys colluded together." The medicinal pill seller remained stubborn and refused to admit it. "Screw your uncle. I, Lin Feng, have worked in this occupation for so long. No one has ever said that about me, your father. You sold fake medicine to me, your father, and even said that your father is slandering you. Brothers, go and waste him." Lin Feng unwittingly flew into a great rage and was about to call his team to waste that medicinal pill seller. The medicinal pill seller was greatly alarmed and instinctively wanted to run. But the surroundings were encircled by demonic beast hunters. Where to flee to? Wait! Lin Feng's team was about to take action when Shi Kaiyong stopped it. "What? Shi Kaiyong, you aren't trying to protect him this time, right?" Lin Feng asked in a harsh tone. Emotions were running high at the moment. Lin Feng himself was also the person who was swindled. His tone naturally would not be good. However, Shi Kaiyong did not mind. He just said icily, "Lin Feng, leave it to me. I have ways of making him yield everything. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him."
As he spoke, Shi Kaiyong looked over to the medicinal pill seller. That ice-cold gaze made the medicinal pill seller unwittingly shudder. When Shi Kaiyong said so, Lin Feng was no longer so insistent. He dusted his hands and said, "Fine, up to you." Shi Kaiyong looked at the medicinal pill seller and asked coldly, "Are you going to submit, or do you want me to take action?" The medicinal pill seller gritted his teeth and advanced instead of retreating as he attacked Shi Kaiyong. But before he even touched Shi Kaiyong, a person shot out from the sides to attack his flank. The medicinal pill seller was greatly shocked and hurriedly evaded, but another person cut off his path of retreat. Boom! The medicinal pill seller took a blow to his back and staggered as he charged over towards Shi Kaiyong. What greeted him was a solid punch right in the abdomen. The medicinal pill seller was in so much pain that his mouth went wide open. Right then, a tiny thing which shot out from who knew where flashed past and accurately landed inside his mouth. Gulp! The medicinal pill seller involuntarily swallowed on his own and immediately felt that things were not good. Ugh! Herk! The medicinal pill seller desperately tried to vomit out the thing he swallowed, but that thing melted once it entered his mouth. Just a short while and it vanished with trace. Immediately after, he felt his divine soul tremble, and then he became unaware of anything. When Shi Kaiyong saw this scene, he also felt slightly afraid. Just now, he wanted to find who threw that object but did not manage to do so. That mysterious person was clearly an expert. You can ask now. Ask him anything, and he will answer. At this time, that voice appeared inside Shi Kaiyong's mind once again. Shi Kaiyong was stunned. Only now did he know why that mysterious person wanted him to pry that medicinal pill seller's mouth open. Could that be a medicinal pill which was thrown in just now? What kind of medicinal pill could actually have such an effect? Shi Kaiyong collected his emotions and opened his mouth, and asked the medicinal pill seller, "Just who in the world are you? Why did you come here to peddle medicinal pills?" The medicinal pill seller answered woodenly, "I'm called Huang Song, a retainer of the Wan family. The owner sent me to the endless forest to sell medicinal pills to you all. At the same time, plan to defame the fragrant medicine pavilion to make them unable to rise again." Shi Kaiyong instantly felt his blood boil when he heard that. This drunken star manor will really stop at nothing. They already occupied such a huge advantage, yet they had to drive the fragrant medicine pavilion to their wits' ends. Did Wan Donghai make you sell these fake medicinal pills? Shi Kaiyong gnashed his teeth as he held his patience and asked. No, it's the second boss, Wang Dongyang. He said that those demonic beast hunters are all miserable wretches, unworthy of using such fine medicinal pills. Hence, he refined these medicinal pills anew, lessened the medicinal strength, and even added some stuff to make you all temporarily unable to feel the decline in medicinal effect. But as long as essence energy is utilized, it will be exposed. Pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, it directly turned the whole matter upside down. I'm going to fuck him, that Wang Dongyang. He's the miserable wretch. His whole family is all miserable wretches. Fuck your mom. Your father won't ever go to the drunken star manor to buy medicinal pills anymore. Mother. Indeed, none of those brothers are good things. Who supported the drunken star manor? Isn't it us, these demonic beast hunters? To actually scold us miserable wretches? And even sell fake medicine? Briefly, public sentiments were raging. With this, the drunken star manor's reputation among demonic beast hunters is already utterly rotten. Next, Shi Kaiyong asked a few more inner circle questions, but Huang Song did not know much. Even so, some behind the scenes were still dug out by Shi Kaiyong, such as killing demonic beast hunters to rob them and etc. All these touched the bottom line of the demonic beast hunters even more. The demonic beast hunters present most likely took up a significant percentage of the state of Qin's demonic beast hunters. One could imagine how the drunken star manor's business would be like in the future. After some time, Huang Song suddenly woke up. Seeing the countless vicious gazes, his heart instantly trembled. What happened to me earlier? What are you thinking of doing? I'm someone from the drunken star manor. You dare to touch me? Huang Song stammered. Lin Feng looked at Huang Song and kept smiling. Except that the smile, no matter how one looked at it, did not appear too friendly.
Brothers, we bought so many medicinal pills just now. Since these medicinal pills are all fake, then shouldn't we return them to him? Lin Feng suddenly said to everyone.
These demonic beast hunters were all experienced. When Lin Feng said that, they guessed Lin Feng's intentions and could not help praising. The outcome that followed was apparent. This Huang Song was stuffed by those medicinal pills until he exploded. It was an extremely tragic end.
Big brother, just who was the person secretly directing you just now?
A member of Shi Kaiyong's team could not resist asking out of curiosity. Shi Kaiyong shook his head and said, "Don't know. But this person is undeniably an expert. I've never even heard of this type of secret transmission skill. And that medicinal pill which made Huang Song tell the truth is completely unheard of. In my opinion, this person definitely has deep relations with Pavilion Lord Yi and is extremely powerful. Big brother is right. This person is abnormally mysterious. Just now, you made me pay attention to the surrounding people, but I didn't even get a clear view of how that expert moved to fire out that medicinal pill. This person actually saw through those fake medicinal pills easily and also possessed such incredible medicinal pills. Definitely also an alchemy Dao expert."
Shi Kaiyong nodded and said, "That's right.
From my conjecture, this person has the strength of alchemy grandmaster at the minimum. But since there's such a powerful aid behind Pavilion Lord Yi, why hasn't there been any movements? I have a feeling that as long as this person is willing to lend a hand, the Drunken Star Manor is surely no match." The teammates said in shock. "Alchemy Grandmaster?
Doesn't that mean that there's a crystal formation realm expert among us?"
The teammates lifted their heads to scan around and felt rather worried. A crystal formation realm expert hiding among a bunch of spirit condensation realm martial artists. This is absolutely not a good feeling. Shi Kaiyong frowned and said, "Dumbass, what are you looking for? That senior is hiding among us, so he definitely doesn't wish to expose his identity. Otherwise, he also wouldn't be so cautious. With his capabilities, just a slap and he can smack Huang Song to death. Why would he cause such a mess for? This matter is concluded. I'll also talk to the two of them in a while. Just take it as if this incident never happened." Those team members broke into a cold sweat again after hearing Shi Kaiyong say that and hurriedly nodded like chicken pecking rice. Shi Kaiyong also lowered his voice and said, "The treasure-seizing event this time. We'll just do our best. Take utmost care to not irritate some dreadful existences. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die."
I reckon that there's already no small number of crystal formation realm martial artists among the humans. And I have a feeling that there will be even more amazing experts appearing.
Before Shi Kaiyong finished talking, a surge of mighty aura abruptly appeared. The crowd, which had already calmed down, was once again stirred up. This aura was powerful to the point it was suffocating. These people were all spirit condensation realm martial artists, but they could not even muster up the courage to resist.
So powerful. Nafeng Jiro clenched her jaw and was clearly straining to withstand this pressure.
Just then, a faint soul strength extended in front of her. The pressure instantly reduced. Nanfeng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment but saw Yi Yuan flash her a light smile. This fellow, towards the utilization of soul strength, he has actually already reached such a degree. Nanfeng Jiro was very amazed in her heart.
To her, Yi Yuan was just like a map which could never be fully unfurled. Every time she felt that she understood Yi Yuan more, she would discover that her understanding was only a part of him. This person is so strong. What's his background?
Nafeng Jiro asked. How would I know?
I only know that there's that few crystal formation realm martial artists in the state of Qin. I don't know anything else. Furthermore, I don't feel like the state of Qin has transformation realm martial artists. Yu Yuan was dumbfounded.
His predecessor was a top-tier noob, so no need to talk about that. Ji Qingyun was also utterly unfamiliar with the boundless world. Such a long time, and he had not even heard of any powerhouse's name. See transformation realm. Nanfeng Jiro's eyes popped out. This was her first time seeing a transformation realm expert.
If not,
It's also impossible for 9th-level crystal formation realms to release such powerful pressure, right? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said. Just then, a shadow cut across the skies. A large bird-like creature stopped in midair just like that. On it, an elder stood upright with a majestic aura. All get lost for old me. Within a mile radius from the gorge entrance, any trespassers will be killed without mercy. The elder's words were just like rolling heavenly thunder, spreading out in all directions and entering everyone's ears. He left these words extremely arrogantly and drove the large bird to fly towards the entrance of the gorge. Who's that person? So rampant. He asks your father to leave, and your father leaves? Your father just refuses to leave. The people by the sides looked at him like they were looking at a fool. Then you stay. We're going. Aya, don't. Together, go together. Just who on earth is that person? Why is he so powerful? Glancing once at him gave the feeling like I was crumbling. If I didn't see wrongly, that old man is the Black Crow old man who went missing for many years. When he went missing, he was only at the crystal formation realm. I didn't think that not only did he not die, but he also even advanced a step and stepped into Sea Transformation Realm. My God! Sea Transformation Realm. It's hopeless in my entire life.
We all know. The crowd retreated like tidal water. Even the Crystal Formation Realm martial artists who arrived previously also fell back sensibly. In front of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists, Crystal Formation Realm martial artists were simply not worth looking at. Sea Transformation Realm did not lie within the major realms carved out by martial artists, but it laid between the Crystal Formation Realm and Soul Sea Realm. It was a special type of state. The Sea Transformation. Its full name should be Shattering the Core, transforming into sea. After martial artists enter the Crystal Formation Realm, the compression of essence energy already reached the limits. It was no longer possible to want to continue storing essence energy inside the body. When Crystal Formation Realm martial artists reached the 9th-level Crystal Formation Realm, the Dantian became the greatest obstacle of shackling martial artists' breakthrough instead. Thereupon, ancient sages used powerful soul strength to shatter the Dantian's fetters, creating the step of shattering the core, transforming into sea, which also laid a solid foundation for martial artists to continue breaking through their limits. Crystal Formation Realm martial artists pulverize the Dantian along with the crystallized state essence energy and transform into a miraculous state. This process was Sea Transformation. This sea was called the Dantian Sea. After the Dantian transforms into a sea, martial artists could take their first steps to communicate with the outer world's heaven and earth essence energy, transferring the outside world's heaven and earth essence energy for their own use. Their strength would experience a substantial increase. Invoking the outside world's heaven and earth essence energy when compared to using the heaven and earth essence energy within the body, the former was naturally more superior. Hence, the strength of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists and Crystal Formation Realm martial artists were not even on the same level. No matter how powerful Crystal Formation Realm martial artists were, it was impossible to make everybody feel such pressure. But Sea Transformation Realm martial artists who borrowed Heaven Va Earth Essence energy could easily do this. However, shattering the core, transforming into sea was only a special state. It should be said that it was the embryonic form of the Soul Sea realm. Therefore, it could not be categorized as a major realm. Even so, the might of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists already exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. It could be said that Crystal Formation Realm martial artists still belonged to mortal martial artists, while Sea Transformation Realm martial artists already took the first step to transcending beyond mortal and the secular. Yi Yuan looked at the back figure of that old man who floated away and could not resist sneering. Just the first-level Sea Transformation Realm, what's there to be arrogant about? Nanfeng Jiro hurriedly covered his mouth. You don't want to live anymore? That's a Sea Transformation Realm expert. Feeling the faint aroma coming from Nanfeng Jiro's palm, Yi Yuan felt very comfortable and invigorated. Isn't it just Sea Transformation Realm? Give me 10 years. I guarantee that you will break through to the Soul Sea realm. However, 10 years seemed to be a little too long. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice. The 10 years being too long was Yi Yuan saying that he might not stay in the boundless world for 10 years. Even if he could stay in the boundless world for 10 years, he would also leave the state of Qin in the future and leave the tranquil cloud sect. It was not possible to keep staying by Nanfeng Jiro's side to be a nanny. But Nanfeng Jiro did not think so. 10 years? Soul Sea Realm? Even though it was a voice transmission, Nanfeng Jiro felt tongue-tied. 10 years to break through to the Soul Sea Realm. Forget about the state of Qin, even in the tranquil cloud sect, nobody dared to boast like this. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not say it was him breaking through, but to help her break through. Also, Yi Yuan did not say break through to the Sea Transformation Realm, but break through to the Soul Sea Realm. Is there a mistake? This feeling did not feel like they were talking about breaking through Cultivation Realm, but more like playing a game, casually talking about it to break through Cultivation Realms. Yi Yuan also misunderstood. He glanced at Nanfeng Jiro and said, 10 years too long? 8 years is also possible, but it can't be any lesser. With your talent, just 8 years is somewhat overly forceful already. Your foundation will be unstable. Poochie. Nanfeng Jiro nearly vomited a mouthful of old blood. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very amazing, why did these words feel so unreliable? Yi Yuan also could not be blamed. Not too much time had actually passed since his rebirth. Even though he already gradually adjusted to the state of Qin's lifestyle, many concepts were still stagnated in his previous life. The way he saw it, with the assistance of medicinal pills, as long as talent was not too poor, breaking through to the Soul Sea Realm was something that was easy to accomplish. Nanfeng Jiro's talent was not considered bad. But compared to genuine geniuses, there was still quite a disparity. Hence, Yi Yuan saying 10 years was actually already a broader time frame. But these words totally did not sound like that from how Nanfeng Jiro heard it. It was simply like bragging to the skies. Will you die if you don't brag? 10 years to break through to the Soul Sea Realm. Then you can be the Tranquil Cloud Sect's sect leader already. Nanfeng Jiro said with a face full of disdain. Only now did Yi Yuan react, as he seemed to realize that what he just said was a little over the top. With Nanfeng Jiro's horizons, she simply could not understand it. Haha, this was also found out by you. We'd better hurry up. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if we will get killed by that old freak. I know that you were bragging, but can't you just think first before saying all that? Nanfeng Jiro rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan. Roar! Right then, a colossal cry sounded out. A large bird howled through the air and stopped in front of the bunch of demonic beasts, facing off with Black Crow Old Man across a distance. After that large bird demonic beast appeared, the demonic beast's side also retreated far away. Hey, what demonic beast is that? Seems to be very amazing. What rubbish. To think that you're a demonic beast hunter, to actually not even recognize the Golden Sword Condor. That's a Tier 4 demonic beast. I heard that this Golden Sword Condor is the Lord of the Lotus Moon Gorge. Before this, it was lurking God knows where. Now that it saw the Black Crow Old Man appear, it also could not resist coming out. Look at what you're saying. While I may be a demonic beast hunter, do you feel that I have the ability to hunt a Tier 4 demonic beast? It would be pretty good if he doesn't come to kill me. The appearance of the Golden Sword Condor also caused a commotion over at the human martial artist's side. Initially, they all felt that the treasure this time was most likely the Black Crow Old Man's already. But now, a Tier 4 demonic beast actually appeared. There was a good show to watch now. While the Sea Transformation Realm was not a major realm, the power of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists could already match the power of early-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts. Like human martial artists, Tier 4 demonic beasts at this level, the span of power is exceptionally huge. The vast majority of demonic beasts would all stop at Tier 4 in the end, because the advancement from Tier 4 to Tier 5 is too tough. From Tier 4 to Tier 5, they would experience the most important phase for demonic beasts, that is taking form. Demonic beasts who successfully took form would be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, becoming an extremely powerful existence. Demonic beasts who failed to take form would become ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Hence, the entire stage for Tier 4 demonic beasts was virtually all for the sake of preparing for this heavenly tribulation. This also resulted in the differences in strength being extremely huge for Tier 4 demonic beasts. Normally speaking, early stage and middle stage Tier 4 was equivalent to human Sea Transformation Realm.
But late-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts was equivalent to human soul sea realm. This golden sword condor should have just broken through to Tier 4 not long ago. In terms of power, it was probably the same as the Black Crow old man. Therefore, the current situation became quite subtle. Seeing a Tier 4 demonic beast appearing, the human martial artists were close to losing all hope. A Black Crow old man already made them lose all chances of snatching the treasure. With the addition of a Tier 4 demonic beast, wouldn't that be deadly? Yi Yuan was not surprised to see this Tier 4 demonic beast. This place was the Endless Forest. It was the territory of demonic beasts right from the start. It would be even weirder if no high-level demonic beasts came over. Moreover, Yi Yuan was currently secretly delighted. These two fellows would surely battle it out to seize the treasure. At that time, he could just sit down and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. The Black Crow old man shot a glance at the golden sword condor not far away, gave a cold snort, and simply sat down to meditate. Tier 4 demonic beasts had extremely high intellect. It clearly did not wish to strike at this moment, so it similarly landed on the ground to conserve strength and build up energy. Senior apprentice sister, I reckon that the treasure will be born today. To be able to attract a sea transformation realm and Tier 4 demonic beast over, this treasure most likely isn't simple. In a while, you'd better enter the spatial artifact. This way, I can search for the treasure with full force. I have a feeling that this treasure is very important to me, so senior apprentice sister will have to put up with this a little. Yi Yuan advised very earnestly. Nanfeng Jiro clenched her jaw tightly, and her face changed a few times. Was she still going to be of no help at all in the end? A fierce unwillingness was born in her heart. But she also knew that with Sea Transformation Realm experts here, she really could not help Yi Yuan with anything. Not dragging him down was already pretty good. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was not great, he had endless streams of means and methods. Searching for the treasure alone might be somewhat safer instead. Fine then. Nanfeng Jiro finally relented. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. He brought Nanfeng Jiro to a place with nobody around and put her away inside the spatial artifact. Right at this time, an extremely powerful heatwave spread out from the depths of the gorge, making all the martial artists feel like they were being cooked. But everyone perked up because they all knew that the treasure came into being. Yi Yuan saw the situation and his expression was also one of joy. Is it possible that an essence fire came into being? Such a powerful essence fire. I'm afraid that it's at least Tier 4. This trip was indeed the right call. Yi Yuan's experience was far beyond what these people could compare to. He could guess from this wave the general situation of the treasure born this time. The so-called essence fire referred to the fire seed born from the heaven and earth. Its might was extremely powerful. The moment a martial artist owned an essence fire, their combat power would shoot straight up. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could subdue the essence fire. Many martial artists wanted to obtain essence fires but were finally burnt until not even cinders were left. However, there was another application of essence fire, and that was to aid alchemists in refining pills. Tier 1 and 2 medicinal pills did not have a high requirement towards the flame. Ordinary earth fire could satisfy the requirement. But using earth fire for Tier 3 and above medicinal pills would be very forced. As for Tier 4 medicinal pills, earth fire would be completely insufficient. Hence, what an alchemist dreamed for the most was to be able to own essence fire. Even for alchemy apprentices and alchemy masters, if they could own a Tier 1 or 2 essence fire, the success rate and quality of their pill refinement would increase tremendously. It was just that compared to the number of alchemists, there were too few essence fires. So scarce to the degree it made people despair. Hence, the vast majority of alchemists did not have essence fires. Yi Yuan's previous life was an alchemy emperor. Tier 9 essence fire was the standard. It was just that, after the death of his flesh body, the essence fire was unable to be brought over for rebirth. If it turned out as expected, that essence fire was obviously taken away by Ji Kanglin. The essence fire in Yi Yuan's previous life was named Songli True Fire. It was prepared for Yi Yuan personally by Ji Zhengyang. In reality, Ji Qingyun could be considered to have grown up in a honey jar. Since the beginning when he came into contact with alchemy, from Tier 1 to Tier 9, Ji Zhengyang would help him prepare the essence fire nicely.
What he had to do was to refine those essence fires. Ji Qingyun did that very well. After the heat wave passed, the Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor exchanged glances and swept towards the depths of the Lotus Moon Gorge at virtually the same time. Other people and demonic beasts only dared to flood inside by following the footsteps of others after those two major powers left. Of course, there were some people who saw this sort of situation and sensibly retreated. However, they normally did not even dare to come to Lotus Moon Gorge, this sort of place. With such a fine chance this time, why would they let that pass by? Apart from that treasure which was born, there were a lot of good stuff in the Lotus Moon Gorge. However, Yi Yuan saw that it might be an essence fire which came into being. How would he have the thought to bother with those things? His figure moved and he swept over to the depths of the gorge. Hey, you guys saw that? Just now. A first-level spirit condensation realm brat rushed inside. Forget it, don't bother about him. He's in a rush to reincarnate. What has it got to do with us? We'd better hurry and source for some precious herbs. There are quite a few tier 3 herbs here. Ah, you're despicable. I saw that dragon serpentine grass first. The deeper Yi Yuan went inside, the more he sensed that there were several powerful auras ahead. They were definitely the few human crystal formation realm martial artists and those tier 3 demonic beasts. Yi Yuan was just pondering what should he do when White Light, who had been following by his side all along, suddenly moved away, following a small path and darted in. Yi Yuan was about to stop him when he suddenly thought of something. A smile crept into the corner of his mouth and he also hurried after it. Where White Light passed by were all deserted and precipitous places. Yi Yuan followed the whole way but hardly bumped into anybody. Could this little thing really have the ability to search for treasure? Yi Yuan became more and more certain about this view. If that was really the case, then the White Tiger back then should have been led by White Light to search for the Blood Bodhi but did not expect to encounter the 7-colored flowing cloud python occupying that place. After the two parties fought a great battle, the White Tiger lost. This way, everything could be explained. Do flowing light white tigers have such abilities? This little fellow is really extraordinarily talented. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. Yi Yuan had researched very thoroughly into demonic beasts and had never heard of the flowing light white tigers having this treasure-seeking skill. Looks like it was this little fellow's own attribute. He really picked up a treasure. Thinking back then when he found white light to be a hindrance, Yi Yuan could not help sweating heavily. The further into the gorge they went, the hotter Yi Yuan felt. It looked like 9 out of 10 it was essence fire. It was just he did not know what rank it was. Following White Light, Yi Yuan's terrain grew increasingly higher, but that treasure was obviously at the bottom of the gorge. This little fellow isn't blindly leading the way, right? Or is he just finding food to eat? Yi Yuan could not help criticizing. Although it felt like they were getting progressively closer to that treasure, this route did not seem too right. Right at that instant, Yi Yuan suddenly heard intense fighting sounds from the bottom of the gorge. Wicked beast! Are you trying to fight to the bitter end with me? His answer was several bird cries with extremely powerful penetrative force. They were precisely the Black Crow Old Man and that tier 4 Golden Sword Condor. Yi Yuan withdrew his aura and poked his head out to sea. Indeed, he saw a human and a bird in a fierce battle at the bottom of the gorge. A sea transformation realm powerhouse and a tier 4 demonic beasts battle. That aura indeed could not be mentioned in the same breath. Those hair-raising clashing sounds, even if one was thousands of meters away, they would also feel waves of palpitation. If it was close up, just the aftershocks of the battle would probably be enough for him to suffer, right? Yi Yuan looked at the place the pair were fighting, and his heart inevitably felt a chill. The place the Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor was fighting was precisely the entrance of a cave. Very clearly, that cave was precisely the passage leading to the whereabouts of the Essence Flame. With these two major powers guarding the cave entrance, who could enter? And them fighting so intensely was clearly also to snatch the initiative of entering the cave. Truly dangerous. Could it be that this time, he would really have to enter the treasure mountain but return empty-handed? No way. If it was some other treasure, then forget it. But to the current me, essence fire is very important. I must get this essence fire. Right then, White Light suddenly bit the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeve, wanting to pull him away. You're saying to make me follow you still?
But the entrance is over that side. You heading this way? Isn't that reversed? Yi Yuan also criticized another bout in his heart. The direction white light pulled him towards was the back of the mountain. It was simply far apart from that cave. White light ignored Yi Yuan, left him behind and ran down the mountain. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that there's another entrance? Once this thought popped up, Yi Yuan quickly displayed his movement technique and tagged along. Before long, a small cave that could allow a person to pass through really appeared in front of Yi Yuan. White light wagged his tail in front of the cave with a cute face as if he was claiming credit.
Yi Yuan was elated when he saw that. Rubbing White Light's tiger head, he said in a lowered voice, "Well done, little fellow.
There will be rewards for you after we return." White Light seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words as he jumped twice on the spot, appearing to be ecstatic. Yi Yuan arrived at the cave entrance. An extremely gargantuan heat wave came from face-on and nearly pushed him directly down the mountain. Yi Yuan was not alarmed when he saw this, but became thrilled instead.
This signified that this tiny cave entrance should really connect to the bottom of the gorge.
White Light, you also go inside the spatial artifact. The temperature here is exceedingly high, so you probably can't withstand it, Yi Yuan said, and then directly put away White Light inside the spatial artifact.
Then a strand of faint essence energy poured out and completely enveloped Yi Yuan's body. He entered the small cave without any hesitation.
This cave was extremely narrow, but Yi Yuan could sense that it really linked to the direction of the gorge floor.
And the further in he went, the more scorching the air in the cave became. Yi Yuan had no choice but to strengthen the essence energy shroud to withstand this heat. Without knowing how much time passed, the front suddenly brightened up. But the scenery in front of his eyes exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were actually all lava.
This cave actually linked directly to the gorge floor. Just what kind of essence fire actually came into being here? Forget about it. I'll G inside to retrieve the essence fire first before anything else. Any later, after those two fellows determine a victor and loser, it would probably not be so easy to want to subdue the essence fire anymore. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan no longer hesitated. He swept directly towards the depths of the cave. Just having walked several dozen steps, Yi Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingle and instinctively sensed that things were not good. Whoosh! A green-colored shadow abruptly appeared in front of Yi Yuan and directly confronted him head-on. Yi Yuan wielded the Zhonghua sword without any hesitation. A sword beam flashed past. That green figure seemed to know its power and actually jumped aside in midair.
SSS.
Earth Flame Lizard. Yi Yuan instantly recognized this green silhouette. The Earth Flame Lizard is just a Tier 2 demonic beast, but it was just like the long-armed stone apes. Both were social demonic beasts. One Earth Flame Lizard appeared in this place, so there was definitely a large group following behind. Indeed, at the back of the underground rocks, dense green figures suddenly appeared, making Yi Yuan's scalp tingle when he saw it. This number simply stretched to infinity. Immediately after, the Earth Flame Lizard automatically opened up a path. An enormous Earth Flame Lizard appeared in Yi Yuan's sights.
Tier 3 demonic beast, Earth Flame Lizard King.
The Earth Flame Lizard King's colossal eyes stared at Yi Yuan, and its mouth emitted the sound chi-chi. It was unmistakably giving a warning to Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan tried using the universal beast language to communicate with the Earth Flame Lizard King, but to his dismay, it had not awakened its inherited memories from the start. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. He did not have time to waste here, so he directly made his move.
Swoosh! 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 In a blink, countless long-armed stone apes appeared and formed a face-off with the Earth Flame Lizards. Yuan Fei, I'm out of time. I'll leave this place to you. Just an Earth Flame Lizard King that did not awaken its inherited memories. It shouldn't be an issue for you, right? Rest assured, young master. Leave this place to me.
All right.
I'll pass the spatial artifact to you. Clean this place up and then hide inside the spatial artifact and don't come out. There are two powerful fellows up there. You aren't their match.
All right, Yuan Fei understands. Yuan Fei assists young master to open up the path.
Finishing, Yuan Fei brought along a large number of long-armed stone apes and directly headed for the Earth Flame Lizard King to crush it. While they were both Tier 3 demonic beasts, having awakened inherited memories and not awakening inherited memories were two completely different concepts. And Yuan Fei brought along the long-armed stone apes to attack the Earth Flame Lizard King at once. He simply could not hold his own and instantly made space for a path. Yi Yuan hesitated no more and directly rushed over. The counterattack was not as tragic as imagined. Yuan Fei brought along a bunch of long-armed stone apes and directly burst open a large entrance. That Earth Flame Lizard King was taken by surprise when he saw Yuan Fei, who suddenly appeared. It was not prepared to react with an effective response. Yuan Fei had awakened his inherited memories. His intelligence already did not lose out to humans. It was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to Tier 5 taking form demonic beasts. Making him lead a team was clearly much formidable compared to the Earth Flame Lizard King. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and directly rushed over to the big entrance. His movement technique was extremely fast, and very quickly he vanished from within the tangled melee troops and headed deeper into the cave. Yi Yuan discovered that the deeper he went, the wider this underground cave became. Finally, he arrived at the end of the cave. This place was actually a vast underground plaza. The plaza was entirely empty. Other than underground rocks, there was the lava which occasionally shot up. At the end of the place was a very large magma pool. Yi Yuan took a step into the plaza and instantaneously felt the exceedingly horrifying heat wave coming from the direction of the magma pool, as if it wanted to incinerate some into oblivion. Really didn't expect that the treasure which came into being this time is actually the cleansing sandal flame lotus. This underground magma can actually give birth to the cleansing sandal flame lotus, truly inconceivable. Although it's newly formed, it already possesses the Tier 4 cleansing sandal sacred flame. Seeing that horrifying heat wave, Yi Yuan did not get worried. Instead, he was delighted that it went beyond his expectations. In this stretch of heaven and earth, apart from the divine realm, there were countless lower realm planes. The types of essence fires were also beyond count. There was once a major power from the divine realm who added up the statistical data, classifying all the known essence fires into categories and compiling them into a book. Listed on it were several thousand types of essence fires from Tier 1 to Tier 9. And the newborn cleansing sandal sacred flame was a pinnacle existence among Tier 4 essence fires. The cleansing sandal sacred flame could not exist independently. Instead, it was the accompanying essence fire of the cleansing sandal flame lotus. As long as one refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, the cleansing sandal sacred flame would become theirs. Not only that, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was the most suitable essence fire for alchemists among all the Tier 4 essence fires and even among higher tier fires. Because the cleansing sandal sacred flame had a built-in attribute, and that was cleansing all creation. A lotus symbolized sanctity, and this cleansing sandal flame lotus was exceptional even among lotuses. If alchemists could properly employ the cleansing sandal sacred flame, they could purify the impurities in medicinal pills when refining pills and make the quality of the medicinal pills rise to another level. Apart from this, the cleansing sandal sacred flame by itself could even refine an avatar body, which could allow Yi Yuan's power to improve a step further. Hence, when Yi Yuan saw the cleansing sandal sacred flame at first sight, he was also indescribably excited. This cleansing sandal sacred flame was simply custom-made for him. If it were during his previous life, a newborn Tier 4 essence fire naturally would not be placed in his sights. But now, this could become an extremely huge aid to him. Even with Yi Yuan's heart like still water realm, his heart also could not help palpitating with excitement. Yi Yuan took a step forward towards the cleansing sandal sacred flame. But right then, an instinctive warning suddenly arose. Even though he did not turn his head back, Yi Yuan could sense that there was an extremely powerful palm wind attacking from behind. Yi Yuan directly displayed the 9-sword stance movement technique without thinking at all and turned into 9 Yi Yuans. Bang! Not far off, a rock was struck by the palm wind and instantly turned into fine powder. The might of a single palm was overwhelmingly powerful. TCH, I didn't think that a paltry little first-level spirit condensation realm could not only recognize the cleansing sandal sacred flame, but you can also even avoid my soul-chasing palm. Truly remarkable.
Your movement technique just now seemed to be quite interesting. The ambusher did not seem to have the intention of hunting him down. Instead, started to praise Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan turned around. A middle-aged man who appeared slightly aged showed up on the path he came from and actually cut off his path of retreat. It looked like this fellow knew that someone was coming and had long laid in ambush here. Senior, as a crystal formation realm martial artist, you sneak attacked a junior. If this spreads out, it wouldn't be proper, don't you think? Yi Yuan said icily. Haha, there's only the two of us here. As long as you die, it naturally won't spread out. We demonic beast hunters put the word benefit as the top priority. We have never bothered with these conventional rules. As long as I can kill you, I don't mind sneak attacking. The middle-aged man was not ashamed, but took pride in it instead. Yi Yuan was also secretly astonished when he saw this middle-aged man. This person can actually hide from the eyes and ears of Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor and secretly sneak into the cave. It seemed like he had some capabilities. Without talking about other things, just this one ability of concealment was most eminent among the demonic beast hunters. However, to actually encounter a crystal formation realm demonic beast hunter made Yi Yuan feel quite surprised. Crystal formation realm martial artists tended to be proud and normally would not impersonate as demonic beast hunters. According to what Yi Yuan knew, the state of Qin did not seem to have crystal formation realm demonic beast hunters. And this demonic beast hunter was also an alchemy grandmaster. It seemed like this person should be a reclusive powerhouse or some other country's crystal formation realm martial artist. From the undulation of the middle-aged man's divine soul, Yi Yuan could determine his strength. But pity, Senior still failed to kill me. Yi Yuan said lightly. It doesn't matter. You already have no way of escaping. You can only fight head-on with me. I don't think that a first-level spirit condensation realm brat can escape with his life under my Fang Yaojiang's hands. Yi Yuan's face darkened. It was clear what his Fang Yaojiang said was the truth. The situation was very unfavorable to him right now. Senior really have the confidence to kill me just like this? Or should I say, do you have the certainty of killing me in this short time? Don't forget, Senior. There are still two even more powerful people outside glaring covetously. If I try everything to delay Senior and wait until any one of those two arrives, at most the outcome is everyone fights it out to the death. Even if Senior really kills me, I'm afraid that you also won't have the time to retrieve the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Am I right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Fang Yaojiang's face changed. It was clear that Yi Yuan struck his sore spot. Yi Yuan's movement skill just now made him feel quite fearful. Although a first-level spirit condensation realm did not pose any threat to him, with that movement technique there, it probably would not be such an easy matter to have a quick battle. Initially, he saw a spirit condensation realm brat breaking in here recklessly and thought that he could get some petty gains. But he did not expect it to become a burning potato. Humph! What a rampant junior! Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Fang Yaojiang said stubbornly with a black face. It's not that I'm rampant. I'm just stating a fact. And even if Senior kills me, I'm afraid that you will also find it hard to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame, right? Yi Yuan said calmly. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was a tier 4 essence fire, and the cleansing sandal flame lotus itself was not something to be messed with. This Fang Yaojiang was only a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist. His soul strength only at the low-rank alchemy grandmaster. Wanting to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame was way too difficult. He himself already knew about this point. That was why he was in no rush to make a move but laid in here to ambush Yi Yuan. When martial artists were subduing essence fires, the vast majority would subdue essence fires close to the level of their own strength. Leaping ranks to subdue essence fires would basically result in the outcome of being burned to ashes. Of course, this excluded Yi Yuan. As an alchemy emperor, he was the ancestor of playing with fire. Even though his strength was a little poor at the moment, he still had the means to subdue a tier 4 essence fire. Humph! Whether I'm able to obtain the cleansing sandal sacred flame or not, that is my business. But you must die now. I'll kill you first and then slowly think of a plan. Having Yi Yuan expose his awkward situation, Fang Yaojiang appeared to have turned angry from embarrassment. His current situation was just like walking into a gold mountain but lacking the tools to take away this gold mountain. This sort of feeling was really quite unpleasant. Yet, Yi Yuan just had to mercilessly expose this point. How could this not make Fang Yaojiang pissed? Yi Yuan ridiculed relentlessly, slowly think of a way? You aren't naive enough to think that those two fellows outside will leave you alone to slowly think of a way, right? Fang Yaojiang's face was rather black. Killing a first-level spirit condensation realm brat did not affect the overall situation. Those two outside were the truly troublesome existences. He expended enormous effort before managing to conceal himself from those two's eyes and ears and entering here. Yet, he could see the things but not eat them. How could this not upset him? Just what are you trying to say? Fang Yaojiang could also tell that Yi Yuan's words had another meaning as he asked with a black face. If I can help Senior get the cleansing sandal flame lotus, I wonder if Senior is willing to let me off? Yi Yuan asked. Fang Yaojiang burst into laughter when he heard him and said, You? Stop joking. Even I, a crystal formation realm martial artist, can't do it. You're only at the first-level spirit condensation realm and yet you say that you can help me subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus? Seriously making me die of laughter. Don't rack your brains to make me let you off. That's impossible. Is that so? Yi Yuan also did not waste his breath anymore. With a step forward, he arrived at the edge of the magma pool. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a spiritual object born from heaven and earth. Although it had not unlocked sentience, it had its instinctive consciousness. It noticed that somebody approached and seemed to have suffered a shock. The lotus actually spat out a bundle of flame tongues which attacked Yi Yuan. Fang Yaojiang snickered coldly and did not plan on stopping Yi Yuan's actions. This brat courting death himself saved him some trouble. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was a tier 4 essence fire. A first-level spirit condensation realm rookie would die upon contact with it. Even if this was just the instinctive attack of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, its might was very terrifying. Even Fang Yaojiang himself did not dare to easily challenge this cleansing sandal sacred flame, let alone a first-level spirit condensation realm. Fang Yaojiang seemed to have seen the outcome of Yi Yuan being burned to cinders. But in the next moment, when that bundle of flame tongues extended in front of Yi Yuan, Fang Yaojiang's pupils constricted as if he witnessed something unbelievable. How is this possible? That's a tier 4 essence fire. Even if crystal formation realm martial artists touched it, it would virtually be certain death. This first-level spirit condensation realm brat is actually completely fine. Even though there were 100 disbeliefs in his heart, the reality that happened in front of his eyes left him no choice but to believe it. The cleansing sandal sacred flame really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. That bundle of cleansing sandal sacred flame was surging with tumultuous momentum just like a fierce tiger. But when that fierce tiger arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it became incomparably docile, just like a tame little kitty. After which Yi Yuan waved a single hand and that bundle of cleansing sandal sacred flame dissipated into nothing. This was too incomprehensible. Oh right, that brat seemed to have formed a set of seals. It was just that with Fang Yaojiang's realm and horizon, he actually could not understand at all. This brat is bizarre. Yi Yuan showed this move and then floated back, saying to Fang Yaojiang with a smile, Not sure if I have the capital to negotiate with Senior now? Only now did Fang Yaojiang recover and said, Of course. To think that you actually have such an ingenious fire-controlling seal. Since that's the case, of course you have the chips to negotiate. However, I want to add a condition, and that is you have to teach this fire-controlling seal to me. A greedy look flashed across Fang Yaojiang's eyes. A complex expression appeared on Yi Yuan's face. This is passed down from my ancestors. My family's elders will punish me if I rashly impart this to Senior. Haha. There's only the two of us here. You don't say, I don't talk. Who would know? At the very most, I'll swear an oath to never display the seal in front of others in the future. But if you don't teach me the seal, I'd rather kill you. If you don't even have your life, then what's the talk about punishment? The current Fang Yaojiang was like a big gray wolf as he started to intimidate with threats and beguile with benefits. Yi Yuan was silent for a moment and seemed to be having an intense inner struggle. Fang Yaojiang also did not rush him. He was grasping Yi Yuan's life and death right now. There was no need to rush. Fine then,
but Senior must swear to never display the seal in front of other people. Otherwise, Junior's name will be removed from the family clan, Yi Yuan said rather worriedly. But of course, Fang Yaojiang agreed right away. Hehe, looks like this brat came out of some hermit family clan for a trial test, but is a fledgling who has yet to experience worldly affairs. After your father learns the seal technique, how can I let you leave? If you were to return and call for reinforcements or something, then wouldn't I, Fang Yaojiang, have no path to the heaven and no door into the earth? A hermit family clan that can possess such a remarkable seal is definitely extremely powerful. Hence, a dead person is more reliable. Fang Yaojiang laughed coldly in his heart. It was very evident that Fang Yaojiang did not plan on letting Yi Yuan leave from the start and already had the intent to kill. An overjoyed expression showed up on Yi Yuan's face when he heard that Fang Yaojiang agreed. Okay, Senior, swear a heavenly Tao oath first, and then we'll work together to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame. After subduing the cleansing sandal sacred flame and we leave, I'll then teach this fire-controlling seal to Senior. Otherwise, our small lives will be hard to keep if we wait for those two to come in. Fang Yaojiang also felt that Yi Yuan's arrangements were very appropriate when he heard it. So he nodded and answered, fine, do as you said. My strength is still insufficient and can only forcefully pin down the cleansing sandal sacred flame. The matter regarding subduing the cleansing sandal flame lotus will have to be up to Senior yourself, Yi Yuan said. Haha, that's natural. As long as you lure the cleansing sandal sacred flame away, leave the rest for me to do. Fang Yaojiang patted his chest and said. What he dreaded was the cleansing sandal sacred flame. As long as Yi Yuan could draw away the cleansing sandal sacred flame, wouldn't refining the cleansing sandal flame lotus be very easy for him? Alright, there's no time to lose. We'll make a move now. We can't drag any longer. Yi Yuan finished talking and directly turned around and headed for the magma pool. At this moment, he was not worried that Fang Yaojiang would suddenly deal a preemptive strike from the back, because the benefits Yi Yuan brought him was too great. The cleansing sandal flame lotus plus the fire-controlling sea was enough to let Fang Yaojiang's strength rise several levels. How could he let this pass? As for Fang Yaojiang's schemes, how could Yi Yuan not know? He was just playing along with the other party's acting. Yi Yuan arrived at the edge of the magma pool. That cleansing sandal flame lotus was startled again and took the initiative to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan repeated the same trick and that cleansing sandal sacred flame dispersed once again. The cleansing sandal flame lotus seemed to have suffered stimulation and spat out a strand of cleansing sandal sacred flame again. The blaze this time was much more powerful than previously. Even Fang Yaojiang could feel that scorching heat. Yi Yuan formed the seals once more, but this time it just held down the cleansing sandal sacred flame and could not make it dissipate. The flame spat out by the cleansing sandal flame lotus became increasingly stronger, but ultimately could not do anything to Yi Yuan. All the way until the end, a small faint yellow fireball flew out from the lotus flower. The temperature in the entire underground cave soared as if it wanted to melt everything. This faint yellow tiny fireball was the cleansing sandal sacred flame origin fire essence. Quickly get to work, Senior. Yi Yuan had a very strained appearance as he shouted at Fang Yaojiang. Even without Yi Yuan's reminder, Fang Yaojiang would also not let this chance pass. Right when Yi Yuan and the cleansing sandal sacred flame's origin fire essence were having a confrontation, Fang Yaojiang finally made a move. He flew over to the vicinity of the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body and rapidly formed seals with both hands, wanting to bind the flame lotus up using a bundle of essence energy. The cleansing sandal flame lotus seemed to have noticed that things were not good and tried to pull the origin fire essence back with full force. But the origin fire essence was currently locked down dead by Yi Yuan. No matter how it called, the origin fire essence would not return. A bundle of essence energy promptly enveloped the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body. The flame lotus kept on twisting non-stop. It was actually trying to break free from the restraint. Ha ha ha. To think that I, Fang Yaojiang, can actually subdue a tier 4 essence fire. The heaven really opened its eyes. Cleansing sandal flame lotus, stop struggling any longer and obediently become my lifeblood fire essence. Fang Yaojiang roared madly with laughter. He was obviously very ecstatic. Yi Yuan could not help reproving him in his heart when he saw the situation. Is this fellow sane? Dug a pit for him and he just jumped inside like this? It was one thing to jump inside, but he was even so pleased with himself. Was his brain missing some neuron connections? Yi Yuan was drenched in sweat currently as he clenched his jaw tight, appearing to be straining himself heavily. It seemed as if he could be swallowed up by the cleansing sandal sacred flame at any moment. But in reality, he did not want it to be too effortless and without any pressure at all. The reason why he pretending to be straining himself was so to create a false impression of facing off with the origin fire essence to make Fang Yaojiang jump into the pit by himself. Yi Yuan was initially worried that Fang Yaojiang would not fall for it. Then his elaborately planned trap would not take effect. After all, Yuan Fei was not around. What he could rely on now was only this cleansing sandal flame lotus. Who would have thought this fellow, Fang Yaojiang, would really be so silly and naive to directly jump into the pit? It was fine if he just jumped inside. But he just had to cry out. The heaven opened its eyes so arrogantly. Even Yi Yuan found it hard to keep watching. In fact, Yi Yuan wronged Fang Yaojiang. He was a very cautious person originally. This point could be seen a little from how he was able to sneak into this underground cave and ambush Yi Yuan. Ordinary martial artists, no matter how stunning they were, would also be in extreme peril under this sort of situation facing off with the origin fire essence. Regardless who was facing this sort of situation, they also would not dare to easily pull back essence energy. Otherwise, if there were a backlash from the origin fire essence, the outcome would be tragic. Hence, Fang Yaojiang felt that under this sort of circumstances, Yi Yuan had no other choice but to cooperate with him to subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus. He used common sense to comprehend Yi Yuan but was unaware that Yi Yuan was simply an existence which surpassed his common sense. There was no justice to not be tricked. How could Fang Yaojiang have known that Yi Yuan was essentially the ancestor of playing with fire? In his previous life, Yi Yuan refined a total of 9 types of essence fire, and it was from Tier 1 to Tier 9 without missing a single tier. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's attainments in alchemy Dao, his skills with regards to essence fire already reached a transcendent level. In the entire divine realm, one could not find more than a few who were stronger than him in terms of playing with fire. Ji Qingyun and his father had their own specialized technique for gathering essence fires. It was called Fire Source True Sutra, and it was also a pinnacle fire controlling skill in the divine realm. Ji Qingyun had long practiced this set of technique to the acme of perfection. Even though his strength today was a little weak, it was really not too much trouble to deal with a newborn Tier 4 essence fire. However, even if Yi Yuan contained the cleansing sandal flame lotus's origin fire essence, refining its main body was also not something so simple. Fang Yaojiang revolved his essence energy to the limits, wanting to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus as fast as possible. Senior, is it done yet? I can't hold on any longer. Yi Yuan faked a look like he was not going to make it anymore. Both of his hands shuddered, and that origin fire essence nearly flew out. Fang Yaojiang jumped in fright at this scene, and his hand trembled along with it, nearly wasting all of his previous efforts. He only let out a long breath after waiting until Yi Yuan regained control of the origin fire essence. But the sweat on his forehead would not stop no matter what. Hang on a little longer, little brother. It will be done very soon. Just a while more. Fang Yaojiang quickly said. Okay. Hurry up, senior. I really can't hold on much longer. As Yi Yuan was talking, his hand trembled again, frightening Fang Yaojiang until his soul nearly flew out. Little brother, after this matter is done, I'll give you 5 bottles of Tier 3 medicinal pills, 5 bottles of Tier 2 medicinal pills. Just hang on a little while more. Fang Yaojiang sweated heavily. He thought that with his identity as an alchemy grandmaster, rewarding 10 bottles of medicinal pills was sufficient to move Yi Yuan. But he did not know that what Yi Yuan lacked the least was medicinal pills. The medicinal pills Fang Yaojiang refined, even if they were Tier 3 medicinal pills, were just a lump of shit in Yi Yuan's eyes. Fine then. You hurry up. However, Yi Yuan still pretended to be very reluctant and used a bit more force to stabilize the origin fire essence. Yi Yuan took in the whole of Fang Yaojiang's refinement. This fellow's speed is really not an ordinary kind of slow. The origin fire essence was already tied down by him. If it were him, he would have roughly finished refining in this time frame. But Fang Yaojiang did not even refine 30% of it, and he still talked about hanging on a while longer. If it were really somebody else doing this, they would probably have been burnt to cinders long ago during this short while. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not really let Fang Yaojiang finish refining. He was only wearing away Fang Yaojiang's cautiousness. Fang Yaojiang's refinement speed was slow because there was still a portion of attention placed on Yi Yuan.
If Yi Yuan withdrew right away, Fang Yaojiang would definitely retreat with even greater speed. Bluntly speaking, Fang Yaojiang was not fully assured about Yi Yuan, nor was it possible to fully trust him. Hence, Yi Yuan used unable to hang on to force Fang Yaojiang to make him increase his refinement speed. Once he increased the speed to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he naturally would not have the energy to monitor Yi Yuan's activity over here. Indeed, after Yi Yuan showed that he was unable to hang on 2 or 3 times, Fang Yaojiang indeed converged his mind and started to seriously refine. With this seriousness, the refinement speed indeed became much faster. Very quickly, Fang Yaojiang's refinement was drawing to an end. He could not help being elated in his heart. Just one more step. Increase the speed a little more. This cleansing sandal flame lotus is about to be mine. Fang Yaojiang's inner heart was trembling. But right at this time, warning bells sounded in his mind. Fang Yaojiang only felt his eyes blur and a faint yellow glow instantly appeared in front of his eyes.
A burned smell spread out, and Fang Yaojiang's entire person flew out backward without the slightest bit of suspense. Being struck head-on by a Tier 4 essence fire while completely defenseless, how could a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist withstand it?
Fang Yaojiang was currently lying on the ground quietly like a roast pig. His injuries were extremely severe. Earlier, Yi Yuan released the constraint on the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Once the cleansing sandal flame lotus saw that it could communicate with the cleansing sandal sacred flame, it called it back to attack Fang Yaojiang without hesitation.
This cleansing sandal flame lotus did not even think about attacking Yi Yuan at all, because it had not been him confronting Yi Yuan this entire time, but it was Yi Yuan's one-sided suppression of it.
In the eyes of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, Yi Yuan's danger was much higher compared to Fang Yaojiang.
The cleansing sandal flame lotus did not have intelligence. All of its actions were entirely out of instincts. Therefore, the first time he did was choose to attack Fang Yaojiang.
The pitiful Fang Yaojiang was screwed over just like that by Yi Yuan.
You are.
How?
Fang Yaojiang, who was burnt like charcoal, laid on the ground at his last gasp. He still could not believe what just happened. Yi Yuan looked at Fang Yaojiang very innocently and said with a smile, "You're talking about this?" While talking, Yi Yuan beckoned with one hand. The cleansing sandal flame lotus released the origin fire essence once again.
But that origin fire essence did not have the intention of attacking Yi Yuan. Instead, it circled around Yi Yuan like it was fawning on him and begging for mercy from him. Fang Yaojiang could not move, but when he saw this scene, his eyeballs nearly popped out.
This fellow.
He faked it all along.
Only now did Fang Yaojiang understand that how was this Yi Yuan helping him retrieve the essence fire? It was essentially digging a hole for him to jump, and he even jumped down happily. But how was this possible? That was a Tier 4 essence fire.
Even if transformation realm powerhouses came to subdue it, they would be filled with trepidation and exercise extreme caution. Even if this brat came from a hermit family clan and had a brilliant fire-controlling technique with this brat's strength, it was also impossible to make the cleansing sandal sacred flame do so, right?
This cleansing sandal sacred flame actually seemed to fear this brat.
How is this possible?
Just what was this brat's background?
Poochie. Fang Yaojiang could not hold back anymore and vomited a mouthful of blood. The burnt black him partnered with the bright red blood made him look very miserable.
I, Fang Yaojiang, have been scheming against people my entire life. I didn't think that, in the end, I would be schemed against by a little fellow. Truly retribution. Fang Yaojiang wailed sorrowfully in his heart.
This Fang Yaojiang had always been very low-key among demonic beast hunters and did not reveal his capabilities. But he relied on his brilliant concealment skill and connived against many in the same occupation. And also because he schemed against people, Fang Yaojiang accumulated a massive amount of wealth. He relied on these accumulations to break through to the crystal formation realm and even became an alchemy grandmaster. But who would have thought that he would be reverse-stabbed by Yi Yuan when he originally came prepared to ambush Yi Yuan? And this bout claimed his life. Yi Yuan no longer bothered with Fang Yaojiang but prepared to subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus. With Yi Yuan's alchemic standards, he could naturally easily determine Fang Yaojiang's injuries. He already no longer had the ability to threaten him. Because of Fang Yaojiang, too much time had already been wasted. Yi Yuan must get a tight hold on time to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus to prevent a long night from being fraught with dreams. Yi Yuan's hands created phantoms as he formed seals. The origin fire essence was instantly trapped by Yi Yuan again. Except that this time, Yi Yuan did not show any painful expression at all. Instead, he appeared to do it with ease. Even though he was mentally prepared long ago, Fang Yaojiang was still angered to the point he vomited blood again. That cleansing sandal sacred flame was trapped by Yi Yuan. It gave off chirping sounds like it was begging for Yi Yuan to spare it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't need to do this. Following me, your name will shake the 9 heavens in the future. Even if you remain here, you also can't escape the conclusion of being subdued by others. Rather than becoming those fools' slave, you might as well follow me. Perhaps there would come a day where not only can you obtain your freedom, you could become much more powerful." It seemed to have understood Yi Yuan's words. That cleansing sandal sacred flame actually struggled no more and allowed Yi Yuan to trap it. Yi Yuan only gave a faint smile when he saw the situation and started to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus. This cleansing sandal flame lotus was a natural spiritual object. Could naturally sense Yi Yuan's distinction. Although Yi Yuan was not strong, the cleansing sandal flame lotus could sense the power of the depths of Yi Yuan's soul. And from Yi Yuan's divine soul it could even faintly sense an existence which made it palpitate. Hence, its instinct also told it that submitting to Yi Yuan was its best option. At the gorge, the Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor's fight had reached its white-hot stage. What's happening? The treasure ripples from the depths of the cave became unstable. Could it be someone sneaked inside? Black Crow Old Man gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "To dare snatch away my, Black Crow's, jackpot, truly tired of living." Finishing, Black Crow wielded his staff and beckoned with both hands. All the essence energy in the bottom of the gorge was thrown into disorder. The staff in Black Crow's hands gave off a faint azure glow, and with the increased buildup of essence energy, the more terrifying Black Crow's staff became. "You feathered beast! To dare ruin my beautiful thing? You really think I can't do anything to you? Take this move of mine, Essence Chi Wave. Go and die." Black Crow gave an enraged cry. Black Crow was currently angry to the extreme. There was actually someone who sneaked in from under his eyelids and snatched the priceless treasure belonging to him, Black Crow. How could this not infuriate him? In Black Crow's heart, the valuable treasure born in this Lotus Moon Gorge was already long his. Others were absolutely not allowed to have a share. And now, there was really someone who dared to pull his tiger whiskers. Truly tired of living. An extremely powerful undulation came from the Essence Chi Wave. It felt like it was about to turn everything into nothingness. The Golden Sword Condor was similarly Tier 4 and also this Lotus Moon Gorge's master. Its thoughts were actually roughly the same as Black Crow. It naturally also refused to back down at this time, only to see that its bird mouth opened wide and an extremely powerful essence energy beam shot out. In a blink, the two powerful attacks collided together. Rumble! Sand and pebbles immediately blew everywhere in the entire gorge wildly. The area between Black Crow and the Golden Sword Condor was practically raised into flat ground. A bird cry resounded throughout the valley. The Golden Sword Condor actually flew away. It's actually Black Crow Old Man who is superior. Looks like these few years, Black Crow Old Man obtained quite a bit of lucky chances. His strength is actually powerful to such a degree. Yeah. Under ordinary circumstances, early-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts are stronger than first-level C transformation realm human martial artists. But Black Crow actually suppressed the Golden Sword Condor. So scary. The battle between Tier 4 and C transformation is indeed earth-shattering. Completely not on the same level as crystal formation realm martial artists.
Many curious people surrounded to watch this fight from far away. Seeing the Black Crow actually chased away the Golden Sword Condor, they could not help being greatly shocked, which further dispelled the thought of getting some small gains. While he chased away the Golden Sword Condor, Black Crow was also not feeling too good. The clothing on him was already tattered rags, and he also suffered internal injuries which were not light. But compared to the priceless treasure, what did this small injury even count for? Black Crow did not wish to ultimately prepare the wedding gown for others after a great battle. He recuperated for a short while before charging into the cave, sweeping past towards the underground at maximum speed. And at the current moment, Yi Yuan's refinement had already reached the final juncture. He circulated the Fire Source True Sutra with full strength. Although he was a major realm lower than Fang Yaojiang, his speed was several times faster. Seeing this scene, the fury in Fang Yaojiang's eyes had already turned into sorrowful hatred. Simply not on the same level. Why did you pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? If I knew beforehand that this brat was so powerful and so sinister, couldn't I have just withdrawn straight away? Currently, Fang Yujiang's intestines were already green with regret. It was truly wanting to cry but have no tears. Right at this time, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching this place rapidly. Fan Yaojiang sweated heavily. It looked like the outcome was decided outside. Wonder if it was Black Crow Old Man or the Golden Sword Condor. However, the result seemed to be the same. Fang Yaojiang's eyes could not resist turning towards Yi Yuan. A thick mockery intent was revealed in his eyes. Brat, you plotted against your father, but isn't your outcome still death? I don't believe that you can escape alive from the hands of a sea transformation realm. The approaching person was clearly releasing a powerful aura on purpose. The goal was to make the other party surrender. Black Crow Old Man was powerful and simply did not care who was inside. Either way, as long as he found out, the outcome was death. This was the powerful confidence in his own strength. Where art thou from, little thief? To dare spoil this old man's business. Quickly leave, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this old man will extract your soul and refine your bones. Black Crow Old Man's angry roar had exceedingly powerful penetrative force as it instantly spread throughout the entire underground cave. From Black Crow Old Man's voice, one could tell just how enraged he was right now. The reason why Black Crow Old Man was so infuriated was that the treasure's undulations were becoming progressively smaller. It was evidently about to be taken away by someone else. And even though he raised his speed to the maximum right now, he was still unable to arrive immediately, so he wanted to use words to awe the other party. The entire underground cave was full of twists and turns. No matter how great Black Crow's speed was, it was also hard to rush to the deepest part right away. However, his angry cry did not have any effect at all, because Yi Yuan would not even buy it. Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to Black Crow's warning, as if he was unable to sense the aura belonging to a sea transformation realm powerhouse. He continued to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Heart like still water realm was no joke. Forget about sea transformation realm, even if it was the aura of soul sea realm, it was also impossible to disrupt him. This brat has such powerful concentration. That warning, that should be Black Crow Old Man. Such an incredible aura, even I'm almost unable to withstand it. He's actually not affected in the slightest. Fang Yaojiang was secretly alarmed. He discovered that other than Yi Yuan's realm not being high, he had no chinks in virtually all other aspects. Just what kind of hermit family clan could actually nurture such a breathtaking youth? At least within the scope of the Tranquil Cloud sect, Fang Yaojiang had never heard of such a powerful family clan. Even if it was the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciples, they were probably inferior when compared to this young man in front of him, right? Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who had his eyes shut this whole time, suddenly snapped open both eyes. A brilliant light shone from his eyes. Fang Yaojiang was secretly shocked. He finished refining the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Yi Yuan's refining speed was actually multiple times faster than him. This brat was truly leaking mystery from all over his body. Black Crow Old Man, who was currently rushing over, paused his footsteps and clenched his jaw tightly in anger. The aura of that fire attribute treasure totally could not be sensed anymore. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Looks like this old man has not come out for a long time. Many people in the outside world have already forgotten the terror of me. Black Crow. Regardless of who you are, I will let you know just how tragic the outcome of pitting against this old man will be. Black Crow old man gnashed his teeth and said. Black Crow moved and swept towards the bottom floor again. But he stopped his footsteps again after just a few steps. Huh? What's going on? This is Essence Energy Storm? Could it be that this little thief wants to break through here? Heh. Really does not know how the word death is written. After snatching this old man's treasure, he did not think about fleeing but actually dared to stay at the spot to break through. I want to see if you have the strength to withstand old me after breaking through. Black Crow old man said with a cold smile. At the bottom floor, Fang Youjiang's eyes revealed astonishment again. After Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he actually not did run away immediately but chose to take advantage of the opportunity to break through. Could it be that this brat wanted to confront Black Crow old man face to face? But Yi Yuan was only at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Even if he broke through, it was only second-level spirit condensation realm. That was on a completely different level from Black Crow old man. Just what on earth is this brat thinking? Although Fang Yaojiang was heavily injured, he was thrown into disorder by Yi Yuan's actions. He initially thought that after Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he would flee frantically or find a place to hide. That way, he could see the despair on Yi Yuan's face in his death throes. But who would have thought that this brat's actions would exceed all expectations? He actually chose to break through on the spot and sit here waiting for Black Crow old man's arrival. Yi Yuan's expression was currently calm as if he did not sense the approaching danger. He just absorbed essence energy frenziedly and greedily. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a tier 4 natural spiritual object. By itself, it contained vast quantities of essence energy. After Yi Yuan refined it, he already became one with the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Borrowing the colossal essence energy from the cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was not surprising for Yi Yuan to take advantage of the situation to break through. It was just that the timing and venue he chose was unbelievable. In truth, it was not that Yi Yuan did not wish to run, but because he knew that he already could not flee. Entering the heart-like still water state, Yi Yuan had an abnormally vivid grasp on the situation. From Black Crow old man's undulations, he had already crossed that hidden cave entrance. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to flee, there was already no place to escape. Since there was no place to run to, then there was only meeting the enemy face to face. At this very moment, even another portion of strength was good too. What Yi Yuan was about to face was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Hence, he chose to break through without hesitation. Perhaps to others, sea transformation realm was an unmatchable existence. Any form of resistance was futile. But Yi Yuan would not think that way. He had a clear understanding of a sea transformation realm powerhouse's strength and also had a clear understanding of the cards in his hands. Yi Yuan felt that he had the strength to fight. Another 9 spirit liquid drops gradually formed within Yi Yuan's dantian. He was about to break through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. Right then, an aged but ice-cold voice sounded out, "I was wondering which expert dared to steal my Black Crow's item. Turns out that it's merely a first-level spirit condensation realm little punk. The younger generation should really be feared. To actually even dare to do a last-minute breakthrough. Such bravado is worth complimenting. However, it ends here." Black Crow casually fired out a ball of light which flew towards the currently breaking through Yi Yuan with tremendous speed. Even though it was just a casual blow, this strike made even Fang Yaojiang palpitate. Putting aside that he was currently heavily injured, even if he was perfectly fine, he also would not dare to receive it head-on. Bang! It did not happen like Black Crow imagined, the ball of light smashing Yi Yuan to smithereens. Just now, Yi Yuan suddenly turned into 9 in an instant, and that light ball passed through the center Yi Yuan just like that, striking a rock behind. Then, the 9 silhouettes combined into one and Yi Yuan's figure appeared. The current Yi Yuan actually already successfully broke through. Black Crow old man's expression stirred and said, "Oh, really have some capabilities. No wonder you would do this sort of suicidal thing. Brat, hand over the treasure. This old man will not just spare your life. I can even take you in as my disciple. How's that?" Yi Yuan looked at Black Crow old man indifferently and said, "You don't have the qualifications yet to be my master. What you can teach, I know them all. But what I know you might not. Ha ha ha. What an unbridled brat. Since that's the case, I'll take the treasure myself after I kill you.
I want to see just what do you know that even I, the sea transformation realm, can't teach you.
Yi Yuan's words were simply ignorantly rampant in Black Crow's ears. Only Feng Yaojiang lying over the ground knew that what Yi Yuan said might not be false. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said nonchalantly, "Yuan Fei, come on out." When Yi Yuan said that, Black Crow's face changed. With his sea transformation realm divine sense, he actually did not discover that there were still people around here.
Could it be?
Under Black Crow Old Man's horrified eyes, Yuan Fei appeared out of thin air.
Yuan Fei's arrival gave him a huge shock, but what followed was wild elation. Spatial artifact. You actually have a spatial artifact.
Ha ha ha.
The heaven has truly opened its eyes?
Not only did it let me, Black Crow, obtain a priceless natural treasure, it even let me acquire a spatial artifact. Black Crow laughed madly without restraint.
Seeing Black Crow Old Man's appearance, Yi Yuan could not help secretly lamenting that he was an idiot. He even dared to show the spatial artifact. Could he not have any self-assurance at all? Why is everybody so presumptuous and opinionated?
Feng Yaojiang was so, Black Crow Old Man too. It was like every time a treasure appeared, it was prepared for them.
If Feng Yaojiang could straighten out his mentality, it would not have been such an easy thing to invite him into the pit.
Yuan Fei, how did the practice of the 7-star ephemeris grand array go? Yi Yuan transmitted.
Under young master's guidance, after these few days of drilling, my clan members and I already have a preliminary grasp on this set of grand arrays. As a matter of fact, this set of arrays is truly miraculous.
It can actually allow me to borrow my clan members' strength and temporarily let my strength break through to tier 4.
Even if Yuan Fei had always been very composed, his words also faintly revealed his excitement. These few days, Yi Yuan had been doing things alone, but he did not let Yuan Fei rest. Yuan Fei was Yi Yuan's greatest aid for a period of time after today. Raising his strength was equivalent to raising his own strength.
But if he let Yuan Fei cultivate by himself, he would not know just when he could break through to middle stage tier 3. Hence, Yi Yuan blazed a new trail and imparted him a set of array technique, which was this set. The 7-star ephemeris grand array.
7-star ephemeris grand array was a tier 4 array with tremendous might. If 8C transformation realm powerhouses were proficient in this array, they could even cross ranks to challenge a Soul C realm powerhouse.
Once such an array leaked out, all the great sects would surely snatch viciously over it.
If there were 10 tier 3 demonic beasts like Yuan Fei using this array, killing a first-level C transformation realm like Black Crow Old Man would be like slaughtering a dog. But sadly, among Yuan Fei's clan members, there was only Yuan Fei, this one tier 3 demonic beast. Therefore, Yi Yuan chose 7x7, 49 late-stage tier 2 long-arm stone apes among Yuan Fei's clan members. Every 7 long-armed stone apes formed a miniature 7-star ephemeris grand array to coordinate with Yuan Fei to form such an array.
Even though the might was not as strong as a genuine tier 3 demonic beast, it could still let Yuan Fei's strength soar a rank. The essence of the 7-star ephemeris grand array was to allow 7 people's attack power go through the amplification of the array by passing through the array's development and finally let the 8th person unleash an overwhelming blow. The 7 people's attacks would multiply layer by layer when transiting through the array. By the time the 8th person released it, the might would be so great to the extent where it caused people to be struck with awe. Yuan Fei and his clansmen formed this grand array. Although it was only an elementary understanding, it should not be an issue to trap Black Crow Old Man.
Brat, you aren't thinking that with a tier 3 demonic beast, you can deal with me, right?
Ha ha ha. Black Crow could not resist laughing out loud again when he saw Yuan Fei's strength. Yi Yuan's move was simply childish to the extreme.
Yi Yuan simply smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not Yuan Fei alone, but it's a whole bunch."
Once Yi Yuan's voice fell, 7x7, 49 late-stage tier 2 long-arm stone apes instantly appeared. These 49 long-arm stone apes each formed a team of 7, assuming a 7-star position, protecting Yuan Fei in the center. It faintly gave off a pressure which did not lose out to Black Crow Old Man. But Black Crow Old Man did not find it too impressive. He said lightly, You actually have an entire clan of long-armed stone ape spirit beasts and also possess a spatial artifact. Looks like your background is extraordinary, but precisely because that is so, you have to die today beyond doubt even more.
What a joke. Just an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast and a bunch of late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts. Simply a bunch of trash. What kind of threat could they pose to him, a sea transformation realm? At the very most, it was just delaying the time it took for Yi Yuan to die.
However, Black Crow Old Man was indeed somewhat fearful of Yi Yuan's identity. A second-level spirit condensation realm rookie who not only could he subdue a Tier 3 demonic beast, but he even owned a spatial artifact, a priceless treasure. His background was probably not simple. It looked like he had to make sure not a single drop of water leaks out right now to prevent any future troubles. Is that so?
You can come and test. Towards Black Crow's posturing, Yi Yuan had an indifferent face.
Test then test. Just a bunch of ants. Could you flip the heaven? Black Crow Old Man behaved as if he looked down arrogantly upon the world. Waving his staff, he attacked Yuan Fei. This blow looked light as a feather, but when it arrived in front of Yuan Fei, its momentum was akin to MT Tai. Black Crow Old Man smiled coldly as he prepared to crush Yuan Fei with a single blow. Facing a sea transformation realm powerhouse, Yuan Fei naturally did not dare to slight him. Long before Black Crow Old Man made his move, the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array already activated. Presently, Yuan Fei's iron palm struck out. He actually wanted to clash head-on with Black Crow Old Man. The two blows collided and Black Crow Old Man was struck dumb with amazement. Yuan Fei's blow was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his.
How is this possible? Boom.
The two blows caused an explosion in midair. Equally matched.
Sea transformation realm experts had already transcended mortal and secular. Therefore, in their eyes, all those below sea transformation realm were akin to ants. Black Crow Old Man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a sea transformation realm expert. How could he fight to a draw with a bunch of ants? And at this time, Black Crow Old Man was already surrounded dead by a bunch of long-armed stone apes in the center.
This is an array? Yes, this is definitely an array. But what kind of array could actually have such power? To actually let an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast possess the combat power of a sea transformation realm expert. This is too inconceivable. Black Crow Old Man currently, apart from astonishment, was still in astonishment. Senior Black Crow? I wonder if the test results are satisfactory? Yi Yuan said laughingly. Black Crow Old Man's face fell. This brat was really unforgiving about the situation. Humph! I really did not expect that there was still such a miraculous array in this world. However, this is already your greatest reliance, right?
You're also looking down on sea transformation realm experts too much. Black Crow Old Man said with a cold smile.
How am I belittling sea transformation realm experts? It's Senior Black Crow who is pressing me too hard. That's why Junior had to resist. Why not we both take a step back and Senior let me leave? How's that? Yi Yuan asked with a smile.
Black Crow Old Man's eyes flickered and he said it's also not out of the question to let you leave. But leave behind that natural spiritual object, spatial artifact, and this set of array technique.
Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, Senior has no sincerity at all. If I hand over these items, then what capital do I have to contend with Senior? The way I see it, Senior probably doesn't plan on letting me leave, right? Afraid that I'll return home to find the elders in my clan. Black Crow Old Man's eyes turned piercing at once. This brat was young, but not easy to hoodwink.
Humph.
So what?
This old man refuses to believe that just a mere set of arrays can let a bunch of ants threaten a sea transformation realm expert.
Finishing, Black Crow Old Man's body released a powerful aura. The surrounding essence energy seemed to have been plundered by him alone. This was the horrifying aspect of sea transformation realm experts.
Sea transformation realm powerhouses could communicate with heaven and earth essence energy around, maneuvering them for one's own use.
Although sea transformation realm only touched upon some superficial knowledge of communicating with heaven and earth essence energy, this modicum was sufficient to let them declare hegemony in front of martial artists beneath the sea transformation realm. Black Crow Old Man waved his staff. All the essence energy in the underground cave was churned up by him.
An extremely powerful aura emitted off of his body. The undulations were way stronger than earlier.
Yuan Fei entertained Senior Black Crow cordially. Remember what I said to you before. Yi Yuan did not panic when he saw the situation as he said this to Yuan Fei.
Yuan Fei's gaze flashed when he heard that. Yes, young master. Yuan Fei naturally remembers.
Just like facing the golden sword condor, Black Crow Old Man's staff gathered vast quantities of essence energy. A very terrifying aura spread out. But right then, Yuan Fei's iron palm landed. Yuan Fei obviously would not smack Black Crow Old Man's staff stupidly. He attacked his lower half. Yuan Fei's attack could virtually draw with Black Crow Old Man. How would he dare to slight it?
Hence, he hurriedly pulled back to defend.
The essence energy collected halfway by the staff vanished with a trace. Currently, Black Crow Old Man was stuck deep within the 7-star ephemeris grand array. This feeling was just like facing a same-rank opponent.
And this 7-star ephemeris grand array was aberrantly profound. Every time he wanted to break the array by eradicating those tier 2 long-armed stone apes, the final opponent was always Yuan Fei.
You got to be joking.
Yi Yuan was a grandmaster of the array Dao. How could the array he planted be broken so easily?
How could Yi Yuan not have considered these flaws in Black Crow Old Man's eyes? Unless one's strength were immense to a certain degree to break the array using force, and if one did not understand the principle of array Dao, Black Crow Old Man's opponent would forever only be Yuan Fei.
Black Crow Old Man was not powerful to that sort of extent yet.
Although Yuan Fei was not as powerful as Black Crow Old Man, he was still a peak early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast. His strength was roughly equivalent to a human third-level crystal formation realm. Through the compounding by the array formation, he already possessed the strength to fight with Black Crow Old Man. Of course, the prerequisite was to not let Black Crow Old Man mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Black Crow Old Man was presently so depressed that he wanted to puke blood, because each time he mustered up heaven and earth essence energy, it would be disrupted by Yuan Fei very shamelessly. Yuan Fei's timing was grasped very well. Each time he attacked was when Black Crow Old Man mustered a small portion of heaven and earth essence energy. And the place he attacked was also a vital area. This small amount of heaven and earth essence energy simply could not cause much harm to Yuan Fei. Furthermore, Yuan Fei attacked a vital point. This left Black Crow Old Man no choice but to give up accumulating heaven and earth essence energy. This was also the attacking method Yi Yuan incited Yuan Fei to do.
See, transformation realm experts were indeed powerful, but if they were unable to muster heaven and earth essence energy, their might was limited.
If the opponent were just an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist, a sea transformation realm could completely crush him. But if the opponent's strength and theirs were roughly the same, sea transformation realm experts would rarely have the chance to summon heaven and earth essence energy. Previously, outside the cave, Black Crow Old Man also fought intensely with the Golden Sword Condor for a long time before finding the opportunity to unleash a big move.
And now Yuan Fei relied on the 7-star ephemeris grand array. His strength was already roughly the same as Black Crow Old Man.
In the battle circle, the more Black Crow Old Man fought, the more secretly alarmed he became. If this continued, wouldn't he, a sea transformation realm expert, be exhausted to death? He could not refrain from regretting now that he was overly cocky at the start so as to fall into the other party's grand array. If he were not inside the array formation, no matter how strong Yuan Fei was, he would also be unable to prevent him from gathering heaven and earth essence energy.
The powerful aspect of array formations lied in this. Once trapped within, it was like sinking into a quagmire. Thinking of coming out then would not be so easy.
It was also because Yuan Fei and his clan members had only come into contact with this array formation not long and could only unleash 10% to 20% of this array formation. Otherwise, the current Black Crow Old Man would already be a corpse. Black Crow Old Man gritted his teeth tightly. He knew that this could not continue any longer. The matter on hand was to break this array formation first, or else he might really have to fall here today. Black Crow Old Man dodged a blow from Yuan Fei. The staff in his hand started to gather heaven and earth essence energy once more.
Yuan Fei was already accustomed to this because of previous experiences on how to defeat this blow from Black Crow Old Man. He attacked a vital area once again. But this time, Black Crow Old Man did not dissipate the essence energy to pull back and protect his vital area. Instead, he forcefully took a palm from Yuan Fei. Not good. Careful, Yuan Fei. Quickly retreat. By the side, Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed when he saw the situation. He also did not think that this Black Crow Old Man would actually be so decisive. But it was already too late. Pooh! Black Crow Old Man sprayed out a mouthful of blood in midair, but a trace of sneer still hung at the corner of his mouth. Essence Chi Wave. Explode for me. It was making use of this time gap that Black Crow Old Man already completed the mustering of heaven and earth essence energy and successfully coagulated the Essence Chi Wave. Although time-wise it was rather rushed, so this Essence Chi Wave was not as strong as back when dealing with the Golden Sword Condor. However, it was sufficient to deal with Yuan Fei. Furthermore, Black Crow Old Man was currently within the array formation. The Essence Chi Wave was too close to Yuan Fei and the others. Yuan Fei clearly also did not expect that Black Crow Old Man would place such a hand. By the time he heard Yi Yuan's warning, it was already too late. In a hurry, he spurred the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array and forcefully carried out a defense. Yuan Fei could rival Black Crow Old Man, but that was only under the circumstances where he did not gather heaven and earth essence energy. Essence Chi Wave was not something he could defend against using just the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array. Boom! Yuan Fei along with his clansmen was blown apart by the Essence Chi Wave like a flower blooming as they flew out. Yuan Fei took this blow face on. He withstood the bulk of the attack and was also the most heavily injured. The white-colored Yuan Fei was currently drenched in blood, appearing very miserable. Luckily, he mobilized the Grand Array at the 11th hour and neutralized most of the damage. Otherwise, he would probably be dead right now. The might of the sea transformation realm was devastatingly powerful. Bang! Black Crow Old Man's body smashed heavily on the rocks, crushing the rock behind him into powder. He forcefully took a blow from the Grand Array. His present situation was also not too good. In reality, back when Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor clashed, he was already injured. It was just for the sake of rushing to the underground cave that he forcefully suppressed his injuries the whole time. Currently, having suffered a heavy blow, his strength was already far from before. Yi Yuan saw that the situation was not good and immediately activated the spatial artifact, storing away all the long-armed stone apes. Are you all right, Yuan Fei? Yi Yuan's figure moved and he appeared beside Yuan Fei. I won't die, young master. It's just that I did not manage to aid young master with your problem. Yuan Fei is useless. How so? You were a huge help. You enter the spatial artifact to quietly recuperate first. Leave the rest of it to me. Don't. I can still keep up. This person is too powerful. I'm afraid that young master is not his match. Yuan Fei did not have the intention to belittle Yi Yuan. In truth, it was after he exchanged blows with Black Crow that he could sense the other party's might clearly. Yi Yuan's realm was too low after all. There was simply no possibility of winning. You recuperate in peace. When have young master ever let you down before? Relax. I'll take revenge for you, Yi Yuan said as he looked at Black Crow Old Man frostily. Bang! A foot sent a large piece of rock in front flying. Black Crow Old Man walked out of the gaping hole which he blasted out himself. Currently, Black Crow Old Man's clothing was in rags. Where was there even a trace of the bearing of an expert? He was totally a beggar. Very good. Excellent. A bunch of ants actually forced this old man to such an extent. You all can be amply proud. However, the price for that is all of your lives. Black Crow Old Man did not conceal his killing intent at all. He was truly enraged. Before coming to snatch the treasure, Black Crow Old Man already calculated it. The biggest opponent during this trip would be the Golden Sword Condor. But who would have thought that this brat which popped out from God's knows where? Not only did he snatch away his treasure, he even gave him severe wounds. Inside the endless forest, Black Crow Old Man was a veteran powerhouse. Especially ever since he broke through to the sea transformation realm, he had never sustained such heavy injuries before. And all of these was bestowed by this brat in front of him who was still wet behind his ears.
Without a doubt, Black Crow Old Man already had his killing intent triggered. As luck would have it, Yi Yuan currently also had his killing intent invoked. Ever since submission, Yuan Fei had been performing his duties diligently. Yi Yuan had already accepted this demonic beast servant.
And just now Black Crow Old Man nearly killed Yuan Fei.
If not for Yuan Fei defending it at the last moment using the might of the Grand Array, he would probably be dead already at this time. Yi Yuan had always been a protective person. Black Crow Old Man's actions thoroughly incensed Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan kept Yuan Fei away into the spatial artifact as well. He stared at Black Crow Old Man frostily and said, "This little lord's life is right here. Come and take it if you have the capabilities." Looking at Yi Yuan exuding fighting spirit, Black Crow Old Man laughed wildly.
"Ha ha! Isn't your greatest reliance that Grand Array just now?
Now that the Grand Array is broken, you're actually straining to be arrogant in front of this old man. Truly have no idea of death."
Yi Yuan sneered and said, "If it was you at your heyday, I'm obviously not your match. But you're originally already injured outside. You also received Yuan Fei's blow just now. I'm afraid that your injuries right now isn't light either. Correct?
How much strength can you unleash still? 60%? Or is it 50%?
Being seen through by Yi Yuan, Black Crow Old Man's face involuntarily changed. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "Humph! Even if I can only exert 30% of my strength, killing you is also no different from squashing an ant. Is that so?"
"This little lord wants to see just how you squash me, this ant, to death," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile.
Finishing, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill straight away. His aura instantly skyrocketed. This was the Tier 2 5-element Spirit Link pill Yi Yuan refined before the trip. Under Black Crow Old Man's panic-stricken eyes, Yi Yuan's realm soared and instantly broke through to 3rd-level Spirit Condensation Realm, and finally stopping at 5th-level Spirit Condensation Realm.
Huh?
What medicinal pill is this?
To actually directly broke through 3 realms.
However,
it should only be temporary, right? Black Crow Old Man said with a scoff. It's enough to deal with you, Yi Yuan said frigidly.
Haha, how wildly arrogant. If you can break through to the Crystal Formation Realm, I might still fear you a little. Only raising 3 minor realms in the Spirit Condensation Realm, what can that change? Yi Yuan did not waste his breath anymore. He directly turned into 9 silhouettes. 9 sword beams combined into 1.
Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, 9 swords stance.
Yi Yuan used his strongest killing move when he came up. Black Crow Old Man's eyes revealed a faint surprise. He clearly did not think that a mere Spirit Condensation Realm could actually release such a valiant sword move.
Yi Yuan was currently releasing the 9 swords stance with the 5th-level Spirit Condensation Realm. Its might went up a level. Except, facing a C Transformation Realm powerhouse, the sword seemed to be lacking. Black Crow Old Man just lightly tapped with his staff, hitting that sword beam directly, and the sword beam immediately vanished into nothingness. Powerful. A might which made people feel despair.
The 9-sword stance, which had always worked, could not even cause an iota of threat to Black Crow Old Man. Even if he could only exert 50% of his strength, the power of Black Crow Old Man still made people feel hopeless. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not be naive enough to think that he could settle the other party based solely on this one sword. He was just probing Black Crow Old Man's strength. Evidently, Black Crow Old Man also saw through Yi Yuan's thoughts, so he brought out his strongest side.
It looked to be a relaxed resolution, but tremendous shock surged in Black Crow Old Man's heart. He originally thought that the sword was only SOSO. But when he came into contact with the sword beam, the tremendous attack power of the sword beam still made him somewhat ill-prepared. This sword could already virtually hurt Crystal Formation Realm experts. And his strength now was only around middle-stage Crystal Formation Realm. If not for his thick base, just that move earlier would have already wounded him. He nearly failed in an easy task. This made Black Crow Old Man secretly furious. Humph! Paltry tricks.
You already finished fighting. Now it's my turn.
Black Crow Old Man decided to show Yi Yuan a thing or two properly to let him know what was called C Transformation Realm.
He held the staff horizontally in front of his chest and started gathering the horrifying heaven and earth essence energy once more. Black Crow Old Man's staff was obviously a spirit artifact. It had the effect of boosting the accumulation of heaven and earth essence energy. It was also precisely this aspect which allowed him to defeat the Golden Sword Condor. Now, Black Crow Old Man gathered heaven and earth essence energy. While it was not as terrifying as the heaven and earth essence energy previously, it was also not something that a spirit condensation realm martial artist like Yi Yuan could withstand. Yi Yuan's expression faltered when he saw the situation. He gritted his teeth and formed 9 bodies once more, unleashing the 9 swords stance once again. However, in front of the heaven and earth essence energy accumulated by Black Crow Old Man, this move was too insignificant. Could not even cause a small wave. Humph! A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go and die.
Black Crow Old Man strike lightly. The essence chi wave hurtled towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly and he hurriedly executed his movement technique to try and escape. But the essence chi wave's speed became faster and followed after like a shadow. Rumble. The essence chi wave exploded once again. The insides of the cave became a brilliant patch of white, blinding the eyes. Black Crow Old Man sensed that Yi Yuan's aura had already vanished with trace. It was evident that Yi Yuan was already dead beyond dead. Ha ha ha. Stinky brat who looks down on other people.
Finally dead, eh? A puny little spirit condensation realm actually dared to be so wantonly conceited.
Truly tired of living.
Black Crow Old Man had also been taken advantage of fully by Yi Yuan today. He had been in an extremely bad mood.
Now that he knew Yi Yuan died, a mouthful of turbid air in his chest was finally exhaled. His heart had unspeakable carefreeness. Who knew how many years it had been? Black Crow Old Man was actually gloating over killing a spirit condensation realm.
After a few moments, the light dissipated. Black Crow Old Man looked towards where Yi Yuan originally was, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Following that, his expression changed. That place was actually completely empty. If Yi Yuan became residue, Black Crow Old Man would not even find that strange. But that piece of land did not even have a hair. Since when did the power of the essence chi wave become so powerful? Could it actually vaporize Yi Yuan entirely? What kind of joke was this? Right then, Black Crow Old Man felt goosebumps all over his body. There was danger. Black Crow Old Man did not even think about it as his body shot backward with immense speed. Boom! A streak of sword beam shot out from the ground, punching through the earth's surface, piercing straight towards Black Crow Old Man's face. Swoosh! The sword beam grazed against Black Crow's face, shaving off a few strands of hair. So close! And right at this moment, Yi Yuan's figure also leaped out from the ground. Black Crow Old Man avoided this crisis, but his expression changed. Avatar body? Correct answer. But there's no prize.
Black Crow Old Man's face flickered erratically. Yi Yuan's might had far exceeded his expectations. All sorts of technique emerged in an endless stream. It was simply impossible to guard against.
Just now, if not for his instinct, this sword from Yi Yuan would probably have shaved away half his life. His current injuries were already very severe. If more wounds piled on, he might really just fall here today. You actually succeeded in making an avatar body. Could this be related to the precious treasure born this time?
Just what is it? Black Crow Old Man's heart jolted and he opened his mouth to ask. Want to know?
That will have to depend on whether you have the capabilities to pry open my mouth. Yi Yuan snorted coldly.
Black Crow Old Man was also a man with broad knowledge. Just from a look, he could perceive Yi Yuan's methods and linked it to the cleansing sandal flame lotus.
However, Yi Yuan obviously would not be naive enough to help him resolve his doubts. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was currently his greatest trump card. Only a fool would do something like exposing his hidden cards himself.
After Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he spontaneously came into possession of an avatar body. Although this avatar body was not as strong as the main body, there was a benefit to it. As long as the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body did not die, the avatar could be produced continually.
And the avatar body was virtually the same as the main body. Without any special methods, it was very hard to distinguish between them. Using it to confuse the opponent's senses was an excellent choice. Just now, Yi Yuan formed an avatar body, but his main body quietly tunneled into the ground, all so that he could take him by surprise. It was just that he did not expect Black Crow Old Man to be very cautious and actually barely evaded the strike. Brat, I admit that you're very strong. However, this is it. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Black Crow Old Man's expression changed as he said. Black Crow Old Man flipped over his palm. A bundle of black-colored flames danced around on his palm, which would cause people to have apprehension. That bundle of black-colored flames was just like Black Crow. One look, and it was undoubtedly extremely powerful.
Black Crowing Fire. Yi Yuan's face also changed when he saw the situation. To think that although you're young, your knowledge isn't shallow. That's right. This is precisely the flame that this old man became renowned for, a Tier 3 essence fire, Black Crow in Fire. Black Crow Old Man said somberly.
Martial artists familiar with essence fires had a common understanding, which was that black-colored flames were generally not to be trifled with, no matter what rank the flame was, because black-colored flames tend to be virtual fires, without a corporeal body, and its might would be extremely powerful. Not only were virtual fires hard to defend against, but it could also be used directly on martial artists' divine soul.
Once tainted by virtual fire, even if they were fortunate enough to not die, it would generally be like maggots-infested bones as it corroded the martial artist's divine soul all the way till death.
Black Crow Old Man became famed throughout the world because when he was at the Crystal Formation realm, he refined a Tier 3 essence fire, Black Crow in Fire. He became an extremely powerful existence among the Crystal Formation realms. Today, even though Black Crow Old Man already stepped into the Sea Transformation realm, the Black Crow in Fire was not outdated.
On the contrary, because his body's strength experienced a huge increment, it nurtured the Black Crow in Fire instead, making the Black Crow in Fire even more powerful.
The Black Crow in Fire today was only a step away from being able to advance to Tier 4 Essence Fire. Toward the current Black Crow in Fire, even Sea Transformation realm experts would absolutely be unwilling to provoke him. Dealing with a spirit condensation realm like Yi Yuan was somewhat putting fine timber to petty use. However, this should be Black Crow Old Man's hidden, final ultimate move. It served to show just how much emphasis he placed on Yi Yuan to plan to use this to deal with Yi Yuan.
Truly despicable.
To actually use Black Crow in Fire to deal with me. Yi Yuan looked like he was gnashing his teeth in hatred as he appeared nervous.
Brat, this old man also can't be blamed for this. If you were not so troublesome, this old man also wouldn't use my lifeblood essence fire. Now you can go and die.
Ah! The next instant, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a miserable cry. His entire person was being scorched by the Black Crow in Fire, his appearance looking very terrifying. However, Black Crow Old Man did not show any complacent look on his face. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, "Humph!
Avatar body again.
Let's see how long you can keep hiding.
Once the effects of your pill passed, I want to see just what you have to dodge my Black Crow in Fire with."
When Black Crow Old Man finished talking, the opposite Yi Yuan in the midst of his wretched cries turned into nothing. Another avatar body. Black Crow Old Man waved his hand, and the Black Crow in Fire instantly passed through a rock. Another tragic cry sounded out. But just like before, Yi Yuan turned into nothing a second time. "Hide. Continue hiding. I'll see just how long you can hide till," Black Crow Old Man said with a completely somber face.
He kept mobilizing the Black Crow in Fire nonstop, extinguishing one Yi Yuan after another. But what he wiped out were always fake Yi Yuans.
Black Crow Old Man's face was livid with rage. This Yi Yuan was too nasty to deal with. A puny little 5th-level spirit condensation realm could actually form so many avatar bodies. If it were somebody else, their essence energy would probably have long dried up, right?
But Yi Yuan switched his location repeatedly. Black Crow Old Man also could not detect where Yi Yuan's true body was.
No matter how powerful his Black Crow in Fire was, it was pointless if he could not burn Yi Yuan. However, Black Crow was not anxious about this, because he knew that the medicinal pill which could raise Cultivation realm that Yi Yuan consumed surely had a time limit and aftereffects. Hence, before the medicinal pill's effect wore off, Yi Yuan would definitely seek out the chance to deal with him. He did not even need to make a move to kill Yi Yuan. As long as he withstood Yi Yuan's final attack, Yi Yuan would be free for him to butcher.
There were quite a few secrets on his brat's body. When the time came and he underwent soul search, he should be able to dig out quite a few secrets. Still not coming out yet? Is it interesting to play hide and seek? However, it's almost time up for your medicinal pill to lose its effect, right? After burning another Yi Yuan to death, Black Crow Old Man faced the empty cave and shouted loudly. Right then, Yi Yuan's silhouette scurried out from behind a rock. The 9-sword stance was activated suddenly. This was the first time Yi Yuan took the initiative to attack after Black Crow Old Man brought out the Black Crow in fire. It was fast and ruthless. However, Black Crow Old Man seemed to have expected this. He gave a cold laugh as the Black Crow in fire danced within his palm and instantly attacked Yi Yuan. Before Yi Yuan had the time to cry out, the ground behind Black Crow Old Man erupted. Another silhouette tunneled out rapidly. This was Yi Yuan's real body. He used the avatar body to attract the Black Crow in fire, while his real body would unleash a lethal strike from behind Black Crow Old Man. The timing of this blow was grasped exceptionally well, not giving Black Crow Old Man the opportunity to catch his breath. The Zhonghua sword stabbed straight at Black Crow Old Man's throat. It was also close at hand. Black Crow Old Man turned around, but not the slightest trace of panic could not be seen on his face. He suddenly chuckled frostily. "I've been waiting for you." Just this sentence, but Yi Yuan's expression changed suddenly. Black Crow Old Man reached out his finger to lightly pinch, gripping hold of Yi Yuan's Zhonghua sword. The next moment, the black-colored flames extended up Zhonghua's sword, burning rapidly up to Yi Yuan's sword-wielding hand, and then swiftly burned his entire body. Using the same old trick. Do you think that I would fall for it again? Childish. Now you can die, Black Crow said with a cold smile. This time, the Black Crow in fire seared Yi Yuan's real body. Ah, you let go. You quickly let go. Yi Yuan's entire body was being swathed with black flames. The expression on his face seemed to be somewhat distorted, as if in extreme agony. Ha ha ha. Painful, right? Let this old man appreciate your tormented expression properly. Enjoy this old man's Black Crow in fire to your heart's content. Seeing Yi Yuan's tormented expression, there was unspeakable alacrity in Black Crow Old Man's heart. During this trip to the Lotus Moon Gorge, he had been taken advantage of fully by the spirit condensation realm brat. He was as depressed as he could get. Now, this brat was finally subjugated by him. Black Crow Old Man could not help having a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment. But Black Crow Old Man did not discover that Yi Yuan's other hand was hidden in his sleeves, as if he was secretly doing something the whole time. Bluffing you. Just as Black Crow Old Man was enjoying the aftertaste of victory, Yi Yuan's distorted expression was kept away at this time, and what replaced it was a relaxed expression. Black Crow Old Man's face changed greatly and he instinctively felt that things were not good. But it was already too late. An extremely horrifying energy surged between Black Crow and Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's body suddenly sent out a faint yellow flame which intertwined with the Black Crow in fire. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. It's Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. You don't want to live anymore? 2 types of essence fires coming together will cause a flame explosion. We will all die. Stop. Quickly stop. Black Crow Old Man shouted at the top of his voice. Essence fires were born from heaven and earth. Even a tier 1 essence fire was an object with a spirit. All heaven and earth spiritual objects had their own pride. Therefore, 2 types of essence fires could not come into contact with each other no matter what, especially under the circumstance where the 2 kinds of essence fires were at around the same rank. Once the 2 types of essence fires contact together, the 2 different attributed essence fires would produce an intense friction, and from this it would rise to a devastatingly horrifying explosion. This sort of explosion was hailed as flame explosion. The higher the ranks of the 2 different essence fires, the more potent the explosion produced. The Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame was a tier 4 essence fire, while the Black Crow in fire, through Black Crow Old Man's careful nurturing, had already approached tier 4. The might of the flame explosion produced by these 2 types of essence fires coming together could be imagined. You're overthinking it. The only one who will die is you. Facing the horrifying energy coming off from the 2 types of essence fires colliding, Yi Yuan was quite indifferent to the situation.
To Yi Yuan, he could be killed by experts, but would not be burned to death by fire. Even if these two types of flames, one of them being Tier 4, and the other quasi-Tier 4. The two types of flames interwove together, setting off a terrifying energy vortex, pulling firmly onto the two people. Black Crow Old Man fought desperately to try and break free of this binding force, but it was futile. Sensing the increasingly harrowing energy, Black Crow Old Man had a never-before feeling of hopelessness. What was scary was not death, but the process of waiting for death.
Brat, you can still make it if you pull back now.
The two of us will withdraw our essence fire at the same time. Then the flame explosion won't occur. Otherwise, jade and stone will be burned alike. Black Crow Old Man was so anxious that he was covered with sweat. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Enjoy the might of the flame explosion properly. I won't accompany you." The flame explosion was already formed. Yi Yuan had no need to continue staying. Otherwise, he would really have to perish together with Black Crow Old Man.
Yi Yuan's figure moved like fish shaking off the fetters of the flame explosion vortex, swimming towards outside the cave.
Black Crow Old Man's eyes nearly popped out when he saw this scene. Such a powerful binding force that even he, this sea transformation realm, could not break free of. Just how did this brat accomplish it? However, he did not have the time to contemplate this now, as the explosion was about to occur, and he was at the heart of the flame explosion. Once it blew up, he would die for sure. Black Crow Old Man tried various methods but was ultimately unable to shake off this powerful suction force. He also tried various means of trying to eliminate the flame explosion, but it was a wasted effort.
Yi Yuan was currently swimming in the air like a fish and finally arrived at the cave entrance. The flame explosion's shackling force was only up to here. Yi Yuan collapsed onto the ground weakly and was unable to move anymore. At the same time, Nafeng Jiro appeared out of thin air.
"Yi Yuan,
are you all right?" Seeing Yi Yuan's miserable state, Nafeng Jiro hurriedly rushed forward.
Yi Yuan smiled tragically and said, "You look at my appearance? Does this look fine?"
"Enough nonsense, quickly leave this place. This place is about to blow up. I can't move right now. Quickly bring me out of this place."
Finishing, Yi Yuan's eyes turned upwards, and he thoroughly fainted. In reality, since the beginning, Yi Yuan already detected the essence fire on Black Crow Old Man's body. It was also then that Yi Yuan already had a strategy. Yi Yuan was very clear that with his realm, let alone killing Black Crow Old Man, he could not even achieve letting his attack touch him, even if he consumed the Tier 2 5-element Spirit Link pill. And on Yi Yuan's body, his greatest killing weapon was the newly refined Tier 4 Essence Fire, Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. Only it could cause harm to Black Crow Old Man. Therefore, unless it reached the last moment, Yi Yuan absolutely could not show this trump card.
However, Yi Yuan was very sensitive towards essence fires. He could faintly sense that there was an essence fire whose might was not weak inside Black Crow Old Man's body. This, however, provided Yi Yuan with a new idea, and that was a flame explosion. Once the flame explosion could form, then it would not be a matter of hurting Black Crow Old Man anymore. Therefore, Yi Yuan consolidated at every step as he advanced and slowly lured out Black Crow Old Man's greatest trick, the Black Crow Fire. Black Crow Old Man seemed to be incomparably powerful, but he fell into the trap Yi Yuan designed for him step by step. All the way to the end where Yi Yuan used avatar bodies to lure Black Crow Old Man, and he himself takes the opportunity to ambush. It was to create a false impression of having exhausted all his tricks for Black Crow Old Man. Very unfortunately, Black Crow Old Man fell for it. By the time he reacted to it, the flame explosion was already formed. Even if Black Crow Old Man wanted to run, he also could not escape. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan's research regarding essence fires was simply unimaginable to the people of the boundless world. In his previous life, he once owned 9 types of essence fires. When he had nothing to do, he would place these essence fires together to play, so as to better understand the characteristics of essence fires. Yi Yuan had already long been bored with the flame explosion, which Black Crow Old Man did not even dare to think about. How could it trap him? However, in order to execute the flame explosion, Yi Yuan also paid an extremely huge price. Even though he refined the cleansing sandal sacred flame, his fleshy body, meridians, dantian,
were only at the spirit condensation realm standard. They simply could not withstand the Tier 4 essence fire. That was to say, although Yi Yuan refined a Tier 4 essence fire, he could only suppress the power of the essence fire released when refining pills and doing battle to Tier 2 standard. And just now, Yi Yuan brought out the entire might of the cleansing sandal sacred flame. One could imagine just how great the damage caused to his body was. If not for Yi Yuan's control towards essence fires being already at the peak of perfection, he would have been burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame until not even residue would be left currently. Even so, his present state was an indescribable mess. He could only call out Nanfeng Jiro to bring him to escape. Boom! An incomparably oppressive explosion sounded out. The entire underground cave started quaking. The state of Qin's capital. These few days had been relatively lively. No reason other than because the Drunken Star Manor had sent out invitations to organize a pill grading assembly. For close to a month, the Drunken Star Manor could be said to be infinitely glorious and faintly had the manner of controlling the state of Qin's alchemy industry. Ever since the essence gathering pill was launched, the Drunken Star Manor had been as crowded as a marketplace. Every day, there would be large batches of martial artists gathering, just to beg to purchase the essence gathering pill. And this time, Wan Donghai even unleashed a big move, organizing this pill grading assembly, and inviting virtually all the upper echelons in the state of Qin. It was said that the Drunken Star Manor wanted to launch 3 new medicinal pills all at once at this pill grading assembly. It would be a radical revolution to the state of Qin's alchemy world. Such explosive news would naturally cause massive commotions in the state of Qin. Because of the essence gathering pill as the precedent, the news released by Drunken Star Manor would naturally stir up all the martial artists' appetite. An essence gathering pill already changed the alchemy's power balance in the state of Qin. If they launched 3 new types of medicinal pills at once, what kind of change would it trigger? Most likely, not as simple as bringing down Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. No matter what, not only did the Drunken Star Manor's actions draw the attention of all the upper echelons in the state of Qin, it also aroused a huge focus from the commoner martial artists. Even though the Drunken Star Manor's reputation among demonic beast hunters was already bad, there were still many people purchasing medicinal pills here. This was something that could not be helped. After all, Essence Qi Realm martial artists made up the largest group, and the Essence Gathering Pill was a unique medicinal pill from the Drunken Star Manor. These martial artists had no other choice. And starting from that time, the Drunken Star Manor had taken a series of measures to suppress the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Now, they already virtually monopolized the state of Qin's medicinal pill market. Other than those deadly loyal like Shir Kaiong, the vast majority of the people were either forced to or took the initiative to go to the Drunken Star Manor to buy medicinal pills. The situation for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was already at the extent of a hair's breadth from death. And currently, Yi Hang was still in close seclusion. At the Wan family, a middle-aged man in fine clothing sat opposite Wan Donghai. Composure and overbearingness exuded from the middle-aged man. In terms of aura, he was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Wan Donghai. Brother Yulin, this time, our Wan family and Su family joining hands, we must rule the state of Qin's alchemy world. Wan Donghai seemed to be extremely proud of his success at present. The middle-aged man in finery was precisely the Su family's family head, Su Yulin, an existence who could make the state of Qin quake just by stomping his feet. Su Yulin was not as delighted as Wan Donghai. He just said lightly, "Ruling the alchemy world is but the beginning. After Manor Lord Wan sits on the highest commanding seat in the state of Qin's alchemy world, don't forget about our agreement." "What are you saying, Brother Yulin? Our 2 families have collaborated for so many years. Don't Brother Yulin understand my, Wan Donghai's, character yet? The Nanfeng family has grown weak and cannot carry the state of Qin anymore long ago. The Su family replacing them is only the common will of the people. This one naturally will not go against heaven." "Haha. Then that's good. This Su will wish Manor Lord Wan in advance for fulfilling a long-cherished wish and thoroughly defeating the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion." "Haha. Isn't that all thanks to Brother Yulin? If not for the new medicinal pill Brother Yulin provided, this one also won't have today. Rest assured, Brother Yulin. In future, when Brother Yulin replaces Nanfeng Yi, This Wan will be the imperial family's royal alchemist. And Manor Lord Wan has the heart. It's just that I'm still somewhat worried at the moment. The news about the pill grading assembly has already been released for such a long time, but there's no movement from Na Feng Yi at all. Could it be that he's planning something? Brother Yulin is thinking too much. The talents in the imperial family have withered. What other capable person is there apart from the old undying Na Feng Lu? Oh, right. I still haven't congratulated Brother Yulin for the breakthrough to the second-level crystal formation realm. Now, other than Wu Daofeng and Jiang Yunhe, these two neutral parties, who is a match for Brother Yulin in the entire state of Qin? Isn't Brother Yulin being able to break through at this time proving who the mandate of heaven should belong to from another perspective? Haha. Perhaps I'm really overthinking things. But it's just these few days, the envoy from the High Sect is already set to arrive at the Dan Wu Academy. With the support of the envoy, the transition of authority should also be smoother. But Wan Donghai's face changed when he heard that and sensibly did not continue the conversation. So, it turned out that the Su family had such a deep background in the Tranquil Cloud sect. No wonder they dared to do such a heaven-defying thing. Su Yulin revealing this matter to him was also giving him a disguised warning, to make him not have overly inordinate ambitions. Ha ha ha. Looks like Brother Yulin is really fully prepared. Oh yes, I heard that Yi Hang's son participated in the Endless Trials and has not returned this whole time. He probably already died in the Endless Forest, right? Now, Yi Hang even lost his son. Most likely, he will be in a thundering rage after exiting seclusion. Wan Donghai changed the topic very sensibly. Who would know that it was still okay if Wan Donghai did not mention it, but once it was mentioned, Su Yulin's face changed. The one who was missing was not just Yi Hang's son. His son also went missing too. No matter how Su Yulin ruminated, he could not understand. He sent the Chang brothers to assist his son. Why wasn't there any news up till now? Could it be that after they killed Yi Yuan, they encountered some other matter and was delayed? Humph. The pill grading assembly is coming soon. Manor Lord Wan shouldn't bother about these minor details and focus on the bigger things. This Su still has some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first, Su Yulin said unhappily. Wan Donghai felt rather bewildered and did not know where he had offended Su Yulin. A martial artist with a manservant appearance walked loftily into the fragrant medicine pavilion. The manager Feng San dozed off listlessly and did not see anyone enter from the start. Is there still anyone alive? Someone come out, the manservant called out very haughtily. Feng San was startled awake. When he saw the manservant's outfit, he could not help being enraged. This punk from God knows where dares to be so ill-mannered here. Do you know what this place is? The manservant gave a side glance at Feng San and said smugly, this little lord naturally knows what this place is. Just a broken store that's about to close down. Feng San, this little lord sees that you have some capabilities. How about coming to the Drunken Star Manor and make a living with this little lord? Feng San was enraged when he heard that and said, an errand boy servant actually dares to make me, Feng San, mix around with you? Why don't you take a piss and check out your reflection? Who do you think you are? Heh. Don't be angry, Manager Feng. It's true that I'm an errand boy, but I'm afraid that Manager Feng's current situation is worse than running errands, right? Me letting you mix around with me is giving you a chance. If not, when the pill grading assembly commences, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be so easy for Manager Feng to find a job then. Feng Sen reached out and pointed his finger at the door and said furiously, get out for your father. If you don't get lost, your father will throw you out of here. Even if I, Feng San, were to starve to death, I wouldn't go to the Drunken Star Manor to lick boots. The manservant took out an invitation card unhurriedly and waved it around in front of Feng San, saying, see this? My family's manor lord specially issued an invitation to your fragrant medicine pavilion in consideration of former relations. If Manager Feng continues to chase me out, that would be breaking off from the state of Qin's alchemy world. Feng San was unable to hold back his wrath anymore. This punk was here to deliver the invitation to humiliate the fragrant medicine pavilion. The fragrant medicine pavilion was already like this. Why would they attend some pill grading assembly? To reach their faces out for people to smack? Bring your lousy invitation along and scram for your father. Otherwise, I'm really going to take action. As he said this, Feng Sen pulled up his sleeves and was really about to beat people up. Just then, a deep voice sounded out. "Stop, Feng San. This invitation card, our fragrant medicine pavilion accepts. You go back and tell Wandong Hai that the pill grading assembly, Yihang, will definitely be there. Owner, you finally left seclusion." Feng San, who was raging, turned around and saw Yihang. He immediately rejoiced. Nobody could have understood just how Feng San had survived over this 1-month period. But when he saw Yihang exit seclusion, everything was worth it. TCH, isn't it just leaving seclusion? What's the fuss about? At this time, what the use even if you exit seclusion? Seeing Yihang, the manservant was also very shocked. But he quickly puffed up his chest again. Our drunken star manor is the strongest now. Even if Yihang exited seclusion, could he stem the raging tide? Impossible. You dare to disrespect owner? Courting death. Feng San was enraged when he heard that and wanted to slap that manservant to death in one palm. Forget it. Just a small fry. Let him go, Yihang said coolly. With his status, there was no need to square every detail with a small fry. Ha. Pavilion Lord Yi is indeed a person who knows the grand situation. I think that as long as Pavilion Lord Yi pledges allegiance to our Manor Lord at the Pill Grading Assembly, he should forgive you magnanimously. Oh, I've already delivered the invitation. Goodbye, Pavilion Lord Yi. The manservant really took himself for some big shot and clasped his hands at Yihang, then took large strides and left. Feng San was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth in hatred by the side. With a displeased face, he said, Owner, even a servant from the Drunken Star Manor dares to come to taunt us fragrant medicine pavilion now. In my opinion, kill this punk first to teach the Drunken Star Manor a lesson. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, This servant is just a small character. Wouldn't killing him show our incompetence even more? That we can only take our anger out on the Drunken Star Manor's servants? To find a ground, of course we have to find their families' adults. Feng San's eyebrows jumped as he understood some meaning behind it. He said joyfully, Owner means that. Yihang took over the invitation and said playfully he, Wandong Hai, wants to use this pill grading assembly to rule the state of Qin's alchemy world. I'm afraid that it isn't so easy. Haha. I knew that the owner wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Feng San was ecstatic when he saw that, but he immediately frowned again, saying, Owner, it's said that Wandong Hai wants to launch 3 new types of medicinal pills by organizing this pill grading assembly. Just an essence-gathering pill has already left us badly battered. If 3 more were to appear, we... Relax, old Feng. Competing with medicinal pills, should be us. Father and son have never feared anyone. This time, we're going to let everyone broaden their horizons. Yihang said heroically. Feng San looked at Yihang, and his eyes could not help showing astonishment. Just now, Yihang clearly planned on saying himself, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he brought along Yi Yuan. A venerable alchemy grandmaster was actually deliberately bringing along his son. Why was that? In a courtyard within the imperial palace, Yi Yuan was currently lying on a vine chair, sitting with his ankle on his knees. There were even 2 beautiful palace maids fanning him from behind. He looked like he was enjoying himself very much. Yi Yuan, is your beauty-retaining pill finished refining yet? If it's not done, this princess will burn down this mansion and send you to heaven. Now Feng Jiro's angry cry broke this courtyard's tranquility. Yi Yuan jumped in fright and hurriedly went out in big strides. Indeed, he saw Nanfeng Jiro carrying a fire torch in her hands, posing like she was lighting a fire. Nanfeng Ruoqing was covering her mouth while laughing behind Nanfeng Jiro. This woman would do what she said. A single mishap and she would really burn this place. Don't. My grandaunt, this is your family's house, what are you burning it for? I don't care. Today, if you don't refine the beauty-retaining pill for me, I'll burn this place. Seriously, can't you wait for 2 days? My injuries have just healed. I also just refined the Essence Yang pill 2 days ago and sapped a great deal of my vitality. You at least got to give me time to rest, right? Otherwise, if I were to ruin the refinement of the beauty-retaining pill, wouldn't that destroy Senior Apprentice Sister's unparalleled looks? After coming out from the underground cave, Yi Yuan let Nanfeng Jiro bring him to hide in the palace. Just like this, Sui Shan and Yi Yuan disappeared at the same time. Yi Yuan had ready-made medicinal pills on him, but his injuries this time were too severe. He only barely managed to recover after recuperating for 3 days. After recovering, Yi Yuan refined the Ascension pill without delay and let Nanfeng Jiro deliver it to the Danwu Academy in secret. Ever since Yi Yuan recovered, Nanfeng Jiro had been thinking about her beauty-retaining pills. She would come here every day to compel Yi Yuan to refine it. But Yi Yuan's body right now was indeed not that great, so it was delayed a few days. The ill-tempered but beauty-loving Nanfeng Jiro finally could not endure it anymore today, so she ran here to threaten Yi Yuan. "I don't care. I must see the beauty-retaining pill today." Nanfeng Jiro refused to yield. Right at this time, a voice sounded out from behind them. "Jiro, back off. Don't be mischievous." "Ah, Imperial Father. I was joking with Yi Yuan." "Right, Yi Yuan?" Nanfeng Jiro used her gaze to threaten Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man in front of Yi Yuan was as handsome as jade and had a grandiose manner. The heir of a king could not be covered up no matter what. This person was precisely Nanfeng Ruoqing's imperial brother, Nanfeng Jiro's father, the state of Qin's emperor, Nanfeng Yi. This was also the first time Yi Yuan met Nanfeng Yi. This person gave him the deep feeling like he was in grasp of everything. Nanfeng Yi was sizing up Yi Yuan, but at the same time, Yi Yuan was also appraising Nanfeng Yi without the intention of saluting. An alchemy emperor had the pride of an alchemy emperor. Even if he rebirthed, it was also impossible to kneel down and salute a mortal emperor. Nanfeng Yi did not mind Nanfeng Jiro and only said coolly, "Ruoqing, you bring Jiro back first. I have some things to say to little brother Yi." Nanfeng Yi actually gave tacit consent to Yi Yuan's rude actions. Yes. Nanfeng Ruoqing received the command and brought her niece back. The few palace maids naturally also withdrew. However, while Nanfeng Ruoqing did not show anything on the surface, she was very alarmed in her heart. Imperial brother actually called Yi Yuan as little brother. This sort of address was undoubtedly placing Yi Yuan on equal footing as him. In Nanfeng Ruoqing's impression, she had never seen Imperial brother place a person so highly before, and this person was merely a 15-year-old child. For the emperor to address his subjects as brothers, just hearing it sounded very peculiar. While Nanfeng Ruoqing knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary child, this term of address by Nanfeng Yi was still sufficient to alarm her. After Nanfeng Ruoqing and the rest left, Nanfeng Yi and Yi Yuan entered the courtyard and sat down in the pavilion in the garden. "I'm indebted to little brother Yi for having taken care of my daughter and sister these few days. I express my thanks to little brother Yi on their behalf." Nanfeng Yi actually gave thanks right away, making Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. "Your Majesty is too serious. It's just the effort of lifting a hand, not worthy of thanks. Furthermore, they also helped me quite a bit." Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and did not decline anything. From the other party's attitude, he could also see that his matter was already also long known by Nanfeng Yi through Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece. Nanfeng Yi waved his hand and said, "That's not the same. The aid you gave them is enough for them to use their entire lives." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "I'm afraid that your Majesty didn't look for me just to give thanks, right? Let's go straight into the main topic. I don't like to beat around the bush."